materiales you turn your camera on.
Good morning, everyone. A very pleasant morning, afternoon, or probably evening to those who are here on Zoom and those who are watching the live event on YouTube. My name is Luciana Nieto, and today I will be moderating the morning session from Manhattan, Kansas, here at Kansas State University. Thank you for being with us today. On behalf of the Predictive Agriculture Symposium Organizing Committee, I sincerely want to thank you and acknowledge every one of you for making this event a success so far. We want to thank all the parts that made this event possible. First, our speakers for committing their time to be with us today. First, Dr. Charlie Messina from Cortiva AgriScience, Dr. Aaron Shimpasud from Planet Labs, Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis from Iowa State University, and Dr. Clive Fraze from University of Florida, as well as the students from around the world who will be presenting their research today. Students from Kansas State University, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, University of Florida, Federal University of Santa Maria in Brazil, Agriculture and Forestry University in Nepal, University of Buenos Aires in Argentina, and University of Western Australia in Australia. I'd like to thank also the support of those who trust us and put their names along with us in this event. First, Cortiva AgriScience, through the program of Plant Science Symposia Series, John Deere, Kansas Corn Commission, Microsoft, Planet Labs, K-State Research and Extension, Kansas State University College of Agriculture, and Ciampiri Lab. Also, this event was possible thanks to the collaboration of multiple PhDs and master students from Kansas State University. First, Rachel Binstra for her work with the sponsors, social media management, and support through this entire process. And also she will be moderating our afternoon session. Paula De Marco, Josefina Lacasa, and Javier Fernandez, they are responsible for the student session that will be presenting during the morning and another session during the afternoon. Leonardo Bastos, who helped to contact the sponsors and will be moderating today's networking session. Luis Moro Rosso, Mario Secchi, Adrian Correndo, and Silvestre Badua for their assistance and valuable inputs during this process. We also want to thank our faculty advisor, Dr. Ignacio Ciampiri, for his guidance and assistance during the preparation of this event. And of course, we want to thank all of you who are present here and joining us here on Zoom or watching the live event on YouTube. So far, we have more than 250 attendees from around the world, from the United States, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Nepal, Spain, and Australia, representing more than 25 universities and more than 26 companies for the list that we have so far. This will be only a dream without your immense support. So thank you very much. Now I would like to point your attention to the main reason of this event, that is turning data into decisions. Now, so taking steps to avoid problems is preferable to solving the problems once they exist. And although this quote can be interpreted as a more philosophical approach sometimes, is in reality what helps us to move faster. Supporting the decisions on transdisciplinary efforts based on models, technologies, and data to achieve a better understanding of our past, present, and future as a scientist, but also as a society. Leading to improvements in the sustainability and productivity of diverse production systems, which translate into solving problems for our farmers around the globe, and as a consequence, making an impact on every human life. Today, we'll have the privilege of learning about some of these efforts made by the private sector and the academia around the world. From crop modeling and climate impact to the development of technologies and methodologies to achieve this goal of turning data into decisions. Today, we will dive deep into this topic. First, we will have some insights from Dr. Rauster from Predictive Agriculture about the Applied Science Symposia series. Then the welcome remarks will be by Dean Dr. Ernie Minton from Kansas State University. And after the welcome remarks, our first speaker will be Dr. Charlie Messina from Predictive Agriscience, who will be talking about crop improvements and in circular economy. On our first student segment, we'll have the pleasure to listening to 4 different researchers from Australia, Nepal, and the US. And right after the student session, our second speaker, Dr. Aaron Shumpasud from Planet Labs, will be presenting about the efforts conducted at Planet Labs on development and research. To conclude the morning, a space to promote networking will begin. Here we are inviting and encouraging all the attendees, as well as the speakers and students, to discuss the different opportunities in the industry and academia to turn data into decisions. After 1 hour lunch break, we'll meet with Dr. Sotirios from Iowa State University, who will be discussing the use of crop modeling as a tool for our purpose. His presentation will be followed by 4 more students, this time from Argentina, Brazil, and the US, presenting their research. It's worth to mention that the students are participating on a competition and the results will be presented during the closing remarks. After this student session, Dr. Clive Fraze from University of Florida will be presenting the lessons learned during the development of agroclimate tool. And finally, PhD student Rachel Winstra will present the closing remarks, future steps after this magnificent day, and the winners of the student competition. Now, I would like to thank all the attendees for keeping your mics mute and your cameras off. You can unmute yourself after each speaker presentation to ask questions, or you can type them on our chat here on Zoom. And for those who are watching the event on YouTube, please feel free to also share your questions there. We will try to fit as much questions as possible for our speakers. Now, before Dr. Rauster's presentation, I would like to point all of you to the chat here on Zoom and also on YouTube. And please, if you can complete this simple poll, this will help us a lot to rate the event and make improvements for next year. Without taking any more of your time, I'd like to call Dr. Rauster, Academic Relation Manager from Predictive Agriscience, and responsible for the Plant Science Symposia series. Dr. Rauster, if you are here, please feel free to start sharing your screen.
Excellent, thank you, Luciana. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I just want to make sure my sound is
yes
working. Okay, thanks. Let me go ahead and share my slides here. Okay, whoops. Is that sharing the presenter view or is that sharing the
presenter view?
Oh,
the
Luciana,
presenter views.
Oh, that's presenter view. Okay, let me try to switch here. Looks like that is still the presenter view. Apologies here. We'll get this working in just a second.
You can go to display settings and duplicate monitors in the presenter view.
Okay. Excellent. Do that.
After you start presenting, you can go to display settings and duplicate at the top left.
Display settings.
Now just start displaying the presentation and then in the
All right, well, I think actually the easiest way to do this is do that. Try this one more time. Let's see, this should do it. There we go. Does that look good?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, thanks. My apologies there. Finally, we have it up and running. Thank you and welcome to everybody. Good morning. Hello from Iowa, where I'm happy to report that our the 5 inches of snow that we got on Monday seems to be melting today. So that's good news. And I just want to say welcome to everyone from around the world. It was really great to see Luciana's presentation there with everybody who's registered from countries all over the world. So we're really happy to see this great participation for the Kansas State event. My name is Jason Rauscher. I'm Academic Relations Manager at Corteva Agriscience, and I'm in the R&D Academic Engagement group. And today I would just like to give a brief introduction to the Plant Sciences Symposia series. For those of you who are not familiar with our program, this is a Corteva-sponsored global program of scientific symposia, as we'll see here today. And the key to this is that it's initiated and organized by graduate students. And we think this is a really an innovative model for supporting graduate education around the world. And as you can see, we've had over 150 events since this program began back in 2008. We've been at over 60 institutions in 16 countries around the world. So Kansas State is really an important key part of this international network of graduate students around the world. And so we really like to tap into this network for each event. And we're really excited that Kansas State is continuing to be an important part of this program. In terms of the objectives of our program, there's going to be a lot of learning going on here today. We're going to see some great presentations. They've lined up some amazing speakers. We're really happy to have participation from both academia and private industry here. The networking that's going to go on, we've got some great opportunities for students to interact with speakers and to interact with each other. Usually this would be in person, right? This would be a handshaking type event. Unfortunately, none of us have been able to shake anyone's hand outside of our family for quite a while for obvious reasons. But we're really happy that students have shown an amazing ability to be agile and creative and really adapt to these events to a virtual world, at least for the moment, and try to recreate some of these networking experiences. We think, as I mentioned, this is a very important opportunity for students to be exposed to a wide range of career opportunities, not only in the public sector and academia, but the private sector as well, and to have everyone come together and really interact in an open and sharing way. And finally, the soft skills, and that's what you'll really see on display today, are these students have come together with incredible leadership and teamwork and have put together this event. And it's obviously it's different than in past years when they put together live events and lunches and dinners and everything. But but it's a whole different set of skills to put together these networking events. And sometimes they don't go quite to plan, as I demonstrated in trying to display my slides earlier. So this is really, as I mentioned, an opportunity for leadership and teamwork. Again, these are the students who really made this happen today and put together this event. So we're really proud of the hard work that the students put into this. And this is exactly what this program is all about. It's really about the students and their opportunity to really step up and show this leadership, and you're gonna see great examples of that today. We've also, through this program, because it is such an international network, we've had some opportunities to let it grow, and some unexpected results have come out of this. We have several universities participating in Brazil, and a couple of years ago, they came together at a Brazilian Congress and they said, hey, we're all members of the Symposia series, let's form an organization. So Intergen was formed, and this Intergen organization is there to enhance communication between graduate students at different institutions across Brazil. And I'll show you in a moment one of the outcomes of this group. We also have a student advisory council that helps provide guidance to symposium organizers, support communications, and this is a program that is fairly new and is going to be stepping up and really providing extra value to this program at an international level. As I mentioned, this is normally how we would be together right now and having large group photos, but unfortunately the world we're living in had this profound impact that we kind of hoped would go away more quickly, but is clearly hanging on. And that has had a profound result on academia, as well as private industry and just society in general. But we, on behalf of Corteva, just want to thank all of the professors and students out there who are having to deal with, converting their classes to an online format. And this is an incredible amount of work they've been going through this year, in addition to the disruptions to family and just general life. So we just want to say how much we appreciate all the work that everyone has been doing. It's had a profound effect on the Symposia series. We had a few live events at the beginning of 2020. By about March, they were converted over to a webinar. Some had to be canceled, some were postponed, but most of them have been converted over to a virtual format, as you'll see today for our Kansas State event. And so we're really excited and proud of how these virtual events have been going, and they've really had a great impact. And they've actually probably changed the way we will do symposia in the future in terms of really incorporating more of this virtual aspect. We had an additional event earlier in April, where our Student Advisory Council put on a plant breeding symposium, completely virtual. I had over 1,000 participants from all over the world. It had a huge impact. And so we're really excited about the way that these virtual events can really not only impact a single institution, but institutions and students all over the globe. Similarly, as I mentioned, Intergen, this Brazilian organization, they also put on an event that was linked to their organization, not a single university, had over 900 participants from 55 universities and 80 other public and private institutions around Brazil. Again, the impact of these virtual symposia, I think, is quite amazing. If you want to learn more about our program and upcoming events, symposiaseries.corteva.com is our webpage. Our next event will be in Brazil, in Viçosa, October 26th, 27th. And we have upcoming in the Tri-Societies meeting, and another one in Brazil, and then Wisconsin and Guelph and Michigan State will actually finish up the end of the year. So we have some great events coming up, and I hope everyone out there, these events are free, open to the public. I hope you have the opportunity to join us and really participate here. Again, I want to thank Kansas State. This is a great, we also have a Plante page. If you want to follow that link there, you can join us to get more information as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning, and I want to wish the organizers well as they put together and execute this fantastic event today. So I'm looking forward to all the talks from the students and the speakers, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rauscher, for your valuable input. Now I'd like to present you Dr. Our Dean Dr. Minton, as the Chief of Academic and Administrative Office for the College of Agriculture. Dean Minton is responsible for developing and implementing the strategic directions of the college and K-State Research and Extension. I would like to give the space to Dr. Minton if you want to share your screen or just talk with us. Please feel free to do it.
Thank you very much, Luciana, and Dr. Rauscher for that very nice introduction about the symposium. It's indeed my pleasure to bring you greetings on behalf of the College of Agriculture and K-State Research and Extension. As Luciana said, I'm Ernie Minton, Dean of the College and Director of K-State Research and Extension. Predictive Agriculture, turning data into decisions. What a compelling and provocative title, and of course, so timely in challenging us to look forward to the future and how data and translation of data will help us shape a sustainable food system globally. In my opinion, it's also fitting that this online symposium is originating from Kansas State University, and as I look at the participant list, so many other land-grant universities from across the United States and then worldwide universities that are dedicated to studying plant and animal systems that support crop and livestock research and teaching. Little could Vermont Congressman Justin Smith Morrill, the author of the first federal legislation in the US in 1862 that established the land-grant university system and the so-called people's colleges that had a mission of teaching and later conducting research in the production of crops and livestock. Couldn't have imagined probably how far we've come in terms of our understanding of systems that ultimately underpin the global food supply. So I'm so impressed and struck by the global engagement of students from obviously from various parts of the world. And this really points to the global connectivity that will be vital to the food production to meet global challenges in population and the anticipated changing dynamics of the climate in the coming decades. So I'd also like to bring to the attention of the group an important part of the mission that we have as universities, and in particular land-grant universities, training the next generation of scientists and educators by way of supporting graduate education. And so I'm really so impressed with the engagement of these students to participate in putting on and hosting this symposium. This symposium adds breadth and professional career building tools and skills that are so vital for these trainees. So I intended my remarks to be brief, and again, I am pleased that K-State is part of this symposium. We're happy to participate as the College of Agriculture and K-State Research and Extension to help sponsor the symposium. The lineup of speakers and topics looks fantastic, and I'm going to hang in here just a little bit and listen for a while as the symposium progresses. So Luciana, with that, I'll close my remarks and turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Minton. Now we will move to some announcements for today before our first presentation from Dr. Messina. As a reminder, we'd like to encourage every one of you to join us for the networking session at 11:30 Central Time. In this channel, as I mentioned before, we will be able to discuss and try to build new bridges with the rest of the people. We'd like to remind everyone also to keep your cameras off and your mics off as well, to respect the speakers. So far, I think it's been a success, so thank you very much for that. Also, after Dr. Messina presentation, feel free to turn on your mics to ask questions or type those on our chat. And also, I would like to take a few more minutes to thank all of our sponsors for making this possible. This is a really important part of the process of making an event, and they trust on us. This event was starting in March last year, and originally was prepared to be a in-person event, but due to the current situations, we decided to move to the online format, and also moving in time. So, and they remain with us through all this process. So thank you very much for your support. We would like to remind everyone that if at any time you have questions or concerns, or you are having any kind of problems with the presentations or with the questions or anything, we have a desk help. So you can just type that on our chat and just send the message directly to this person, that for this morning will be Rachel Vinstra. And for all the attendees that are on Twitter, just to make sure to follow us at KSU-Symposium and watch our feed through the day and the behind of the scenes of today's event. And also you can tweet if you want. We would like to encourage everyone to help us to make this event as interactive as possible. So again, if you have any kind of questions, feel free to post it. And also, if you want, you can use the reactions that are available on Zoom, just the claps or thumbs up for the speakers. This will help us a lot. And we would like to remind everyone to join us this afternoon at 1 p.m. for the rest of the event. The afternoon will focus on the academia. So Dr. Sotirios from Iowa State University and Dr. Clyde from University of Florida will give in their talks today. Again, it's 1 p.m. Central Time. And I think now we are ready to move to our next speaker, Dr. Messina. Dr. Messina is the senior research scientist at Cortiva AgriScience. His major research includes the fusion of biological models and statistical learning methodologies to increase the limits of predictability and response to environment change in agricultural systems. Please, Dr. Messina, if you're ready, feel free to start sharing your screen.
Oh, thank you very much for the invitation, Luciana, Rachel, the organizers, for this opportunity. I think it is great to have the ability to interact with all the students and the next generation of scientists and give us feedback whether we are looking at the future in any sensible way. First, I would like to thanks to my co-authors, Tom Tang, Sandra, and Ryan McCormick for their contributions to the talk, their wonderful analysis. Also, I would like to acknowledge our collaborators, Dr. Hammer and Mark Cooper from UQ, University of Queensland, and Ignacio Champiti's team from Kansas State University, with whom we do a number of research activities in a very motivating way. So with that, I would like to, before talking about circular economies and crop improvement, give a short a snapshot to how the future of agriculture looks like. And to me, is really exciting, but really daunting. First, we need to balance future food demand and supply. And we've seen that at the current levels, for some of the crops that will be sufficient, but for many others it's not. Crop improvement is providing the solution, or one solution is one very powerful lever, but not necessarily enough to deal with that balance in any sustainable way. And the second, which I think is even more daunting, but is a great, tremendous opportunity to make our planet a little bit better, is to activate what I think is a net low or even negative emission agriculture. And think about agriculture contributes about anywhere between 14 and 13% of greenhouse gases. What are the opportunities to reduce that? And as we think about agriculture consuming about 2% of the global fossil fuel for nitrogen fixation, looks like there are some opportunities, serious opportunities to start shifting that balance in the right way. Listening to some of the coffee talks early this week, extremely interesting research in ruminants to decrease methane emissions from beef production. And the same way we can think about reducing nitrous dioxide emissions by better use of technology. So think about an exciting future about all the technology we can use, the great good we can, and great impact, positive impact we can have in the future of the planet, but also the challenges that this face and poses to us. So what are circular economies and why I think about circular economies? First, if you think about the current model of linear utilization of inputs, pass it through the farm, generate some output from consumption, is proven effective to produce food, but really challenging to implement sustainable agricultural systems. So we need to think about and change that paradigm. And the MacArthur Foundation, along with McKinsey, they came up with this framework in which we can think about recycling as part of the design and not an afterthought. Also designing out waste and minimizing toxic discards to the environment that take energy to deal with it. So in the circular economies, this recycling and managing of these cycles is the key, so agriculture is functioning in a much more sustainable way. And what it means, or one examples that come to mind that we can go through as potential contributors, particularly to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and even increase productivity, is about agriculture photosynthesis, optimizing water use, managing the nitrogen cycle as a little before, and minimizing toxic discards, particularly as a nitrate. So think about the circular economies can start shaping or defining that framework within which we need to start thinking in the future agronomy and crop improvement, including breeding. So looking at agricultural photosynthesis, and let's define it as the sustainable process that enables agricultural intensification while combating climate change. The first thing you think about agricultural photosynthesis in leaf photosynthesis, that perhaps our own bias of what we learn in plant physiology, we think if we can increase leaf photosynthesis, we are going to increase the carbon sequestration and fixation. And there was a number of studies. This is the most recent one conducted by Alex Wu. We're motivated by some of the claims that photosynthesis could be increased about 40% by knocking down photorespiration, can increase significant yield. So he took canopy photosynthesis model, which is advanced in a sense that we can connect it with canopy conductance. And his conclusion was that regardless of the yield level, at least in wheat as a representative of C3 species, is not going to lead to a significant solution. It's about 5% increase. So again, from 40% to 5% is a big jump. Still, a positive effect is in the right direction, but it's not what we expect, and it's not the biggest level we can have to deal with ag photosynthesis or decarbonization. Now we look at a different perspective of increasing photosynthesis and carbon fixation, and think about increasing light interception. There's a really nice research done in Argentina in relay cropping, but it doesn't have to be that way. It could be simply double crop in many parts of the US, for example, whereby we can increase photosynthesis in part of the year that the soil is uncovered. So that forces us to start thinking again in crop improvement. What are the breeding objectives? Today we breed for maize in the Central Corn Belt, for soybean maize rotations, and it's pretty much independent by large. Again, there's some disease objectives attached to it, but again, we are breeding for corn. How about now we are having a whole different cropping system, which is highly tailored. The crops are connected to each other in much tighter ways. What are the breeding objectives? Is still the crop or is the cropping system? Again, circular economies now, as we start thinking about how we are going to manipulate those energy and mass flows, start forcing us to rethink about what are the breeding objectives and how we are going to create the methodologies to enable that next generation of breeding methods. You can ask similar questions about designing our waste for water. Here I use an example that we published recently in Crop Science as part of our symposium in Predictive Agriculture at the Tri-Society. And we run several million simulations here to have a picture of the relationship between grain yield and evapotranspiration in the US. This is how the target population looked like. Each point includes a number of management by genotype combinations and environment combinations, with management being planting date, density, irrigation levels, and timing. And the first thing we can see is these linear relationships that we use based on empirical relationships is not as such, is more nonlinear with a clear yield potential cap. Today, the yield potential is about 20 tons, at least as we can verify experimentally. And if you think about cutting waste, any farmer applying more than 700 millimeters of water on average is wasting water, and that means increasing acres, or decreasing acres, or decreasing energy use. The same thing if you go to less than 700 millimeters, then we can have a fairly big spread of yields even at 500 millimeter range, and that delta between those front and lines that you can see in the figure, any deviation from there is a waste. Essentially, they are poor decisions that led to not fully utilizing the water resource and all the energy that it was put in that system. So there are opportunities here, and experimentally we can show that by selecting the right density and the right management with the right timing of watering, we can go from anywhere from 5 tons to about doubling that by just changing genotype and the timing of irrigation. So where we stand is we have a framework now. We can start defining objectives. We have opportunities to cut waste. We can implement the circular economies framework if we use the right tools. That's theory, experimental, small plots. What about on farmers' fields? And that's what you see on the right. We work with the farmers in Nebraska, Western Nebraska and Western Kansas in Colby with our agronomists and Kansas State colleagues. And what you can see there is when we measure evapotranspiration in a fairly detailed using infrared thermometry, you you can quantify that's almost like 30% yield gaps. There are some growers that they don't perhaps know that their water productivity could be significantly increased by tuning their management or by selecting the right products. Again, there are big gaps here. All this, if you will, if you can translate it in terms of emissions, is increase about 30% productivity going from that, if you will, 12 tons to 18 tons front, which there's growers in Hoxie, Kansas that actually can deliver that, and just before the plateauing and the reduction in water productivity, it's feasible. It's feasible to accomplish, and if that will decrease the amount of land or increase the production. Look at pick the perspective that you like to look at that. But anyways, opportunities to cut waste. And the same thing with nitrogen. Breeders have been increasing nitrogen efficiency for the last century. This is research done by Sarah Mueller at Purdue. And again, breeding as a lever to increase or reduce the use of inputs. But that's fantastic, but that's just still only part of the story. If you think about how that nitrogen use efficiency came about, it came about by shifting the proportion of the nitrogen that the plant is allocating to stem to leaf. So now you can think about what are the consequences of this shift in the tissue composition, on the degradation, the nitrogen dynamics in the soil and whatnot. Again, perhaps this is an example that I'm stretching, trying to make a case that is not just increasing yields in the circular economy, but what are the derivative consequences that we need to assess as we start making decisions in advanced hybrids that not only need to deliver yields, but it reduce the nitrogen, the greenhouse gas emissions. So these three cases, while they provide an optimistic view that we have some tools that can deliver on the circular economies, it forces us to think that what we really need, particularly if we're going to do crop improvement in this new framework, is that we need some prediction capabilities that are multidimensional. It's not just multiple traits. We have the capability. We are really interested in that. What are the genetic architecture controls of physiology, morphology, and what are the consequences on yield and quality, but also in the multiple dimensions, how these changes in physiology and morphology will affect the nitrogen balance, the nitrogen use efficiency, the nitrogen emissions and loss, the same thing with water, what will be the impact on water quality, what are the opportunities to breed for crops that has a higher contribution to reduce or increase carbon sequestration. Again, though, these are traits that now you can think that we can use for selection, but the breeder may not be willing or able to take this measurement in multiple dimensions. So these take us to think about what sort of framework we can put in place in order to make advancement or selection decisions based on these two dimensions. And here is something we publish a perspective with Dr. Penn and Caillou Won at the University of Illinois, where crop growth modeling could be part of that framework in which, by predicting genotype, by environment, by management interactions, we can set or we can evaluate the different genotype by management technologies in two dimensions. One is the crop productivity assessment, and the other one is the environmental assessment. And that impact on the environment, it could be in any dimensions I alluded before. So what sort of crop models we can think about? First, this we think is about dynamic crop growth models. These are models that relate and act as link functions between the gene and the phenotype, but also the phenotype to the environment. So also this is a bidirectional relationship, is how solar radiation affect growth, but also how growth affect the water use, the nitrogen dynamics in the soil. So in this case, you can see a simulation of plant growing, developing the leaf area, affecting light interception. We can quantify that carbon sequestration, if you will, and the same thing we can do for simulating root architecture, dynamics of root growth, and the stress. And you can probably, Sotirios will talk about nitrogen, and you will learn a lot more about models for nitrogen through the Absin work he's doing. So now we have part of the solution of the framework. These crop growth models can relate environment, genotypes, management, and how the selection of any particular genotype can affect the environment for the assessment of that trait physiology on variables of interest. The other piece that is missing here, we need, is how we are going to connect then the genotypes with these phenotypes. And think about the why here as the prediction of a phenotype for genotype I in environment J, for agronomic management M, and phenotype P. And this P now has a crop phenotype, we'll say yield and leaf area, which is an output of the crop growth model, but also can be environmental phenotypes. What are the consequences of the selection, let's say, of a hybrid with reduced conductance on the water dynamics, or enhanced leaf area, or increased specific leaf nitrogen, as we observed in capturing nitrogen and the nitrogen loss. And we can think about other lists with erosion and other attributes of the system. So one thing we can think about this Y, I, J, and P is a function of this crop growth model and error. And if we can model this within a Bayesian framework, and that's the representation of those triangles, is that hierarchy or hierarchical Bayesian model, which the triangles on the top, if you will, represent that, if you will, statistical priors that define the value of the alleles. The bigger triangles are the prior distributions for the physiological traits. The big triangle is everything integrates to the crop growth model, and the crop growth models output a phenotype. Now we have genomics for different genotypes, or we can use genomics to characterize the different genotypes. We can use phenomics to take multiple measurements, and we can use statistical learning and optimization to train and estimate the values of the alleles. So formally, what we do is use this crop model as a link function. We use a hierarchical Bayesian framework, and we use metropolis with gives to sample the posterior. The key, if you will, level to look at here is the example I put there, where Y RUE, radiation use efficiency, is modeled as a mean plus the vector of allele, the genotype of the marker profile plus the marker effect. The rest are hyperparameters that we can utilize to train the model. So everything is described in the paper. I'm more than happy to entertain questions later. So by using that approach, we know that for yield, one dimension, if you will, in the multidimensional framework, we know it can improve relative to methods that do not account for genotype by environment interactions. To think about base A is a reference, and the improvement is the ability for the crop growth model to model genotype by environment interactions. And you can see like the green dots in there, when the genetic correlations are negative or zero in that, probably that case, or close to zero, you can see the crop model gene prediction does much better than base A. So we have a framework now and a machinery that is functional we can use as a base to improve and think about how we are going to extend to multiple traits. And advances in phenotyping start providing that capability. Think about emergence, so we can fly drones, and those are observables. Now, we don't need to estimate the values. We can actually do a genetic analysis and estimate the effect of emergence and final plant populations on the training. We can also use high resolution satellite. This is, you can see there in the center figure, an experiment we ran for factors varying in the management. You have high density and low density. There are different irrigation levels, and you can see the flowering stress on the left, and inside there are drought susceptible and tolerant. So if you pay attention to the figure on the bottom there, that satellite image, you should be able to see that checkboard inside the boxes that that checkboard represents susceptible and tolerant hybrids. And on the other end, we can monitor at the end through imaging yield components such as kernel numbers. So advances in phenotyping are creating a tremendous opportunity to start collecting data on these multiple phenotypes during the season, at the beginning and at the end, that create this opportunity now to extend this Bayesian framework to not only these multiple traits as alluded before, but to observe traits. So if we observe, this is preferable than trying to estimate those traits based on molecular markers. And the other piece of information is we can use satellite over the growing season, satellite information over the growing season to estimate leaf areas. We may have a much better estimation of yield, or at least that is our hypothesis. So in order to test this extended framework, we went back to what I say, it's a fairly large data set that Mark Cooper generated when we were working within his breeding program that led to the Aquamax development. And this data set include it was about from 2009 to 2014. That's the period that we choose to use because of the quality of the data. There were earlier years, but we were more comfortable selecting this subset, but include 52 environments with an evapotranspiration rain covering from 250, which is about 0 yield, as you probably hopefully remember from that gap analysis, figure and heat map to 800 millimeters, which is about when you reach the yield potentials. These experiments were conducted and include about 103 breeding populations. Of course, not all the populations were grown in every year, so all the experiments were connected through common checks and in some cases common populations across years that enable conducting a combined analysis, and it included a total of 7,000 hybrids. So essentially, the results you will see is based on 52 environments, 103 populations, and 7,000 hybrid training on 7,000 hybrids. So the analysis, we use a mixed linear model to do this combined analysis. Of course, because it's unbalanced, we produce blobs for each of the hybrids. And with those, what we did is train the crop model for genome prediction using blobs to remove some of the spatial variation, row columns and AR1s, if you will, to have a better quality of the predictions as possible, and also to make predictions that are across all the years and environment, sorry. We estimate the accuracy as out of sample predictions. We use about 20% of the data to train the models and 80% for testing the predictions. And we use Bayes-A, as I mentioned before, as a reference. So we have two cases here for prediction. One, we train on yield and loan, and we predict yield, shed, silk, and kernel numbers. In a statistical sense, doesn't make any sense, because if you are training on yield, you cannot predict shed and silk. But because we are using a crop growth model, and as you saw, there's a network of processes that are connected, by training on yield, there may be information that can be useful to train and estimate values for silking and kernel numbers. And the next experiment analysis is to use all the traits to predict yield, shed, silk, and kernel numbers. So now we have the prediction of yield that account for information of silk, and the prediction for silk account information from yield. And we did that, we trained the model across using the information for all environments that we were sampling, but the predictions are for unknown genotypes. I apologize, that's no genotypes, has the wrong box in there. The crop growth model we use is based on what we published before with Mark Cooper, and is that network I showed before. But because we knew in this population the silks were particularly sensitive to water deficit, we incorporated new routines that we recently published in silico plant, whereby we simulate the year as a set of cohorts of kernels. Each cohort could be one or more rings in the year. The husk length determine the length of that silks need to grow to emerge. And there's an equation to model the silk elongation rate as a function of the water deficit. For this particular exercise, what we did is we selected 4 traits, the number of cohorts that you see represented there by the dotted lines, if you will, the husk length, the leaf appearance rate, because we are modeling flowering time, and radiation use efficiency to account for variation in growth. So again, we choose these 4 traits to estimate and model as a function of markers within the crop growth model. So what we learn now, and before I get into the details, let me show that on the x-axis you will see the prediction accuracy of base A estimated by a correlation between the observed and the predicted. Remember, we are predicting on new genotypes. And on the y-axis you see the accuracy of crop model whole genome prediction as estimated also by the correlation coefficient. The dotted line represents the 1-to-1 line, and you can see 2 reps, open dots and closed dots, because we run two chains of that Markov process to, if you will, repeat the process twice. Essentially, if you want to take the mean accuracy as represented on the small table on the top, essentially you can repeat that twice. So what we learn, as before, we have 4 populations. Now we have about 199 more added to the plot. And essentially, we see the exact same pattern. We can pretty much double the prediction accuracy relative to base A. So what this tells us is that this crop model whole genome prediction is a very effective way to model G by E when the G by E is obviously present. How about shed? The model actually does quite poorly. There's virtually 0 correlation because there's no information for the model to capture. Shed is a function of leaf appearance rate, and that's a pretty much separate process relative to the other components. Yes, there's some yield variation that if there's a lot of variation in the timing of shedding, and we are talking about a very specific situation, environmental situation, yes, we can pick it up, but across 50 environments, that's not, obviously is not the case. But for silking, because it's way more sensitive to water deficit, and water deficit is included in the training set, obviously it's a draw program, you can see that the correlation between the observed and the predicted is greater than 0, but certainly much smaller than what you can do with base A. Think about base A is what is possible, and we are capturing only a fraction, but it's greater than 0, and this essentially is telling us that the model is, through that topology of relationship between physiological processes, able to capture some of the genetic signal that permeates to yield and attribute it back to silk. And with the kernel numbers, because it's closer to yield in that sort of network of causal components, we can estimate much closer to what is possible as determined or predicted by, or estimated by base A. And you can see that even in some cases we are doing much better than the base A example. So this is the reference where we are using only, if you will, univariate. This we are using yield to train the model, and we are predicting these, if you will, correlated traits. So what if we add information now for the yield, but also on the shed, silk, and kernel numbers? And what you can see here is that the predictive scale didn't change a whole lot, but the points inside the clouds changed a little bit. So it's telling us that now, by constraining the possible allele values that can take at any position in the genome, that we are imposing a constraint that has to have a causal relationship on yield and flowering time. So now we look at the shedding, and obviously with piece of information, we can do equally or better than the base A, essentially capturing everything that need to be captured there, and probably a little bit more. But again, shedding is fairly independent of yield, so we can argue that these two numbers are not that different in the end. But with silking, for example, these two numbers are significantly different, at least in my mind. You can see when the base A fails, the crop growth model can have quite a significant high accuracy. And finally, for kernel numbers, it increased a little bit, but still is under the potential or reference that at least we should be able to predict. So now when we take these results together, what we can show is that the availability of multiple data types for model training can predict the skill across the traits. And that's what you see in the bottom of those set of panels. The connectivity among the traits through the model can help the model to leverage information. And you can see the silk versus shed differences in there. But also expose model weaknesses. If you think about the kernel number, yes, the model perhaps improves a little bit, but there's obviously a missing component in the crop growth model. For example, the late abortion that perhaps is a potential process that is explaining that adaptation or variation in yields across the germplasm that is essentially not in the model. So therefore, there's nothing that this algorithm can do, simply just totally missing. So there's a temptation to start adding more and more and more processes, but there's a problem with that. We need to manage this biological reality and the parsimony, because adding more models first make model more complex and more difficult to train. Professor Welch may have some can share some lessons about that, about training models which are too complicated or complex. And the other piece is they need to run in a reasonable amount of time for breeders to make decisions. If they are too complex, these things may be running for days and weeks, and we miss the opportunity to make decisions in a timely manner, to make advancing decisions to send material, for example, to a nursery. So again, there's a management between the biological realism and our breeding realities. So what we foresee in the future is that crop modeling itself will enter a new set of dynamics where models is not going to be upstream or DSAT or something else. We'll put a name on it, or Corteva model for it for the sake of the argument, but is going to be more customized and tuned to the populations that dealing with and what are the processes that matter. For example, if nitrogen doesn't really matter on the Western environment, perhaps we don't need to worry too much about the emissions in the Western environments, but certainly is a key feature that you may want to include when you're dealing with breeding in the Central Corn Belt. So again, dynamics of crop model development, we foresee will enter a whole new phase. So how we are going to maybe back to enabling circular economies, once we train the models with market information, what we can do now is exercise the model and start comparing genotypes for their performance in different geographies and different years. This is just an example of two checks, an Aquamax and non-Aquamax in a dry and a wet year. And we can think about maximizing the agricultural photosynthesis. P1197 is an extremely high yielding hybrid, and you can see perhaps more greener in this wet environment of the Central Corn Belt. So that's a way to start increasing and maximizing that carbon fixation, which you're not going to accomplish by a reduced conductance 1244, for example. But 1244 will produce more yield in the Western environment, and that's where we can select and increase that way by selecting the right product in the right environment. We can increase that agricultural photosynthesis. And the other one, and this is work we are doing in collaboration with Kansas State and the Lima groups. Think about this fantastic idea on managing water allocations over a 5-year period. So now the farmer not only has the opportunity to select for one crop, but it's a rotation, not only double cropping, but it could be the whole 5-year sequences, and what are the breeding objectives for that. So one thing we can do is, now that we have the ability to train models for not only maize, but we can do the same thing for soybean, canola, sorghum, and whatnot. Now we can start exercising the value of the different rotations and sequences of crops on the delivery of value for the farmers. What are the different options? And instead of doing the gap analysis for a single crop, we can do a gap analysis for multiple crops or cropping sequences, which is what you can see here. So essentially between this range of water, which is what typically growers in Kansas will have on 5 years, depending on the township and depending on the grower, they may have multiple options to choose from. Of course, the lower the water, you can start seeing the inclusion of wheat, fallow, and sorghum relative to maize monocultures when there's plenty of water. But again, this is reward, and you can extend this to other dimension, which would be the environmental dimension. But the crop growth models can do that in terms of water capture and nitrogen and carbon emissions. So again, this is painting a very glimpse and dim picture of the future, but this is where we are thinking, this is where we are heading. So in summary, society is demanding better quality environment, health, and production system. So we need to change how we think about crop improvements that include not only that productivity, but also environment, production systems, and human health. We think that circular economies is a useful framework to think about the future of crop improvement as we think in these multiple dimensions. We propose this multidimensional framework as a way to assess both crop attributes and environmental sustainability. And we have already a framework in place, which is based on this crop model whole genome prediction, that with the use of advanced phenomics, we can start training it for delivering predictions, not only for that yield, but the environmental phenotypes. The prediction accuracies, we demonstrate now way more robust data set that this framework is capable to model G by E with a very large data set. And we foresee that enabling circular economies and low emission agriculture is feasible, but will require more technical developments on sensors, experimental designs, algorithms, and advancing these crop models and whole genome prediction technology. I think I will leave it there, Rachel and Luciana, and maybe we have a little bit more time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Messina, was a great presentation. Now I would like to give the space to anyone who wants to ask questions. Remember that you can unmute your mic and ask the questions using your voice, or also you can type the questions on our chat. Okay, if nobody...
Charlie?
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
Richard Vanderlip.
Hey,
Go back to your LIPA thing. How many simulations went into those points? I'm struggling with the difference between a long-term effect and making a decision on the farm for the coming season.
I think we use, again, Sandra maybe bail me out if she's online, but I believe it was about 10 years simulations we're running AppSim in that case. So it took a little bit of a time. But these are 5 years, and within those 5-year sequence, we run it for 10 years or 10 times for each combination.
Okay, thank you.
As you think about enabling and working with growers and put this in the hands of growers will require way more simulation for those sequences, right? More options, and so they can explore that more fully.
Okay, we have a question here. In your opinion, what are the main challenges from graduate students training perspectives to adjust the increasing needs of more transdisciplinary science?
What are the challenges?
From graduate students? Like, I think the idea was about the training and how to train the graduate students.
Yeah, we are having those discussions in different contexts. I think the graduate programs are not fully suited for that transdisciplinary training yet. You can see in Kansas State, I think the interaction with the computer science department, or Iowa State with the P3 program. There are some examples, but I think it will require more a formal, if you will, a change to enable training grad students, certainly on data science and more quantitative skills. I can say my experience when I was a grad student, think about this is your career as a grad student. So don't wait for grad school to provide the means, and talk with your supervisor and own your career, right? At the end of the day, it's your career. So think about what sort of transdisciplinary research you would like to do or training, and just work with your supervisor to make it happen. Stay ahead.
Great thoughts. Yes. We have another question from Jeffrey Morris. What do you think the predictions on ecosystem services, environmental outputs, are already reliable, or will a substantial investment be needed to test, revise those parts of the model? Example, since the models were built primarily for predictive yield, not ecosystem services.
Not that, yes and no. I agree and disagree in parts. Yes, there are some models that were built to predict yield, but there's very, I would say, they're excellent models like SUA there that were developed to think about the impact on the environment. Again, there are more hydrology. So yes, these are perhaps is not the best example for ecosystem services, but there are other models that they fit that purpose. So yes, there will be a requirement to invest in developing models or combining pieces or adapting for sure. But maybe the approach to the problem is the same way we approach it with molecular breeding. And you can see that some of the prediction accuracies are 0.2, but 0.2 is better than 0, and that shifts the whole distribution. So we can start making progress without having perfect models. So I think there are two paths here that need to happen. One is, given what we have, how we leverage all that information to start having impacts today. And then as the question, what are the critical components we need to develop to improve upon that? So not sure about the large investment. I think I will be rushing to a conclusion, but I'm confident that there are models out there developed by USDA that has a lot of components that can help us estimate ecosystem services and could be leveraged extensively.
Thank you. I think we have another question from Josefina. So if you want to ask, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Luciana. Thank you, Charlie, for your presentation. And maybe this is a little bit specific, but I was looking at your Bayesian framework and how it compares to the crop growth model. I don't know what your thoughts are on adding more informations in the Bayesian priors to improve those estimations. I don't know if my question is.
Yeah, no, yes, I think it's right on, it's highly relevant. One thing we do is run experiments to sort of use or define or have informative priors, right? That helps with the convergence, with the realism of what we parameterize. For example, some of the processes like light response to, or CO2, or assimilation response to PAR, right? We can really phenotype that in 7,000 hybrids, but we can phenotype that in 100 hybrids and have a pretty solid informative priors. And so that's part of the, I think, beauty of this method, that we can do a fair amount of physiology and we can characterize populations and define those priors with a lot of confidence. And then we use that to estimate parameters using the marker information from all the other hybrids. So if you're asking, can we use information to improve the priors? Yes, and that's, I think, part of the key on how you utilize this framework. And I think it will be even more relevant, going back to Jeff's question, as we want to estimate ecosystem services. So for example, today, because we are interested on yield, we can get by with living with some errors on the nitrogen balance, right? But if we really want to get that output for, let's say, nitrogen losses and whatnot, we want to have informative and solid priors on processes that are leading to nitrogen, let's say, leaching or nitrogen losses. But we cannot do that in thousands of cases, but we can do this in a handful of those, so we can have solid priors.
Great, thanks.
That's perhaps the way to start connecting your question with Jeff, and limited the amount of investments we need to start having impact on the environment and agriculture.
Thank you.
We have one more question, Charlie, from Dr. Clyde Fraze. And he's asking, the concept of circular economy is quite interesting. How do you see it applied not only to the plant, but upscaling it to the field or farm level?
Yeah, I think what we are trying to do here is connecting the crop model whole genome prediction to have a crop, and perhaps it is one element that will provide, if you will, a set of decisions that you can actually apply it into landscape models. So I think the real impact will happen when you integrate these, if you will, crop level estimates and parameters, when you put that inside a landscape model to really start designing the landscapes to minimize the environmental impact. So I think I fully agree with Clyde's vision that that's a path forward. Yeah, the largest impact will be when you integrate the things.
Great, Charlie. Thank you very much. If there is no questions, we can take a 5 minutes break and come back at 9:25, 5 minutes before the students' presentation, to set up everything.
Thank you.
Get your coffee and try to take a rest. Okay, thank you for being with us, still being with us. Now it's time to move to the students. I'd like to present master student Paula DeMarco. Paula DeMarco will be moderating this morning session. Please, Paula, feel free to start sharing your screen when you feel comfortable.
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm Paula DeMarco, master student at Kansas State University. I'm very excited here today to present the first session of what guided the student presentation for the Symposium of Predictive Agriculture Symposium 2020. Today with us, we have 8 students that are going to be sharing their research with us. We will have 4 students during the morning session and 4 students during the afternoon section started at 2 p.m. The good thing of moving our symposium virtually is that we have the opportunity to have students for different countries with us today and with a different variety of topics presenting. So we have students from United States, from Australia, from Nepal, from Argentina and Brazil. But before moving into our first presentation, I would like to talk to you about some guidance on how it's going to be our session. So the students will have a total of 5 minutes to present their research, and followed by 4 minutes for questions and answers. The audience is welcome to type their questions in the chat box, or you can also unmute yourself and speak directly to the presenters. We will try to keep our 5 minutes and 4 for questions. We are flexible, but the idea is to give all the students the opportunity to share their research and be comfortable with the timing as well. And lastly, I'm glad to announce that the speaker will be evaluating by the committee that is external for the symposium. They will be looking at the presentation of the students, and the awards are going to be announced during the final remarks in our symposium this afternoon. So without spending much time, let's jump into our first speaker of this morning session. Her name is Justina Serrano. She is a master's student at the University of Western Australia. So Justina, this is your time. You can start sharing your screen.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Let me know when I can start.
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Welcome to everyone. My name is Justina Serrano, and today I will present a summary of my master's thesis, which was about remote sensing to identify early annual ryegrass in wheat. As I said, this was part of my master's degree at the University of Western Australia. So to give you a context, we were focused on the early season period because in Australia, every year, 240,000 tons of wheat are lost due to this early wheat crop competition. And as you can see in this image, it was quite a challenging task because we were trying to identify a grass weed within a grass crop, which is seated in a narrow interrow space and with the presence of stubble. However, we hypothesized that annual ryegrass could be detected in the early stages in a wheat crop using drone images. but we wanted to know which was the optimum pixel size and growth stage combination, and if there were any differences in the type of cameras that we were using. So we had one experiment in the farm, one in the glass house, where we seeded on different dates, different densities of ryegrass in order to get different patch densities and growth stages of our target wheat. We evaluated the trials on different growth stages of the wheat, where we flew the drone at different altitudes in order to collect the images. We did this with these two cameras, an RGB and a multispectral. Then we processed the images and we calculated two vegetation indices, excess green from the RGB images and NTVI from the multispectral images. Now, the glass house experiment was used to answer the first question, which is the optimum pixel size to detect the early stages of this weed. So what you can see in this chart, we had different pots that represented different growth stages of ryegrass. At different altitudes, we captured the images with both cameras. And what you can see from a visual interpretation scale, you can see that we couldn't detect the seedling plants at any of the altitudes, but we succeeded in detecting the early tillering plants when flying below 30 meters with both cameras. So the first conclusion could be that to detect the early stages of annual ryegrass, probably flying at lower altitudes and with smaller pixels would be better. Now, we wanted to test the same detectability results or limits in our field experiment. However, we couldn't. Why? Because our ryegrass plants failed to establish in the paddock. We experienced a really dry start of the season, which was combined with a strong crop competition. However, there were other opportunistic weeds, as you can see here, growing in the inter-row space. So we used this set of images in order to answer the second question, which is the optimum type of camera to detect weed patches. So we test this principle with our vegetation indices, NDVI from the multispectral images and excess green from the RGB images. Now I want you to focus on these blue boxes. The blue boxes represent the reflectance of the wheat patches. And what you can see is that the spectral separability, this is the distance from the wheat patches against the other two targets in the field, which were soil and crop, increased as we increased the flying height. And this was true for both cameras. Also, you can see that there was less overlapping between the classes in the multispectral images. So the second conclusion would be that to detect dense wheat patches like the ones that we had in the field, higher altitudes and bigger pixels would be better. And also the multispectral camera outperformed the RGB camera. Finally, the take-home messages that I want you to remember after my presentation are that first, annual ryegrass, and especially in the early period, is a difficult target to try to find. Second, that this higher and lower rule would depend if the wheat formed a canopy or what we call a patch or not yet. And the third rule would be that first you have to know your target, the morphology, the size, the density, and then choose your remote sensing tool, because not all the sensors work for all the targets. Thank you. That's the end.
Thank you very much, Justina.
Welcome.
You did a great presentation.
I hope it wasn't too fast.
No, it was great. So we will have, we will leave a little bit of time if the audience has any question for Justina.
Yes.
Hi, Christina. I have a question.
Yes.
First, great presentation. Thank you very much. It was awesome. So my question is, why you choose NDVI and not other possible combinations? I'm guessing that correct me if I'm wrong, but the camera, multispectral camera that you are using is a Sequoia or something similar?
Exactly. So it's a mica sense. This multispectral camera had 5 bands. Apart from the RGB, also the near infrared and the red edge. So we used these extra bands that the camera offered in order to calculate the NDVI, whereas the other camera, the typical RGB, we couldn't be able to calculate NDVI because we didn't have the infrared region. Also, after reading different papers in weed detection, these are the 2 main indices that are kind of competing in the weed detection field. And we wanted to know, do we need an expensive multispectral camera to calculate NDVI, or probably with an excess screen from an RGB camera, which is cheaper, we can have the same results? And of course, yeah, there was a difference between the cameras.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Justina, this is Jason. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Nice talk. You said that for the broadleaf detection, your results suggested that the higher drone heights were more successful in distinguishing crop from broadleaf weeds. Could you give me kind of somebody who doesn't have technical experience here? Why was that an expected result, and why did that happen?
Well, the thing is that because we had a super high density of the weeds, we had almost 200 plants per square meter, which is a lot, and the morphology of the broadleaf weeds, which are circular compared to the grass weeds. So this made that bigger pixels could capture the average of the reflectance of all those weeds in the patch. So going higher, we could get a specific spectral values of that patch compared to lower altitudes where there was a lot of mixing between the pixels. So it was better to have bigger pixels that could average the reflectance of all the broadleaf weeds. So this was true for the broadleaf weeds. We'll have to try the same probably principle in a real ryegrass patch, but as I said, because of the dry season, our plants died before reaching maturity, so we couldn't test it.
Great, thank you. One more quick question, just a methodological question. You say that yes. there was 120 meter height for the
yes.
pot-grown plants. I assume you don't have a 120 meter high glass house. Does that mean that they were then taken outside and then the drone
yes.
flown over them?
Yes. So we put all the pots in an open space area, away from people, of course, and we tested the different altitudes in an open space.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, nice questions. Do we have any other question for Justina?
I have a question.
Yes.
Right. Hey, Justina, this is Leo Bastos. Thanks for your presentation. So I've been working with imagery as well, and I was curious about how did you separate, so you had a plot, the box plots that you showed where you had soil, crop, and weeds. I was curious on how did you separate those pixels into those classes? And,
yes.
and after that question, wasn't it more difficult to perform that separation as you flew at higher altitudes and had larger pixel size?
Yeah, actually what I did, I drew polygons around the different classes. So it was 50 for each class, 50 polygons for crop, 50 for weeds, and 50 for crop. And I overlapped those polygons in the RGB orthomosaic in order to be sure that I was drawing around the correct target. And then I overlaid those polygons in my vegetation indices orthomosaic. And then I extracted the mean values or reflectance values for each class. And I drew the polygons in each orthomosaic according to the altitude. So I adjust my polygons to the pixel size. Could you get what I said?
Yes, thanks. And so like you were using the image from each altitude to redraw your polygons based on that specific image.
Yes, and I use the RGB, which is like the true color, in order to be sure that I wasn't drawing, like, for example, a weed, but it was a crop.
I see. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone has any other question for Justina? Okay, if we don't have any more questions, I would like to thank you, Justina. You did a great presentation. Thank you for your time and for sharing your research with us today.
Yeah,
so now, thank you. Now we are going to move for our next presenter. She's Ali Locker. She's a doctorate student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln in the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture. So Ali, this is your time. You are able now to share your screen.
Great, thank you. Get that pulled up here. All right. Is everyone able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, thanks for having me today. As Paula said, I'm a Doctor of Plant Health student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I'm excited to share with you all a project that I worked on this summer, developing the Vegetable Variety Navigator, which is an interactive grower decision support tool. So to start out, I'd like everyone to take a moment and imagine that you are a vegetable grower in the middle of winter and you've just received your seed catalogs. And it's a very exciting time. You're looking forward to choosing your varieties for the next season. And when you open these catalogs, you might find many varieties depending on what seed supplier or what crop you're looking at. These are just a small sample of different seed suppliers and the number of varieties for 3 crops. You can see upwards of 24 varieties for broccoli, 74 for cucumber, 41 for pepper. And so with all of these choices, how would you start making that decision? Where would you look for more information to help? So there are lots of different sources that you could look to, including talking with those seed company representatives, thinking about your past experience with certain varieties, talking to fellow farmers, conducting a broad internet search, or looking at local variety trials. And all of these information sources are valuable and have their pros and cons. But as researchers, we were looking for a way to aggregate all of the variety trial information so that growers could use that to help get some science around their decisions in terms of what varieties to select. So to do that, we developed this tool called the Vegetable Variety Navigator. We conducted a systematic literature review and ended up with about just under 300 studies that are included in this tool. We extracted yield and quality data for the 3 crops that we included: broccoli, peppers, and cucumbers. Then we analyzed this data, calculating relative yield or quality values for each variety that was included in a study. So how did that variety perform in relation to the others in that study? And then we took that analysis a step further to aggregate it with other studies that included those varieties and constructed confidence intervals to get a sense of how broadly or narrowly adapted that particular variety was based on these results. And finally, we inputted these data into Tableau, which is a data visualization software, and we will be launching the tool online. So here is kind of the core of the tool. This is a graph that shows the relative yield potential for broccoli varieties. The color coding corresponds to the relative yield potential. So blue is low relative yield, gray in the middle is moderate, and then orange are high. And so each of these varieties has 3 data points, an upper and lower bound, as well as a mean relative yield potential. And we have more information that comes up in this pop-up box about the number of site years and studies that contribute to these values. Again, these are relative numbers, so these are not actual yield values, but rather a percentage that you could expect. So that for this particular variety Captain, you might expect that it would perform a little less well than others that you might grow. Back briefly to the adaptability conversation, you'll see that some varieties have a very narrow confidence interval, like this pinnacle here. And that suggests that the results are a little more reliable and the variety is more broadly adapted to different growing environments. That would be in contrast to something like Shogun, which has a very wide confidence interval. So it would be more of like a high risk, high reward type of variety. You could expect very great performance or not so great performance depending on your growing conditions. And so we have similar graphs for each of the crops, as well as quality information where that was available. Briefly, we also have a map of where these studies were conducted, and growers can filter the studies on this map by the different crops or a particular variety. And something that we think is pretty exciting is they can also look for specific studies that were conducted with a similar soil texture or a similar aridity index value to their own. So some future opportunities that we see for this tool. Over the winter, we plan to do some beta testing, get some feedback from growers in our area in Nebraska. We will be conducting variety trials on these 3 crops, on broccoli, cucumber, and peppers in 2021 and 22. So that will give us another opportunity to kind of compare what we get on the ground to what this tool suggests. When we launch this live online, we will have an area where folks can submit data for consideration if they've conducted their own variety trials, or if we've missed their data in our analysis, they can submit that for consideration. And we'd also like to expand to additional crops as time and resources permit. To wrap up, I would like to thank these folks who made this project possible. Dr. Sam Wortman is my mentor for this project at UNL, his student and my colleague, Chris Chen, as well as Katie Kreuzer and John Porter, who are extension educators with the University of Nebraska. And thank you all for your time and attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback or ideas for the tool.
Thank you very much, Ali. Nice presentation. So now we are open for questions for Ali. Does anyone have any question for her?
Hi, Ali. My name is Rachel Veenstra. I'm here with Luciana. Very nice presentation. You did an excellent job. I just had a question about the crops that you selected for your tool. I think you said broccoli, peppers, and cucumbers, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is there a specific reason why you chose those crops over others, and why did you make that selection?
Sure. This is part of, well, it was a COVID spin-off or adaptation. We were going to be conducting the actual trials this summer, but due to travel restrictions, we were not able to. So this was part of a specialty crops block grant that included those 3 vegetable varieties. And they were identified as specialty crops grown in Nebraska, where we didn't have a lot of information, variety trial data already that was local to Nebraska. So those are the 3 crops that are included in this tool. And then, as I mentioned, we'll be doing the actual variety trials in the following 2 growing seasons.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I was just curious why you picked those crops over others.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, that's a great question.
Hi, Ali. This is Jason Rauscher. Nice presentation. My question is with respect to the data, right? There's a lot of these variety trials that you were looking through the data. Do you have a way of kind of sorting, the quality of the field trials before they're included in this? And I imagine there's a lot of variation between varieties and crops in terms of the quality of the data, the number of years that are included in that data. How do you kind of incorporate that in there? And then my second question is, is there an ability to say why certain trials didn't do well, whether it was disease or drought years or things like that? It seems like there's a lot of information in there that's hidden as well.
Sure. Yeah, those are great questions, and yeah, there definitely is a lot packed into those graphs. In terms of your first question, we had criteria for inclusion in our analysis. So we asked, or one of our criteria was that there was a third party involved in the data collection. So there weren't tons of trials that were just conducted by a farmer alone, but we didn't include any trials that didn't have a third party. So typically that was extension or a university presence. We also didn't include industry related trials. Again, we didn't find a lot of that data, but we wanted to kind of ensure that we had a standard for inclusion that would minimize some of those considerations that you mentioned, some of the potential bias or lack of quality in the data. In terms of the second question, I think that's important, and we haven't accounted for like individual study results from individual studies alone, like putting some type of asterisk if they had a huge wipeout due to a disease or due to weather. I think that the hope is that we've included, so when we were doing the analysis, we included cultivars where there were 3 or more different sites and locations, so site by site years, so that we weren't relying solely on one single study in one single year to produce these data. So if there were at least 3 different site years and locations, we included that data in those graphs. If there were fewer than that, they aren't included at all, partially due to the reasons you mentioned, so that we weren't presenting data that was explained by some kind of really good year or really poor year, if that makes sense. I hope I answered your questions.
Yes, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, nice questions. Do we have any other question for Ali?
Hey, Paula, this is Leo again. I have a question for Ali. Ali, thank you so much. This is really interesting and a very impressive tool that you developed with the team. So congrats for that. So I couldn't help to notice that when you showed the geographic extent of your data or the data that you collected, at least to me, it seemed like there was nothing coming from Nebraska or Kansas, which perhaps demonstrates the need for your work to do this for these regions. And then my actual question is, how do you think that, how transferable do you think it is, the data? Let's say if a Nebraska or Kansas producer goes to your tool to check for yield potential, let's say, and they happen to come across a variety that they want to use, but the data is only coming from, I don't know, the West Coast perhaps. How transferable do you think that this data really is to a farmer that's located in a place where no data is available for that specific variety, and only data from very far away and perhaps a very different growing condition is available? Like how do you think, how transferable do you think that information really is?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great question, and a good note, and agreed that it's a justification for doing some more on the ground variety trials here in the Great Plains for vegetables. We were pretty impressed and surprised that we did do a meta regression to see if things like soil texture or aridity were predictive of yield results, yield response. And we found very few varieties where that was actually the case. So we're kind of the takeaway from that in our eyes is that most of the commercially available varieties are fairly widely adapted. And so there's, of course, variation depending on different environmental factors and weather especially. And that was part of the reason we did include that geographic distribution so that growers could say, okay, these data are all coming from the Northeast. I know that my humidity is much drier here in Nebraska, so I can kind of do my own proxy for what my results might be. That's also another reason we didn't include like the raw yield data, because there is so much variation in those actual numbers. I had one more thing that I was going to say, and I think I've lost it. But yeah, I think that's a great question. And I was just going to mention that that yield and quality parameters are only part of a grower's decision-making process in terms of what varieties they would like to grow. So they might have other factors that are more important than yield or quality. So we really view this as another tool in their toolbox as they're making that decision. So this is not meant to be an end-all be-all resource, rather a way to combine all of this data and present it in an accessible way to growers.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ali. So do we have any other question for her? Just to mention, we have also the abstracts and some more information from the presenters today in our website. I am typing the link in our chat box in case someone else wants to check out the abstract for the students and maybe contact them for more information or more questions. So if we don't have any other question for Ali, I will go ahead and present our next presenter. So our next student is Daniel Perondi. He is a PhD student at the University of Florida. So Daniel, this is your moment if you want to share your screen.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna. Okay. Paula, can you see my presentation? Does my audio look good? Sounds
Yes,
good.
yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation. Okay.
Great, thank you. So, hey everyone, my name is Daniel. I am a PhD student in the Agricultural and Biological Engineering department at the University of Florida. And the title of my presentation is Statistical Machine Learning Methods for Cotton Yield Classification in the US Southeast. Quantifying and comparing cotton yields across time and space is challenging because crop yields are controlled by many factors such as soil, technological advances, as well as weather and climate factors. Crop models have been developed in the previous years to represent and simulate physiological process and as well as to estimate crop yields. However, these crop models, some of them are very complex and require many observed data that sometimes that data is not available in spatial and temporal resolution for calibration. The statistical machine learning methods offer benefits for the estimation of response variables without having to develop a mathematical model that represents the physiological process of crops. According to the literature in previous studies, machine learning methods have been used for crop yield estimation, and they have been showing good results. in my study, I'm evaluating statistical machine learning methods for the estimation of high, normal, and low cotton yields in the US Southeast. So we selected the counties in the US Southeast states of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida that produce cotton. This data is provided by the USDA&S, and we are using this data as our response variable in the machine learning models. As predictors, we selected and retrieved temperature and precipitation variables from the PRISM data sets. And we also derived a few indexes that, according to the literature, present good correlation with crop yields, such as growing degree days, killing degree days, and AREDs, as well as the addition of the ENSO index into our models. According to studies, the US Southeast states are affected by the ENSO phases, and we added this feature to our model. So the second step of our research, we had to detrend the cotton yields. So we used generalized additive models with penalized regression splines for detrending, with the goal to remove the technological advance that is presented in the data. So the yield residual value corresponding to each tercile was calculated. And this value is defined each annual observation as belonging to below normal, normal, or above normal yield residual terciles. After having our featuring engineering completed, we had to go to the training process of our models. We used a specific method developed by Meyer in 2018. That's a spatial temporal cross-validation. Because if we use standard k-fold cross-validation, this method can lead to considerable misinterpretation and spatial temporal modeling tasks. And among the models that we are evaluating for our study, we are evaluating lasso and ridge regression, 3 different decision trees, random forests, bagging and boosting, as well as support vector machines and generalized additive models. After training and executing the models, we found out that random forests had the highest test accuracy with around 0.67. And we also found that decision trees had the highest accuracy compared to the other models for the classification of cotton yields. We also extracted the importance of the variables from the random forests. In the random forest models, killing degree days in August and the temperature amplitude of September and the precipitation for September and July were the most important features that we used that was selected by the random forests in the selection of high and low cotton yields. And the conclusions, again, random forests had the highest accuracy among all the methods for testing in the taste data sets. We think that the addition of vegetation indexes in the next steps of this study will increase our accuracy. And we also are planning to evaluate more classification methods, such as neural networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Nice presentation. So do we have any question for Daniel?
Hold up, this is Leo again. I have a question.
Okay.
Hey, Daniel, thanks for your presentation. Very interesting. Just the overall project has some very interesting approach that you guys are taking. I wanted to ask you, is that like, especially in these type of classification tasks, it is really important, like the proportion of different classes into your data set. So I was just wondering, like, do you recall what was the proportion of low, normal, and high yields in your data in the entire data set that you use for this?
Right, so we use it terciles for the classification of the residuals. So we had about 33% for low, 33% for high yields, and 33% for normal yields. Yeah, so that was the classification, yeah, the previous labeling. Yeah.
I see. No, that's awesome. Awesome, thanks.
Hi, Daniel. This is Jason Rauscher. My question is the actual data that goes into these models. Maybe you mentioned this and I missed it, but how far back, I mean, in terms of weather data, how many years back of data do you have good quality information for both the weather and yield? And then my second question is, I know nothing about cotton farming. Are there other characteristics like fiber quality that are important for cotton farmers, or is it all about yield?
Right, that's a good question. So in our data set, we had two situations. The first one is that we have weather data available from the PRISM data set since 1981 to 2019. So we were able to derive the indexes and to use the weather variables in our model since 81. However, the USDA NAS data set that gave us the cotton yields, has many counties don't have a long data set with cotton yields. So we had to make a subset. We only selected the counties that had yield for more than 30 years. And we used these counties in our analysis. So not every county in the US Southeast that had data was used for our analysis, because we needed a more broad data set. And I'm sorry, your second question is, could you please?
Yeah, sorry. Is there some characteristic that farmers are interested in other than yield, like fiber quality or length, or is there something that's important?
Right. Cotton farmers, yeah, they are interested in the fiber and the seed yield. In this case, our analysis is working only with seed yield. So there are other factors that farmers would be interested in looking at. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have two questions from Adrian in our chat. He's asking, how did you measure the accuracy of the models? And second, are you including any sensitivity analysis to future selections?
Right, so the accuracy of the models is calculated with a misclassification rate. It's basically a rate of hits and missing hits, where you have the high, low, and normal yields. We have other statistics like that I didn't present in this slide that can be used for a broader evaluation of the models. And we didn't add any uncertainty analysis in the model. Yeah, we didn't perform any. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another question for Daniel?
Daniel?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Ignacio. One quick question. I think that your presentation was great. So I think that was very clear. I noticed that you mentioned about including as a next step different vegetation indices. Are you also considering potentially to explore in-season predictions to see how early you can do future predictions of yield, one? And then second, what might be potential complications or problems? I mean, if you think about transferring and using transfer learning on this model basically to a different year to make predictions. Thanks.
Right. Thanks for your question. Yeah. So this is this kind of the study we perform is just like one of the steps that we're going toward the cotton yield prediction in the US. The next steps also includes how early we can make an accurate prediction. So we are gonna evaluate with a smaller data set, a small temporal data set, how accurate these models can make a prediction. And there are already studies published where they compare this kind of like temporal, this lag prediction for the end of the season. And your second question is?
It would be more about, for example, models are excellent and many times are sometimes, I mean, local or site specific. So if you knowing all the features that the model that you selected, I mean, what will be potential limitations? I mean, if you think about transferring this model to predict previous years or even future years on yields.
Right. So yeah. So one of the concerns that that we had when we started using the models was something that I mentioned in the training process, that we had to use a spatial temporal cross validation to overcome this kind of like overfitting for a specific location. So that was like one procedure that could give us like more power to make an estimation for a different county. So that's one procedure, and we are also planning to explore how can we improve this kind of like estimations. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. If we don't have any more questions for Daniel, I would like to thank you for sharing your research with us today. And we can move for our last student of the morning. She's Richa Charya. She's a student from the University of Agriculture and Forestry from Nepal. So, okay, Richa, this is your time. You can share your screen now.
Hi, Paula.
Hi, Richa. Can you share your screen?
Can you see my screen?
Oh, no, we are not seeing your screen right now.
I think it's not working. Can you help me share the screen?
I can help you.
Daniel needs to stop sharing his screen. I think that's what's happening there.
Okay, so I will share for you, and you can tell me when you want to move on for the next slide. Okay.
Okay. Just a minute. I cannot see.
I am sharing for you the presentation. If you want, you can start presenting now.
Hi, Paula. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, you can start. Go ahead.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Richa Acharya. This is an undergrad research that I conducted in 2019. The research is entitled Growth, Yield, and Quality Response of Potato Varieties. Hello. Hello?
Hi,
Yes,
Rachel.
there.
Try to
Hola, can
use
you hear
just
me?
one mic. You are connected on your both accounts using the mic. Just unmute only one.
Can you unmute me this one?
Yes, we are listening to you very well right now. If you want, you can continue with this one.
Okay. Sorry for the trouble. So
No,
this
no
research
problem.
was conducted at Bhaktapur, Nepal. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Yes.
So potato is one of the major cash crop that is grown in Nepal as well as around the world. It ranks first in terms of productivity in Nepal, which is 16.07 metric ton per hectare. But this productivity is fluctuating over the years throughout the nation, along with the potato producing district. Potato is one of the major crop grown for its starchy tubers, whereas it is also rich in higher in protein content, vitamin C content, and other micronutrients like zinc and iron. Despite this, it is also an exhaustive crop to soil that can absorb 1.5 times more potassium than nitrogen and 4 times more potassium than phosphorus. Potassium aids in sugar translocation and starch synthesis, as well as helps in combating the stress that happens to plant. But with the inclusion of potato in cropping system, as well as extensive use of diammonium phosphate as a source of phosphorus nutrient in middles of Nepal, there is a negligible use of potassium fertilizer in case of tuber crops, which is a major drawback that is aiding to the fluctuation of the productivity. So the soil dynamic equilibrium plays an important role that is making the soil potassium unavailable for the plant uptake. Next slide. Government of Nepal and Ministry of Agriculture has recommended 40 kg K2O per hectare as a recommendation, blank recommendation dose for the potato cultivation, but a specific domain specific recommendation dose is needed. So with an intention to identify a nutritionally rich potato variety and to identify a potassium or recommendation level of potassium, this research was conducted, and as well as to assess the effect of potassium fertilizers to potato yield and tuber quality. The materials and methods used are split plant. The experiment was laid out in split plot design with 3 replications, variety as main plot factor and potassium levels as sub plot factor. Khumal Seto 1 variety and Janakdev variety were used. Khumal Seto 1 variety is originally from Argentina and Janakdev variety is from Peru. The soil property was found in case of potassium was found to be medium in the research field, and the muriate of potash was used as a source of potassium. Observation was done for the growth parameter, yield parameter, and quality parameters. Next slide. So the observed data was analyzed using GenStat, and analysis of variance was done. Variety was found to have significant effect on growth, yield, and quality parameters, whereas potassium application was found to have significant effect only on tuber yield parameter. Number of stems per hill was found to be significantly higher for Khumal Seto 1 variety as 45 days after planting, whereas it was lower at 30 DAP due to late emergence, but the higher stem number per hill was continued throughout the growth stage. Plant height and number of leaves per plant was significantly higher for Janakdev variety, which was found up to 60 days after planting. The subsequent decrease in number of leaves per plant was found in Janakdev variety due to the senescence of the leaf, adding to the leaf area index by the plant height and number of leaves per plant that contributed to larger canopy size and larger photosynthetically active radiation interception. The leaf area index was found to be significantly higher for Janakdev variety at 44 days after planting, which subsequently decreased in later growth stages. Gautam et al. Also observed the similar non-significant effect of potassium application on plant height and stem number per hill. Next slide, please. So in case of yield parameters, application of potassium at 100 kg K2O per hectare was found to yield significantly higher in comparison to the control. It yielded 17.77 metric ton per hectare, which was larger than the national average and 1.2 times greater than the control. In case of varieties, Janakdev variety was found to have higher marketable yield along with higher number of medium-sized tubers. But in case of Kumal Sita 1 variety, it has significantly higher number of tubers per plant and small size tuber number. In case of tuber diameter, there was no difference among the varieties. Potassium application had non-significant effect on tuber quality parameters as observed, but variety had significant effect, and Janakdev variety was found to have significantly higher ascorbic acid content and crude protein content than the Kumal Sita 1 variety. In case of other tuber quality parameters, there was no significant difference among the varieties. Next slide, please. So the plant nutrient analysis was also conducted in order to understand the uptake of the nutrients by the plant, and fourth leaf from the potato top was sampled along with the petal at 45 days after emergence and 60 days after emergence. There was no significant effect of potassium application, but Kumal Sita 1 variety was found to have significantly higher potassium content than Janakdev variety at 45 days after emergence. There was no difference in case of nitrogen percentage among the samples. Also, potassium percentage at 60 days after emergence. But the higher potassium content in Kumal Sita 1 variety was found to be maintained throughout the growth stages, and along with the potassium content in the tuber was found to be higher, but although it was not significantly higher in comparison to Janakdev variety. Conclusion: potassium application of 100 kg K2O per hectare increased the tuber yield, which could be recommended for the as a domain-specific recommendation dose of potassium application in the potato zones in mid hills of Nepal. Also, Janakdev being nutritionally rich among the varieties that are being trialed with higher medium-sized tuber along with higher marketable yield and protein content as well as ascorbic acid content. I would like to thank Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project in Nepal and Agriculture and Forestry University for helping me throughout the project, as well as Nepal Agriculture Research Council and Potato Research Program. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Rita. Great presentation. So now we are open for questions. Okay, so I have one question for you, Richard. Can you elaborate on the climatic conditions and water supply under which the study was carried out?
Paula, I didn't get you. Can you please repeat?
Yes, can you elaborate the climatic conditions and water supplies under the study was carried out?
Okay, so the research was conducted from January 2019 to and was harvested at first week of May in 2019. Heavy rainfall was evident during the mid-February, due to which most probably due to the leaching, there was no significant effect on tuber quality parameters. Initially, the research was conducted with an intention to identify the effect of potassium on tuber quality parameters, because the varietal trial are most specifically conducted with consideration to yield potential only. No consideration is done for the nutrients content of the varieties. So the main purpose was initially to identify the effect of potassium on tuber quality, but there was no significant effect was seen in result. Maybe the difference between the level of potassium that I used during the research was narrow, or I need to broaden up the scale of the potassium application range, which could be which could help in seeing the significant effect in the later days. But as we can see, there was a heavy rainfall and also snowfall occurred during the field trial. So maybe leaching could have contributed to not showing any effect on tuber quality parameters, but only yield parameters. Thank you.
Did you perform any
other
economic?
questions?
Yes, thank you. Did you perform any economic valuation or benefit cost analysis based on the yield increase you obtained?
Yeah, I conducted benefit cost analysis. I could not show it in here, but the benefit cost analysis was pretty much higher than what as compared to the control. With the recommendation dose of 100 kg K2O per hectare, there was not significant increase in cost of production, but the profit margin was quite high. In that case, I cannot tell you the exact benefit cost ratio, the number, but I could not put it on slide, but it was higher, around 2 point something, not exact, but around 2.5, like.
Nice, thank you. So, do we have another question for Richa?
Richa, hi, this is Jason. I was curious about your plots. Yes, your plots, were they all at the same elevation? I imagine there can be quite a gradient in Nepal in terms of the elevation of particular farms. And are there reasons that farmers would use different varieties at different elevations?
Yeah, depending upon the agroecological zones, the variety has been recommended by Ministry of Agriculture. But the varieties that I have used is Janakdev and Kumalsetuan, which is specifically recommended for middles of Nepal. The research plot that I had conducted was specific to Bhaktapur potato zone. I had not conducted multi-location trial. It is a location-specific trial in case of potato zone, Bhaktapur. So in terms of the altitude and land gradient, I cannot say much, but it was a location-specific trial, and the variety that I had used is also recommended in middles of Nepal. But since there is no any record of nutritional importance of those varieties, simply they were recommended on the basis of yield potential, and also the use of potassium was not done in the potato producing zones. So it was a coordination of the university and the potato zone to conduct this trial at the potato zone, Bhaktapur potato zone. I think, did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So now we are on time to move for our next speaker. I will leave the space for Luciana now. And please, the audience, stay tuned for our afternoon session. We have other 4 students presenting at 2 p.m. And thank you very much, all the presenters. Okay, we are ready for the next one, Luciana.
Thank you, Paula, and thank you to all the students. Really great presentations. Thank you very much. So now we will continue, and now it's the turn of Dr. Arin Shumpasud. Dr. Arin Shumpasud is from Planet Labs, and he leads the cardio team at Planet. The responsibilities of his team focused on the development of the underlying radiometric calibration and validation, up to interoperability of Planet data and different data sources. One of the team's main goal is to make satellite data more accessible for agricultural applications. And with that, I want to give the space to Dr. Arin, so you can start sharing your screen and start your presentation.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. Just start sharing my screen. cool. Can everyone see the slides? While they load.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Great. Well, thank you, Kansas State University, for organizing everything. This has been a fantastic symposium so far. And now for a slightly different perspective from space. So to make decisions from data, you need to understand your data and hopefully have some good quality data that you can trust. At Planet Labs, we've been working towards a cleaner, more accurate, and more interoperable data set on various levels, from hardware all the way to software, so that we can make decisions in concert with other data sources. For my presentation today, I'll describe some of the payloads that we currently operate in space, and some of the reporting that we do, and also, finally, some of the current products that we're currently developing and hopefully will be released next year. So firstly, let me just thank my team, the Cardio team, as Luciana mentioned, which consists of Alan Collison, Tim Schaub, and Rasmus Hoberg at the moment. And Cardio, by the way, stands for Calibration and Analytics Ready Data and Interoperability. So we've been working towards having a much more interoperable data set from our satellites. Planet, by the way, is a satellite company. We have Earth observation satellites, and we have over 100 currently in space operating and imaging the entire Earth every day. Our data set we strive towards interoperability of our data set with other data sources, like public missions such as Sentinel-2, and that's kind of the kind of main thrust of our research. So as we see it, our satellite processing has, from the payload team, as we see it, our satellite processing has many different levels, from top of atmosphere to atmospheric corrected surface reflectance, and all the way to a harmonized image product, with which brings in external public data sources to make a very smooth and continuous time series. We have a lot of different satellites in space over the years. We launched a big load of what we now call Dove Classics in 2017. And in the winter of 2018, we launched some 24 Dove R satellites, which are kind of an intermediate type of satellites between the Dove Classics. And now we currently have the Super Dove satellites, of which we currently have around 30 whitelisted, and we're launching more today, in fact, on an Electron launch. So we have 9 more satellites up there. And I'll describe the differences between the different payloads quickly as I go along. But I just want to emphasize how varied our payloads are, and how we're trying to, each version of the payload tries to iterate on interoperability on a hardware level with other missions. So our Dove Classics have a Bayer mask on the top half of the sensor, and the bottom half of the sensor is used as the near, for the near data. We use an auto-rectification process to try and combine the two to create a 4-band composite. And as I mentioned, it's our oldest type of satellite. These are the RSRs for the 4 bands that they contain. And you can see that the bands are quite Gaussian and spread into each other quite a lot. So that brings some challenges when you're trying to use it with other data sources, which might have very different RSRs. So in order to help this, we made the Dove Rs, which also contain 4 bands, but in a different design. So instead of having a Bayer mask pattern, we have 4 homogeneous regions, which we then use a structure from motion pipeline to composite together to create the 4-band composite. We have 25 of them currently in space, and they're very good. We like them much more. These are the RSRs, and they match Sentinel-2s actually quite well. They're echoing Sentinel-2's OSRs. We have the Sentinel-2 band 2, 3, 4, and the narrowband infrared band 8A from Sentinel-2. And we've shown through analyses that they are quite directly comparable with Sentinel-2 data. And now onto the SuperDove, which is our current payload. We have extended the 4 bands to 8 bands now. So we've added an extra green band between the traditional blue and green. And hopefully this will help monitor some vegetative indices. We have a coastal blue all the way down there. We have a yellow band between the traditional green and red. And we have the first of Sentinel-2's red edge bands. So that's band 5 around here. And we have a bunch of these in space, and we've been calibrating them. So this is just trying to illustrate the effect of the different OSRs on our data. Even a perfectly calibrated Dove Classic will record a different measurement to Sentinel-2 simply because of the different band passes. And this is just an example of trying to create the spectral band adjustment factors, which is using the spectra and the RSR to calculate analytically what the difference is between the two measurements. And you can see that there's up to a 40% difference in some of the bands. Now with the SuperDoves, which have RSRs which are much closer to the Sentinel-2 bands, we have much smaller RSR, we have much smaller SBAFs between SuperDove and Sentinel-2. There is a slight outlier in the red edge, which because the RSR is slightly different and it's right there on the gradient, it's kind of exasperated with this grass spectrum. But in other spectra, it would be slightly less than that. And to validate the assumption that these RSRs are so similar to each other that they're interoperable, we did an artificial study using a spectral library on the 6 bands in common. And we found that overall, the average of the changes between the bands are minimal, less than 5%, although there is the outlier with the vegetation spectra, which have, a lot of which have gradients right in that red edge region. So I'll just talk a little bit about like the calibration process that we use for these SuperDoves. So we use simultaneous crossovers between Sentinel-2 and SuperDoves to calibrate them. Since the RSRs are so similar, we have made the assumption that we can use any near simultaneous crossover event, no matter where it is. So we're not limited to traditional calibration sites, which are mainly deserts and very bright. And so this allows us to use a lot more data for our calibration data set. For some reason, our search didn't work in Russia. Maybe it's too big, but it worked everywhere else in the world. And we could get a lot of nice crossovers in our data set in agricultural regions, and as well as the traditional desert regions and the cryosphere as well, which is really interesting. This is just to show some of the crossovers that we used. And this was just polling all of the crossovers between this one SuperDove and Sentinel-2 from January the 1st, 2020 to September 2020. So this is almost a year's worth of crossovers. And you can see that the 6 bands in common have a very close to one-to-one relationship with the Sentinel-2 data. There's slight variations in it, and the data set, because we do not filter the data set, there are some differences in the data. For example, when one of them might have clouds in the near simultaneous crossover, we use a time window of 2 hours, so there could be some atmospheric differences between them. But the vast majority of the population lies on near the one-to-one line, which implies that they are interoperable between each other. And just to give you a sense of the size of the data that we use, this contains 120,000 orthotile events, so separate tiles that were processed to create this data set. And just looking into the data set to see if there's any bias over time, we can see that the crossover events were fairly frequently spread throughout the year. There was no kind of bunching up of them. There is a little bit over the summer, and there's a little gap at the beginning of March and July. But on the whole, it's not no one time period like spring or winter dominates the data set. And on the whole, there's just over an hour's difference between the Sentinel-2 image and the SuperDove image. So that still leaves quite a lot of room for atmospheric differences between the two images. But on the whole, it's, for more stable areas, it should be better. Okay. And we were looking at the data set over time to see if there's any change seasonality in the data. For example, if the relationship between Sentinel-2 and the SuperDove was different in summer or winter, and that we couldn't really identify anything in our data. And this is just some eye candy of some of the crossovers we used in this one in particular is the cryosphere. We have some desert areas, another cryosphere again, and some agricultural areas in Brazil, for example. And you can see that some of the data sets, especially in the cryosphere, spreads all along the dynamic range, which is really good for a calibration data set. Whereas some of the data, for example, this one is has quite a small dynamic range in some of the bands. And this is just another interesting crossover, because actually we had a crossover in the spring and in the summer over the same area between Sentinel-2 and the SuperDove, and you can see that you can compare the relationship at the different times of year and see that it's fairly stable. This is an interesting crossover because we had a near simultaneous crossover of both this SuperDove and Sentinel-2A, as well as Sentinel-2B, so you can actually compare the relationship between A and B and see if there's any difference between them. These are some crossovers where there's quite a lot of atmospheric change between, and you can see that there was some changes due to the clouds, but on the whole, the vast majority of the pixel population is along the one-to-one line. And this actually is quite interesting because there's some BRDF effects, differences due to the sensor layout of the SuperDove versus the Sentinel-2's much wider swath width. So the surface of this lake in Turkey looks quite different. And so quickly going down our processing, going up our processing levels, we have an atmospheric correction algorithm which uses a MODIS AOD data currently and water vapor data. And this pipeline is quite unique in that it's kind of genericized so that we can use any of our satellites that we have and atmospherically correct the data from top of atmosphere reflectance to surface reflectance. So here you can see the same code is being used for all four of our types of satellites so far. So Dove-6, the rapid eye satellites, which have a huge archive, DOVARS, and the high resolution SkySats. We took part in the NASA A6 exercise last year, and it was quite reassuring because our atmospheric correction was quite good. And finally, we just did some analysis on our, using a time series of the data. And you can see that the public missions like Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2 with the green and the red markers, the rapid eye nicely, our rapid eye data nicely coincides with these. Our Planoscope data doesn't, but then again, there are some RSR differences and these were not taken into account in this comparison. But if you use only the DOVARS, which have the bands which are very similar to the Sentinel-2 bands, you can see that the data set goes up much more and coincides much closer to the Sentinel-2 data set. And this is just continuing the time series to compare for the DOVR satellites against Sentinel-2. We also try to be transparent in our data quality by producing quarterly data quality reports. And these cover a lot of the data features of our data set. For example, looking into the absolute geolocation, band-to-band registration, and radiometric properties over time. And this is just a quick example of some of the things that we consider. For example, here are some of the results, quite old results from about the absolute geolocation and and temporal, as well as the band-to-band registration. And these data quality reports were made to echo some of the similar ones which come from Sentinel-2 and ESA. Here are some of the reported uncertainty in our radiometry. This is using, for the classics, this is just using the crossovers over the calibration sites for data. And for the DOVRs, this is, and also for the DOVRs, we're using the same methodology for that. We also measure noise as we go along and report that in a quarterly report. SNR levels for each of the different types of satellite, and some of the focus measurements that we try to keep along throughout the year. We also try to report on some of the data quality issues that are known, perhaps like camera issues like JPEG compression artifacts and debaying artifacts for Dove Classics. And also due to the registration algorithms we use, for the DOVRs and SuperDOVs, there are certain effects that are apparent, for example, in airplanes and for steep terrain. And we also have a similar data quality report for our surface reflectance. Now onto one of the interesting products that we're actually preparing for next year. This is now been named Planet Fusion, and we consider this like the level 3. So level 1 might be top of atmosphere, level 2 might be surface reflectance, and level 3 is what we consider like a fused product, where we bring in external data sources and we process it so that it's gap filled and radiometrically in line with the external data sources, no matter what the original bands were. And this is just an example of it. So as you can see, the bands of the Dove Classics are very different to the bands of the public mission. In this case, it's Landsat 8. And even a perfectly calibrated PlanetScope satellite will naturally measure a different measurement to a Landsat 8 measurement. But using the level 3H, we can bring them both in line with each other. So this is an example of a gap-free part of America, a mosaic that we created using L3H over part of America. And you can see how nicely you can see the intra-field dynamics in the data. This is a result of a fusion of PlanetScope along with the Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2 datasets. We currently use the HLS harmonized Landsat Sentinel dataset from NASA, but we're also exploring other options, as well as the MODIS and daily data and VIIRS as well. We are starting to bring in as MODIS has more problems currently. So this is an example of the original data set, which has clouds mixed in with the data, as well as different, slightly different bands and different kind of parts of the scene. And this is an example of the output of L3H, which is much more smooth and in line with the Landsat and Sentinel-2 data. We've also been trying to use the the arable marks as a independent ground validation source, and as well as working with other academic partners to do the same. And you can see that the mark data, which was independently measured, falls nicely in line with the L3H data. And this is published by Rasmus Hoberg in the paper, and the algorithm itself is named CSTEM. And it uses, and we'll go into a little bit more detail later on, but it uses machine learning and external data sources to harmonize them all together and create a sensor agnostic analytic ready data product. And this is an example of the difference. So again, as I mentioned, the PlanetScope, due to its original bands, measures different measurements to Landsat 8, but by using CSTEM, this can be brought in line with Landsat 8, so it could be interchangeable with the pixel on a pixel-to-pixel level, although we still have a higher GSD versus the Landsat 8, so you can see a little bit more detail. This is just a description of some of the proposed levels that we're creating, but this is a nice animation showing the actual effect of the CSTEM algorithm and the level 3H data. On the left, you can see the original raw top of atmosphere data with the clouds, the haze, and other atmospheric effects, which cannot always be corrected for. And then in the center, you can see a daily L3H stream of the same data, of the same AOI. And you can see how the gap filling and the processing to harmonize everything really makes everything smooth in time and creates a really nice, smooth time series. We've also been investigating, but that's a lot of data if you have if you have an image for every single day. So we've also been thinking about how we can summarize that in a form which is also useful and actionable, but maybe a bit easier to handle. So maybe a 5-day average could be an idea. So yeah, this is just a description of some of the data. We keep track of every pixel. Every pixel in the L3H dataset is traceable all the way back to its original PlanetScope or Sentinel-2 raster. So we keep track of everything so that anyone who wants to can decide what to use. So for example, here we keep track of where the clouds and which pixels are marked as clouds and cloud shadows, so that we can back this out if we wanted to. And you can see between the two the effect of the gap filling on the data set. So as the clouds and shadows are filled in. We also keep track of which data is used to gap fill the empty data. So here you can see that some of the data up to 2 days and some of the data up to 6 days, in fact, are used to gap fill the data. And this is not just a simple kind of using the data. We do take into account the time difference and try to use machine learning so that we can take into account the time difference when you use different days' data. So this is just showing how everything is traceable back to the original top of atmosphere data. And this is just a rough outline of the structure of the algorithm that we use to create the L3H data. You can see that we harmonize it. We use a lot of external data sources to try and harmonize it so that we can create a very seamless data set. Some of the data has different uses, like the MODIS daily data is used for some initial calibration, but then we use a really long, maybe a year or longer's worth time series of HLS data, and to try and create a really nice calibration fit for that. And finally, we also use Sentinel-2 for some of the gap filling and Landsat data now, in case we don't have any pixels which are clear for the PlanetScope on that day. And again, this is some of the, this is another outline of the algorithm. This one is from the paper itself, which Rasmus published a while ago. And it shows how the long time series of data from the HLS that we can, which are used to inform the current day's image corrections. And there's been some investigation by adding noise to the data set to see what the effect will be on the final output. And actually, it's actually quite reassuring in that if you add temporal noise to the original data set, it actually produces very similar results in the end for the L3H. And so that it is insensitive to some degree of temporal noise. And this is just some eye candy about the data set once it loads. And you can see this is the original top of atmosphere raw data set. And sometimes we might not catch a part of the AOI. There's clouds and there's haze and other atmospheric conditions which affects it. And this is the L3H of the same AOI. And you can see a lot more detail because of the gap filling and how stable the time series is without any atmospheric effects or other things. And this is just talking about how the differences and how interoperable it is with the Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2, the external public missions. And this is just some more examples about how the effect of the system. For example, even the Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2 have cloud issues in some of the data and haze issues. So the system algorithm will help fix some of these. And finally, yeah, this is just going into detail about some of the gap filling and how it's done. I probably won't go into too much algorithmic detail here, but suffice to say, we've been trying to make sure that this is grounded in ground truth by doing a lot of experiments with the in situ measurements as well. And this is just talking about how we compare a gap-filled image to an actual image. So for example, if we take out an image in the time series and pretend that it wasn't taken, what would the gap-filled synthetic image be in comparison to the actual image? And you can see that it's very close to the one-to-one line in that case. So that synthetic gap-filled image predicted results which are very similar to the actual data for that day, which is reassuring. And even when the 2 different days before and afterwards were used to create the gap-filled synthetic image, it was quite seamless and there was no noticeable effect. As you can see, there's no seam. And yeah, some AOIs need more gap filling than others, and some AOIs have to go further back in time to find the closest clear observation than others as well. But in the end, the intention is to get a really nice clean gap-filled image. And this is just an example of how it can really help intrafield using the GSD of the PlanetScope satellites. It really helps intrafield analysis, and so hopefully decisions can be made in that for different crops. And this is just looking at the different bands. And this is just a time series to show how even Sentinel-2's revisit rate, at Sentinel-2's current revisit rate, you might miss all of these field dynamics which the PlanetScopes with the almost daily revisit rate can capture. But at the Sentinel-2's revisit rate, they might be missed. And finally, these are just some more examples about how we have been trying to work with various people to try and evaluate the accuracy of the C-STEM algorithm and the level 3H dataset. For example, this is in collaboration with Arable Marks, where they place their mark spectrometers in the ground in situ, and we compare this with, this is the current surface reflectance product, where sometimes the cloud mask misses pixels, for example, in such a small area. But with the L3H, we can get a lot closer to what the in situ measurement on the ground using Arable Marks can measure. We've also been using this very clean and daily data set to try and create some much more higher level quantitative insights. For example, in this case, we've been looking into leaf area index products over using the L3H data as an input data set. And hopefully we'll be investigating this further next year. And so I think that's the last slide, and I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Arin. Really interesting presentation and really complete. So now if somebody wants to ask or have any questions, please feel free to ask. If not, I have here some questions that we received. So in your experience, which product is the most requested for agriculture?
Well, currently, I think a lot of the pipelines, which a lot of our big agricultural customers created originally, are based on top of atmosphere data. So that seems to be one of the most popular types of data. The surface reflectance is also getting to be more popular, but I think because it was released afterwards, people still have to build the pipelines. So the L3 data, the Planet Fusion data, that hasn't been released yet, but we hope that will be very, very popular in the future.
Great. So this is tied to the previous question and is about these products and these different pipelines. Are the ones that are more popular the ones that you recommend, or you recommend another ones instead of the ones that are being selected by the people?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the surface reflectance product is probably the one I would recommend. It will still have the native bands, so a Dove Classic will measure according to what Dove Classic bands will measure, unlike for L3, for example. But it will have had some of the atmospheric effects normalized out. So we correct using. We correct for the atmosphere, the pure atmosphere, so we can't correct for haze or clouds yet. But the AOD and the water vapor values and MODIS are used to, and a 6SV pipeline are used to correct for the atmospheric column itself.
Perfect. So I think we have a question. Lin Liu, if you want to ask a question, feel free to. You're muted.
Sorry, it needs to unmute and also turn on camera. Forgot to unmute myself. Thank you, Aaron, for this wonderful presentation and very informative information about planets. So I've been using an educational program to look into the planet scope data mostly. And one challenge I met was, like you mentioned about comparing the reflectance and vegetation indices between PlanetScope and Sentinel-2, for example.
Yes.
And I was very happy to see that actually they match pretty well. And also in my own study that in some areas it matches better for other area. And then you showed in your presentation, you showed about the Dove R satellite. So maybe I'm missing some links here. So when I download from Planet Lab website, am I downloading the Dove R, or it's a different satellite product?
Sure. So when you search for any planet data, you'll get all the PlanetScope's data available. But if you look at the instrument field, that shows the different constellations that are imaging. So I think the PS2 denotes a Dove Classic data. The data comes from Dove Classic. PS2 SD denotes that the data comes from Dove R, and PSB.SD denotes that the data comes from a Super Dove. The PS2 and PSB refers to our telescope designs for each of the different constellations we have, and the SD denotes that the bands are similar to are based on the Super Dove bands. So the Dove R has the same band passes as the Super Dove.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, if we have more questions, please feel free to share those on the chat or here. I'll give you a few seconds. If not,
Hello, this is Leo. I have a question, or maybe a couple.
go ahead, Leo.
Aaron, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really, really useful to understand how Planet products are evolving and also relating to previous products from Planet and other companies as well.
Sure.
So I have a couple questions for you. The first one is, what are your thoughts? I mean, I don't know if this is true across the board for cropland, but based on what you showed, you did see a narrower dynamic range for cropland compared to other types of surfaces when you're comparing Planet products with Sentinel, if I'm not mistaken. And so my question to you is, why do you think that is happening, specifically with cropland? And I guess the follow-up question of that is, what are the consequences of that narrower dynamic range for cropland?
Okay, sure. So for the top of atmosphere, when we're talking about the calibration side, I'll just open up the slide I think you're talking about quickly. For the top of atmosphere calibration of the Super Dove, I don't think it has a big effect on the actual quality of the calibration, because as you can see from our graphs, from our kind of layouts of where the calibration data comes from, we use a wide variety. So we don't just use the agricultural regions for calibration data set. We use there actually happens to be a lot in the cryosphere, which is really useful because they have a much wider dynamic range to use. But actually, if you look at the traditional calibration sites, for example, this is a desert in Chad, they actually have quite a narrow dynamic range in some of the bands as well. I mean, desert is quite unique in its spectra. So I think for calibration, the fact that we use such a wide variety of different types of terrain and different types of parts of the dynamic range, as you can see here, we have it is kind of weighted more towards the lower part of the dynamic range for some of the bands, but there is a big, nice data set near the top as well. So I think for calibration, we do have quite a nice data set overall. And then, but when we actually use, when we actually take an image over an agricultural data set and produce the top of atmosphere data, for example, in this scene, it doesn't matter in that case whether the dynamic range is narrow or is small or not, because it uses the calibration from that huge calibration data set, which is everywhere, which is all over the dynamic range, to produce this actual top of atmosphere data. So I think it doesn't have a huge effect on actual accuracy over agriculture, I guess. That's clear.
I see. No, that was perfect. Thank you. And I have another question, if I may. So I still have to read the paper that you guys published on creating the multi-sensor fusion product to really understand the process. But just from your presentation, I know you explained this in detail, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts on, since Planet has the greatest spatial and temporal resolution, how does it benefit from fusing its data with other sources that have coarser spatial and temporal resolutions, as compared to only using data from, like, data coming from Planet at those finer resolutions? Like, what is the benefit to Planet's products to fuse its data with coarser resolution sensors?
That's a very good question. And yeah, I mean, the GSD differences between Sentinel-2 and Landsat satellites versus the PlanetScope satellites does have in itself some challenges when you try and fuse that data. But I think it's, we've done some studies of coverage over certain areas, and I mean, it does add a small, like 5 or 10% more kind of data accessible for that day within an AOI, if you do take advantage of the Sentinel-2 and Landsat data as well. And I think that's because there's some days that we actually do kind of miss data in various AOIs. So that could be one issue. The other issue is that cloud cover. So we might have clouds in some of the, we might have a really cloudy part of, like, it happens to have a cloud passing through when the PlanetScope takes its image, but when a Sentinel-2 or Landsat 8 happens to go by, the cloud might have gone, and that actually happens quite a lot with fast-moving clouds. So I think it does help if we do use Sentinel-2 and Landsat 8, and we have done studies. It helps a little bit, but every little bit helps.
That's true. So that's perfect. Thank you for the explanation.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think now it's time for moving to the other section, but thank you a lot, Dr. Arin. Really interesting presentation. Thank you for your time. Now I will start with the other part of the day. So now will be the time of Leo. We'll move to the networking session, and although the virtual environment allows us to share this with the entire world, we are still missing the networking arena. So for this reason, we decided to create a space where the speakers, the students, and all the attendees can come together to share concerns, knowledge, or just to build new bridges. And without further ado, I would like to welcome officially Dr. Leonardo Bastos, who will be moderating this session. Leo, feel free to share your screen when you are ready.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Oh, you know what? Just give me 1 second here just to make sure that I have everything in the right screens, and I'll start this shortly.
Perfect. In the meanwhile, I would like to invite the people that is watching the live event on YouTube. If you want to join us, feel free to use the Zoom link that was provided in the email yesterday and early this day.
All right, let me share my screen here. Okay. Can you guys see my slide here?
No, Leo, we are seeing your other screen.
Okay, oh yeah. Let me fix that. Okay, can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
It's
Perfect.
not in like the presentation mode, but
Let me see if I do that, if my screens will.
perfect. There you are.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not going to do that just because it messes up my other screens. So I'm just going to leave it like this. All right. Well, thanks, Lou, for the introduction. Hey, everyone. I'm Leo Bastos. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in predictive ag here at K-State, working in Dr. Ciampiti's group. And I will be your host for the next 30 minutes. And thank you so much for joining us. So this networking session is going to be a little bit differently than an in-person experience. And we really wanted to give participants a chance to interact with our speakers, both our invited speakers and also our student speakers. And for that to work nicely, we have a few guidelines that we wanted to lay out for this to work. So we're going to begin by, I'm going to have each one of these speakers, both invited and student speakers, to provide a little bit of background about themselves. Each one of them are going to have 30 seconds to do so. And this is especially important for the speakers that have not presented yet. So the ones that will be presenting in the afternoon, so we all can have a little bit of a better idea of what they're doing, and we have a little bit more information to ask them questions. After speaker introductions, I will open the floor for questions from the audience to the presenters. And there are basically two ways that you can ask a question. One is you can type in the chat, either here on Zoom, if you're connected via Zoom, or on our YouTube channel where we are live streaming the symposium. And I will read out those questions to the speakers. The second option you have is to actually unmute your microphone and ask the question yourself. We really encourage this. You know, it's kind of difficult to have this more personal experience in a virtual symposium. So that's how we really want to encourage you guys to speak up and ask questions to our speakers. And when asking a question, I just want to provide some structure to that process. So when you are going to ask a question, please say your name, say the name of the speaker or speakers that you're directing your question to, and then your question, obviously. So your name, speaker's name, and question. And if you have chosen to open your mic and ask a question aloud, I do ask you that after your question is answered, please mute your microphone back so we can have a smooth transition between questions. All right, so with that, I guess we're ready to listen to our speakers provide a little bit of a background about themselves. Speakers, when I call your name, if you are connected in this call, please unmute your microphone and tell us a little bit about yourself in 30 seconds. If you just want a little bit of structure to that, I suggest you telling us your name, your institution, and what predictive ag projects you've been working lately. So let's begin. First speaker I'm going to call is Dr. Charlie Messina. Is Charlie connected?
Yep, I'm here.
Awesome. Go ahead, Charlie. Oh, I think you're muted.
So you want a background here, 30 seconds?
Yeah, 30-second background, your name, institution, and what predictive ag projects you've been working on lately.
Right. Well, Charlie Messina, I'm a distinguished laureate in Predictive Agriculture, I lead a group that deals with modeling and actually leading predictive agriculture. Projects is mostly about design and circular economies and connecting gene to phenotypes, pretty much the talk I did today. A background that may be relevant for students. I'm from Argentina. I did my master at the University of Buenos Aires, my PhD at the University of Florida, and then I work at Corteva. It was a journey from working in predictions on climate to prediction of genes, now to prediction of systems, and start going to scale from the gene to the landscape. And that's where I think we can have a great impact on agriculture.
Awesome. Thanks, Charlie. Yes, no, that was perfect. Thank you. Next up is student presenter Justina Serrano. Justina, are you connected?
Yes.
If you please go ahead and have 30 seconds.
Yes. Well, I am Justina Serrano. I'm also from Argentina. I did a master's degree last year, like during 2018, 19, and 20. I went with a scholarship to Australia, to the University of Western Australia, and I came back to Argentina 1 month ago. Actually, this was my first project related to like precision ag, but I've always liked that like field of agriculture. I used to work with precision agriculture tools when I was a consultant, working with precision seeding, precision fertilizer. But this was like my scientific new start of life. Now I'm back to Argentina, and I have to figure out which will be my next step.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Justina. Awesome. Next up is Ellie Loker. Ellie, are you connected? Right, I don't hear anything. So I'm gonna take that as a no. Ellie, if you connect, let me know and I'll give you space to present yourself. Next up is Daniel Perondi. Daniel, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Daniel. I am originally from Brazil. I have a quite interesting mix of backgrounds. I have my undergrad and master's degree in computer science. And right now I'm a PhD student in the agriculture and biological engineering departments at the University of Florida, working with Dr. Fraze, that's going to have like a presentation later today. And most of my research has been in the development of decision support systems for agriculture, where we developed disease alert systems for citrus, strawberries, blueberries. I've been also working with predictive ag in using machine learning methods, neural networks in the cotton that I just presented this morning. And I'm also working with the development of index insurance for soybean in the West Southeast. That's another project that I'm working my PhD. So that's kind of overall about me. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Richa Acharya. Richa, are you connected?
Yes.
All right. If you please go ahead, you have 30 seconds. Yes.
Hello, my name is Richa Acharya. Currently, I'm working as a research intern at Nepal Agriculture Research Council, specifically National Plant Pathology Research Center. So currently, I'm working on disease resistance gene screening of yellow rust here at the center. I did my undergraduate study at Agriculture and Forestry University. So basically, the presentation that I did was from my undergrad. Yeah, I'm currently working as an intern. That's it. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. All right, next up is Dr. Aaron Jumpasud. Aaron, are you connected?
Yep, I am.
Awesome. Please go ahead.
Sure. My name is Aaron Jumpasud. I work at Planet Labs. I lead the cardio team, as I mentioned in my presentation. I guess my background is not from a precision ag background. I'm constantly learning new things. I'm fascinated by this incredibly important topic. But yeah, I come from more of an image processing background personally. And I guess the work that our team is doing is to try and make the data much more cleaner, actionable, and useful for agricultural applications and any other applications in general.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Well, so just to clarify, Dr. Aaron Jumpasit was our last speaker of the morning session. So you guys probably, if you were connected, you had followed all the presenters up until this point, and from this point on, all presenters that are given their backgrounds have not presented yet. Just so you keep that in mind and look forward to their presentations in the afternoon. Next up, it's Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis. Sotirios, are you connected?
I am.
Awesome. Please go ahead.
Sotirios Arkontoulis from Iowa State University. I'm an associate professor of integrated cropping systems. Background is on crop physiology and cropping system modeling. And we are working on a number of projects related to prediction. And it has to do with nitrogen prediction, corn hybrids performance, planting dates, different management practices, and long-term consequences of different cropping systems. I will provide some examples in the 1 p.m. presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Sotirios. All right, next up is student speaker Megan Calvert. Megan, are you connected?
Yes, I'm connected.
Awesome, please go ahead.
Sorry. I'm a PhD student currently working at Kansas State under Dr. Jesse Poland. I work on genomic selection in winter wheat with the K-State breeding program. My presentation this afternoon is going to be on the benefits of using phenotypic versus genotypic selection and which one is more economically beneficial depending on certain parameters in the program that's being run.
Awesome, thank you, Megan. Next up is Diego Hernan Rutilli. Diego, are you connected? I don't hear anything, so I'm going to take that as a no. If Diego, if you happens to connect during our networking session, please let me know, and I'll be glad to open the floor for your introduction. Next up is student presenter Sourav Paul. Sourav, are you connected? All right, I'll take that as a no as well. Next up is student presenter Luan Pot. Luan, are you connected?
Leo, thank you so much.
Awesome, go ahead.
I am Luan Pot. I am a doctoral student here in Brazil at Federal University of Santa Maria. In my master's degree, I could take part from Ignacio's team for 6 months. My background is precision agriculture with detection management systems. And in my doctorate degree, I work with crop classification, crop rotation, and also crop modeling. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks, Luan.
Thank you.
Next up and last presenter to provide a background is Dr. Clyde Frace. Clyde, are you connected?
Yes, Leo, I am. Well, my name is Clyde Frace. I am a professor at the University of Florida in agrometeorology, extension, and research appointment. We're going to hear a lot about me later, about what I do, but primarily we are interested in using data from weather and climate information data and translate that into decisions that can be useful for growers. So a lot of the work we do is trying to really make use of this information into a practical way, and that's primarily the main goal for this for our program. And I'll tell you a lot more later today if you're hanging until the end of this very interesting symposium. Thanks, Leo.
Thanks, Clyde.
One more thing, I am also originally from Brazil. I see that there is a large South American component there. So one more.
That's true. All right, well, thank you so much for all presenters to providing us a little bit of their background. And at this point, I open the floor to any questions that our attendees may have. Again, just to remind you, you can post your questions. If you don't want to speak up, you can write down your questions on the chat, either here in Zoom or on YouTube, and I'll be reading those out loud to our speakers. And if you decide so, please feel free to unmute your mic and ask your question yourself. That's highly encouraged from us. And so I guess I'll open the floor for questions. Any questions from our participants? Let me see here. Okay, I think we have a question. Oh, hey, Diego. Welcome. So we just had presenters give a 30-second background about themselves. If Diego, if you would please unmute your mic and you have 30 seconds to tell us a little bit about your background. So you can tell us your name, your institution, and what you've been working on related to predictive ag. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Diego Rotili. I'm from Universidad de Buenos Aires in Argentina, in South America. So I work on the maize crop, and particularly on predictive ag. I've been trying to fit allometric models, either for vegetative or reproductive biomass, to indirectly estimate biomass by non-destructive methods. So that's what I'm presenting today.
Awesome. Thanks for the introduction. And now I'll just open the floor again to any questions from our audience to any other speakers. All right, I'm not seeing any questions coming through the chat, and nobody is unmuting themselves. So I'm just gonna go ahead, and I have a few questions, and maybe you've noticed that I like to ask questions. So I'll go ahead and ask a few to get us started here. So the first question I have is directed to Charlie Messina, and perhaps any other speaker that has experience in this. So Charlie, when you were presenting about using Bayesian models and integrating statistical models with the crop modeling itself, I was just, and you made mention about the using informative priors to those Bayesian models. I was just wondering, like how complex is it to actually be able to provide informative priors, especially when you start getting to these very complex models that may have many parameters that you may have to provide a prior to. How difficult is it to go through that process of creating reliable priors, and even just to perform predictive prior checks on these complex models?
I think the keep it simple is the first your best friend in terms of developing the models so they don't get complicated and don't get entangled in having to make a lot of assumptions in the priors. That's kind of when the concluding slides is that balance between parsimony and biological reality. So part of the model development process involves understanding the germplasm and the objectives. So you don't put more processes that you want to model. So you need to make less assumptions, at least. And the other one is leveraging science, because part of the prior information is embedded in the crop model itself. So when you use that scientific method, essentially, it guides you to identify the key processes that you need to focus your efforts identifying those priors. So you don't create informative priors for everything, but for the processes that you know how to measure, right? Because it's safer to do it that way than putting strong priors in things you're not quite sure, and then you are forcing the algorithm to search part of the spaces and perhaps get stuck in local optimas. So to me, the sequence is use the prior information scientific, which is embedded in your model, make sure that is the model help you answer your question, balance the parsimony and biological reality, so make it as simple as possible, not simpler. Identify what are the key processes that have impact and use phenotyping to measure those so you have informative priors, and then the rest is uniform or uninformative, so you don't get, you don't force solutions that may be biased. So complex, perhaps it's a lot of more complex on the design of your model and approach than on the phenotyping and measurements themselves. Jens, did
Sounds great. No, that was great. That was great. Thank you. Awesome. I'm gonna open the floor again if anyone else has a question to our speakers, and I'll check our YouTube channel as well.
Megan Calvert again. I guess this is for all the speakers. How has COVID affected any of your operations? Has anything been completely disrupted, or has it been possible to keep going with what you need to do?
Thanks, Megan. I think anyone that wants to jump and start answering that, please feel free to do so.
I can speak from Corteva put a lot of efforts to get processes in place to keep everybody safe. So most of the field operations, they got more complex, if you will, and it took more efforts than otherwise to do the things that we did in the past. So yeah, it makes things more complicated. That's for sure. Just it's a matter of safety, keeping everybody working for Corteva safe.
Thanks, Charlie. Anyone else want to weigh in into this question?
I guess I can give the planet perspective as well. We've shut down our San Francisco office at the beginning of this, but we do keep our laboratory open where we manufacture satellites because that's necessary as as launches come up and we need to get prepared for them. I think, like Charlie mentioned, safety is a priority in all of that, and I think the company itself has adapted to working remotely quite well. So all of the teams, like the satellite operations and design and also the pipeline and data pipeline teams are all now remote and working remotely, and none of the satellites have died or fallen out of space yet. So that's good.
Awesome. Thanks, Aaron.
This is Jason Rauscher. If I can just piggyback on that, I think, again, from the Corteva perspective, it's going to change the way we work into the future. And I think for the graduate students out there, looking towards the future, it may be easier to get jobs in companies and not have to be in a specific place. The flexibility in terms of where we work is going to change into the future and impact things. And so I think it's going to be a transformative experience, certainly from an industry perspective.
Leo, this is Clyde from the University of Florida. I think it's an interesting question because for us, of course, we're doing a lot of remote teaching and online teaching now, and particularly from the standpoint of extension, it has been a challenge. I'll say that because if you know extension, there's a lot of things that we do, organizing workshops and talking to farmers and etc. However, I would say that it forced us to learn how to better use tools like Zoom and others. And I think that this will have a positive impact in the future. But no question that from this extension standpoint, it brought some challenges to make our work effective.
Thanks, Clyde. Anyone else wants to jump ahead on this question? Well, I just want to make a quick comment that it's really interesting to hear this perspective both from academia and industry, which is this pandemic that came and is here and is probably forcing us to adapt in ways that we were not really expecting or maybe even hoping to adapt otherwise. And so it's really interesting to see that this adaptation is actually happening at all different levels of the disciplines and not just at a given specific level. All right, so we have a couple questions here from the chat. I'm gonna read them in the order that they came in. So the first question is from Oscar. I believe he is asking Charlie Messina. His question is, how do these prior models relate to Bayesian methods?
The prior dynamic models, so maybe I'll have a go at this and think about kind of a generalized additive models where the function is a nonlinear function, and think about the crop growth model is one of those functions, right? So there's no formal relation. These are coming from a dynamic world of engineering, and the other one comes from statistics. So what we did is bringing those two together in an abstract manner within that sort of generalized additive models framework.
Awesome. Thanks, Charlie. And the next question from the chat is also to Charlie. This comes from Richa. Richa is asking, besides crop modeling, what are the further diverse works that Corteva works for?
Maybe I need some help from Jason. Corteva it's a fairly large full agriculture company now. I think from agriculture, pure agriculture is the largest and covers activities from development and discovery of molecules for crop protection to creating products, maize, soybean, all the breeding activities, to development all the digital tools through granular deployment and the prediction methodologies that we are working. So there are various elements in here that comes from the experimental agriculture, crop physiology, all the way to computer science, coding these Bayesian models and crop growth models. So it's a fairly wide space and opportunities, right, that we engage. And I think related to one of the previous talks, which was very nice to see Justina's presentation, there's a big effort in imaging, looking at phenotyping methodologies, whether it's, again, from the computer science to the development of the machine learning and pattern recognition, recognition of diseases, pests, damage, and whatnot. And that challenge that she shows between ryegrass and wheat is very true, and you can find it in rice and another production system. So that's an area that is fairly active.
Awesome. Thanks, Charlie. Jason, would you like to add anything?
No, I think Charlie covered it well there, but I was just going to say that, in terms of graduate students, that we look towards for our future scientists, as Charlie mentioned, they're in all areas, from data science to chemistry to breeders and genetics. So there's a huge diversity of scientists that we rely on to bring all these products together and really improve agriculture in a sustainable way. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we have a couple more questions coming through the chat here. So the next one says the following. This question was through the private channel about Nepal potato production. So Richa, I guess this question is for you. Is predominantly rain-fed or irrigated? Any focus on phosphorus applications?
So yeah, thank you for the question. Sorry, I didn't see the chat box. So the production of potato in Nepal is basically through rainfall in most of the parts, but the research that I conducted was irrigated. And in case of phosphorus application or research related to phosphorus, nothing much has been done till date regarding the phosphorus. A little bit effort has been seen on potassium application in case of tuber crops for the importance that it has for tuber crops. Basically, the more focus is for the varietal trials along with nitrogen application. Nothing much is done for phosphorus research, but the focus a decade ago was by the government for increasing the phosphorus application through diammonium phosphate application, like I mentioned in my presentation. It was basically with an assumption that the soil in Nepal lacks phosphorus availability, and phosphorus being an immobile element. So a major focus was from the government side, but in case of farmers, use of diammonium phosphate is being in case of farmers level is being used. Major focus has been now on potassium application, not much focus in case of research has been done on phosphorus. I think I answered the question. We can chat privately in case of it wants to.
Thanks, Richa. All right, so our next question is coming through the chat as well, so I'm going to read that. The question says, my name is Diane Francia. I'm from Argentina. My question is directed to Dr. Messina and Dr. Freis, who have addressed this issue. What do you think are the challenges ahead for upscaling successfully circular economy or other sustainability frameworks? So maybe if Charlie wants to start, and then Clyde can go after.
What are the challenges? I think the leadership is a major challenge, right? I think setting a clear direction and bring together industry, farmers, and academia is key to A, design these systems, and B, make sure that they can bring this to bear and farmers have access to the technology. So it's not something that any individual sector can do, but it's something that has to happen in coordination, right? Whether it's a public partnership designing an ag system within the circular economy, but as Freis is doing in Florida, you need to bring that technology, make sure it's accessible, practical in the context of the cropping systems and the restrictions that they have, the growers have, so they are applicable. And of course, what the government has to create the environment so this can bring to bear. So it's a fairly complex system. I think leadership is a good starting point to bring everybody together so we can deal and step up to one of the biggest challenges that we face in agriculture. Just if you see in YouTube, I encourage you at the World Food Prize last week, Jim Collins, the CEO of Corteva, make some good points about circular economies. Jim Jones was there talking about circular economies, farmers. So think about that as a first milestone to bring all the actors together to start moving the needle and start progressing to the future. My 4 cents.
Thanks, Charlie. Clyde, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the best things we can do is have meetings like this where we can hear different perspectives, because this is certainly a very, very complex problem. However, I feel like when you talk about circular economy, I do believe that we need to start looking at supply chains as a whole. I mean, it's not only the seed, the genetics, and all those things in the field and the farm, but also what goes beyond that: processing, packaging, transportation, retail. I think that the final answer for this will a modeling approach where we go much beyond the farm and we go through the entire supply chain. And we have to bring this together, of course, with many, many assumptions, with many simplifications. But I would like to see something moving towards a model that we could see a perturbation. Well, let's give a quick example here. We have a La Nina coming, okay? What does it mean? What does it mean for the disease pressure, crop growth? What does it mean to market, to labor issues? So how does that change the whole thing? So I do feel that we need to go to address this problem. We will have to perhaps face it not only in our agronomic aspect, but throughout the entire supply chain of a given commodity. And I think we'll find many opportunities to become much more resource use efficient and perhaps less wasteful, because we are very wasteful. I mean, we waste a lot of the things that we produce. So I don't know how to get there, but that's just an idea that I think we should look at.
Awesome. Thank you, Clyde, for your input. And yeah, I totally agree that our places like this symposium where some of those ideas and collaborations can really start off from. And so we're excited to also be hosting all of the participants and speakers into this symposium and perhaps spark some collaborations for the future. Let's see here. If we have any more questions, I think we don't have anything coming from the chat. Okay, so we just got a question on the chat. This is from Rachel Winstra for Satirius. What do you think can be done to make the complex concepts of modeling and predictions more accessible to farmers and the general public? Satirius, please go ahead.
That's a pretty good question. What I'm thinking, what it has to be done is to not present the model results by itself to the farmers, but to present some kind of meta-analysis of the modeling results in a simplified way so farmers can understand, and also it will be closer to what they used to see in the past when they were using only experimental data to drive decisions. So in 2 words, it will be a combination of modeling and statistics to simplify the complex system.
Awesome, thanks, Satirius. Let's see here. Let me check our YouTube channel to see if there's something coming. Does someone here have a question? No, I thought I heard something. Well, there are no more questions coming through, and we have 4 minutes before finishing our session. We would welcome one last question. I guess I'll go ahead and ask this final question as well. So as you know, different speakers mention how COVID has impacted your work and also how you interact with other people. I was just wondering, for any of the speakers, including the student speakers, if you are working with any type of digital agriculture tool, so something that it's actually you're running a model, but it's being delivered on a digital form to the producer or to the end user, how do you think that tool, the option of having a tool like that is actually being more helpful to you and to your program and to your interactions with the farmers, especially during this time of this pandemic? So if any of you can just briefly touch base about how you having that digital ag tool is actually helping you, especially under this difficult time that we are in. Anyone want to take a chance at that? Oh. So I guess we actually have a couple questions coming through the chat. So since I didn't hear anything on my question, I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. So Charlie Messina asked Justina, how would continue your research to deliver more impact in agriculture? Justina, are you still there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome, please go ahead.
Yeah, finally what we concluded is that maybe drones and this type of kind of proximal sensors are not like the best tool in this case to detect the early stages of the weed. So what we were thinking is probably we should go like lower and test the ground-based sensors, which are the ones that are always like plugged or in the machinery. So probably we could continue with this type of measurements that are closer to the soil, because we concluded that probably the lower altitudes will be better to detect these small plants. And also what we should continue evaluating is on different seasons, because last year we experienced a really dry season, but probably next year it will be like a rain, how would you say, humid one. So probably the morphology of the plants change a little bit and our results can change also. So it's like you have to upgrade your knowledge like every year.
Awesome, thank you, Justina. We do have one more question from AJ Foster. However, we're running out of time and I want to make sure to give you guys time to grab lunch before we resume again at 1. So, I just want to thank you all for the great questions and great discussions that we had. Especially thank our speakers, both invited and student speakers, for being available during this networking session. And thank everyone that asked questions and contributed to this great discussion that we had. So now I will turn things back to Luciana so she can give you some details about our afternoon sessions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Leo. Really good meeting. Thank you very much. So now this is more as a formality, but I just want to remind you that now we are starting our lunch break of 1 hour. And after this, Rachel Instra will be hosting and moderating the afternoon session. This meeting will remain open as well as the YouTube channel. So if you have any questions, concerns, or problems of any kind, just feel free to type on our chat or just unmute yourself. We will be here, but waiting for Dr. Sotirio's presentation that will start at 1 p.m. Central Time. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. And this is my goodbye. So after this, Rachel will be the person moderating. So thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for returning to join us for this afternoon session of today's symposium, Predictive Agriculture, Turning Data into Decisions, part of the Plant Science Symposium series that's presented by Corteva Agriscience and brought to you virtually from Kansas State University here in Manhattan, Kansas. My name is Rachel Veenstra. I'm a graduate student here at K-State. And as a member of the organizing committee, I will be taking over for Luciana as your moderator for the remainder of the afternoon. We heard opening remarks from Luciana Nieto, Dr. Jason Rauscher, and Dr. Ernie Minton this morning. And we heard some great perspectives from our industry speakers, Dr. Charlie Messina of Corteva Agriscience and Dr. Irene Jupasut of Planet Labs. We appreciated the student presentations as well, hearing about the work being done all over the world in the predictive agriculture realm. All of you did a great job and should be very proud. We also hope everyone was able to tune in to our networking Q&A session this morning to interact with our speakers. For this afternoon, we will be hearing from our academia speakers, Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis of Iowa State University and Dr. Clyde Frace of the University of Florida. We also have 4 more student presentations, and the winners of our student competition will be announced in the closing remarks at 4:00 p.m. At this time, I would like to remind everyone to please make sure your mic is muted and your camera is off to respect our speakers as they share with us. Everyone did a great job with that this morning, so thank you very much. As with this morning's session, we will be taking questions after the presentations conclude, so feel free to ask your question yourself if you are joining us here on Zoom, or you can type it in the chat if you would prefer to do that, or in the comments box if you are joining us on YouTube. We will be collecting these questions to present to our speakers, and we hope to get to as many as possible in the time that we have. So without further delay, I would like to introduce our first speaker this afternoon, Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis of Iowa State University. Dr. Arkontoulis is an associate professor of integrated cropping systems in the Department of Agronomy at Iowa State. His main research interests involve understanding complex genotype by environment by management interactions and modeling various components of the soil-plant atmosphere continuum. His approach combines field experimentation and the use of mechanistic simulations models. Please give your full attention to Dr. Arkontoulis. The stage is yours. Feel free to start sharing your screen whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready to share my screen. I think I need to have some privileges to do that.
Yes, I believe I just did that. Sorry for that delay.
Okay. Let me share my screen. How is that?
That's perfect.
Can you see my screen? Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Rachel, for the nice introduction, and thanks for the invitation to everyone, and also for organizing such a great symposium. I was following all the talks in the morning, and I learned a great deal of new things, very, very impressive presentations, and I'm excited. And I hope during my presentation also to contribute a little towards this knowledge base on predictive agriculture and how we turn data into decisions. I will mostly focus on crop modeling predictions in this presentation, and I will give you a couple of case studies, couple of examples, how well the models can predict yields, optimum nitrogen rates, and some other important practices. And I will finish this presentation with some concluding remarks about where I see what are the needs for modeling and needs for future research. I gave a little short introduction during Leo's session, 11:30. I will give a little bit more of what we do in our lab, again, briefly. Basically, in my lab, we have 3 areas of research. On the left is the first one is the experimentation, and also Rachel mentioned that we do quite a lot of experimentation, but we focus on the system, and I want to define the system. I think it's very important, this. We try to do research across the continuum of the soil, the root, the plant, and the atmosphere. We try to understand everything that is going on there. Then we take the data and we do model analysis, usually using APSI model, the cropping system model, and we try to fix things that are not working well, and we try to understand deeper the system. There are lots of things there that we don't know. And next is to extrapolate results across scales, temporal and spatial scales. And the last piece on the right-hand side is to disseminate the results using web tools. And I will start my presentation by showing you a web tool that we developed. To me, it's very important dissemination of the results. And I believe as scientists, we have a little bit underestimate the power of dissemination of the results. We think that we disseminated the results when we publish a paper, but obviously we have to rethink the dissemination of the results using decision support systems. Okay, 4 topics, 4 case studies: yield, nitrogen, hybrids performance, and optimum planting dates. And I will finish with some reflection on crop modeling. I will jump to the first topic and to the project with the acronym FACS project, which is the forecast and assessment of cropping systems. So what is this one? Back in 2014 at Iowa State University, a team of faculty, scientists, postdocs, graduate students, we came together and we designed this project. Basically, the approach was to measure everything that is possible in the field, and then to use some weather data and the modeling, the APSI modeling, and to try to make some yield predictions, soil water predictions, nitrogen predictions, whatever is possible and whatever we thought at that time will be of interest for decision support, for producers' decision support. The project duration was about 5 years. It is still ongoing, but we removed the experimental part. We continue only with the modeling part. We had 3 objectives. The first one was to provide real-time data to inform producers, like how much nitrogen or how much water is today in the soil and how much is needed over the next 2 years. The second one, and I believe very important, and something that Rachel, in your question earlier about how do we use models for decision support, the second objective was to facilitate a smoother transition to digital agriculture. And our approach to this was to provide both measurements and simulations in the website, so people can know the range of uncertainty and error that is associated with the simulations. And the last objective was to put more mechanisms into the model. As I mentioned, we collected lots of data over 5 years. On the right side, I have some asterisks of the main experimental locations. And there were 10, but I couldn't fit all the stars here. 2 crops, large plots, and in total 125 combinations of treatments. We took lots of plant samples. We are very proud about the root work that we did. We took more than 600 deep soil cores, thousands of soil nitrate samples, and together with soil moisture and soil temperature data and water table data, we try to synthesize the system and to put the data together to see how well we think we know the system using simulation models. Our prediction protocol, this is a figure that we disseminated in the website, and basically we were updating this every week. we were starting the simulations in March 1st, at planting, May 1st approximately, and then we used two types of weather data to drive the simulations, assuming that we are in the middle, at the end of June, somewhere here. The black line represents simulations with actual weather. Then we put 7 days of forecasted weather, and then a bunch of historical weather data. This is a classic yield prediction protocol, but what was innovative in our approach was the green points here, which are the measurements, the real measurements from the field. And this is what it helped farmers to go closer to the simulation models. This type of predictions were updated every week. For the end of season predictions, we followed a little bit different approach, where we presented 3 types of yield estimates: the best case, the median, and the worst case scenario. And predictions were updating every week until we go towards the end of the season and converge to a single measurement. Okay, what did we learn over 5 years? The first lesson was that the yield prediction at planting date using crop models was a very good proxy of the final yield. What you see in this graph, you see in the y-axis the error that is associated with the yield prediction at different time periods and for 2 different crops. So at the start, the first prediction had an error between 15 and 20%. And if you look at the final yield prediction, where we have all the weather data, it was not that different from the first one. Yes, it was better, but if you look at the standard errors, across all the different locations, it was not that much. So that was an encouraging results. And also we received lots of questions. Why is this happening in this environment? When we started the project, we were expecting the first prediction to be up here, to have an error more than 30%. And to answer this question, what we did was to perform a sensitivity analysis to see what is going on, and the model gives a good prediction at planting time. We grouped a bunch of factors as unknown, like the summer weather, known, like the previous weather, the management and soil properties, and partially known, like cultivar traits, initial conditions, etc. And what you see, the summer weather captures only 20% of the uncertainty in the final yield prediction in this environment. And looking at individual components, factors like summer temperature, depth to the water table, the length of the reproductive period, the initial soil nitrogen. So you see here the ranking. But what it struck our attention was the importance of the shallow water table in this location, which basically what it does was to compensate or to buffer, to say it differently, model sensitivity to unknown summer precipitation. That was a very strong effect. Also, it changed the dynamics of the soil nitrogen. It was an important factor there, although it's down in the list. The list is with more than 35 different factors. And it was important. And we explored this a little bit more. And we did a case study for Boone County, Central Iowa. And what we found is that it's important, and it helps the model to get a basic response right. The basic response is the yield response to precipitation. And what you see here in the top left panel, the black line are measured or survey observations for Central Iowa, and yields are low when we don't have enough rain, get an optimum and then go down. And the model, as we initially used, it was getting the other way around response, which was not good. Once we did the improvements and we added the contribution of the water table, both the penalty and the credit, our prediction, our response was much better. So we found this to be very interesting. Now, what else did we learn besides the water and the hydrology that we will talk a little bit later? If the model predicts well early season trajectories, then the chances for, let me take this out from here. I can. The chances for an accurate prediction are pretty high. And this is the initial trajectory and some measurements here that we took. So we found this to be very important. And this is an area where remote sensing can help us a lot. And I was very impressed with Erin's presentation and the ability to have everyday information, what is going on from satellites. That was very impressive and encouraging. Now, the 7-day weather forecast didn't contribute much to the overall prediction framework. The 6-month weather forecast that we tried, it was very unstable, and we decided to take out. It's better to use 20 years of historical weather data and then make the median to predict the future than to rely 100% on the long-term forecasted weather data. Next is that the model prediction accuracy increased in high-yielding location. That was not a surprise. That was a kind of confirmation of what we know about models. High-yielding locations are associated with less soil constraints. And given that the models, they don't have all the mechanisms, it makes sense to perform better in high-yielding locations. Now, the most important is the farmer's perspectives on yield predictions. The number one, show me the data. That was the first reaction when we presented simulated results. The second one, and that was something that we really appreciate, it was the predictions, the website that we developed for people to visualize the results. The most traffic was occurred during June. After June, there was no much, it was much less, but it seems like June, it was the period when farmers needed information from the model. And we tried to understand this better, and we came up with 2 explanations. The first one is June is probably the last month that they can apply some management practices to fix something if there is a problem. And the second one is that prices are usually high during that month because of the uncertainty in yield predictions. Benchmarking predictions or percent of maximum or average was easier to communicate to the farmers, and the farmers appreciated a lot the what-if scenarios. They saw that as a learning opportunity. Besides prediction, they value the power of models to explain what happened during the previous season. And also the scale matters. So point simulations versus original simulations are quite different. We learn a lot, and things that we were not expecting, like I will mention the last bullet point here. I got comments from non-modelers, and besides prediction, explanatory power, etc., they valued that they use the model as a diagnostic tool or a tool to check measurements. Sometimes, especially for soil nitrate, there is no way to judge some measurements. Is this an outlier or this is real reality? So the model can help there. Now, what followed this project? As I mentioned before, we had some good predictions of yield early in the season, and we started a project with John Sawyer, faculty at Iowa State University, fertility expert, about using the model as a nitrogen prediction system. And the hypothesis is that if the model can predict yields well at planting time, then probably we can run the model for 5 nitrogen rates, and by fitting the curve, we can get the optimum nitrogen rate. It was a fantastic idea, and together with Laila Puntel. She is now as assistant professor in the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. We used some long-term experiments. We fitted the model. And here are some results for corn following corn and corn following soybean. These are 20-year average results. The yellow star indicates the optimum nitrogen rate, and the other lines, the measurements and the calibrations. It did well on average. But when it comes to year-by-year variability, what we learn is that prediction of the optimum nitrogen rate is 5 times harder than prediction of just yields. Let me show you some data. On the left panel, you see yield predictions with unknown weather and with known weather. And personally, I'm happy with the measurements and simulations. Using this data, we calculated on the right panel here the optimum nitrogen rate, and you see the variability is all over the place. So it's much harder, and we need to think more about prediction of nitrogen and what's the best use of models. Another important aspect from here is that the model was able to predict the direction if it's going to be a high or low nitrogen demanding year. In most of the cases, in this example, 62%. That was an encouraging result. And we keep working on that. And we will continue to work on that. This is a major issue, and we try to figure out what's the best way to handle this. I will not go into details. I want to move forward so we have enough time for discussion. And I will jump now from the optimum nitrogen rate to corn hybrid performance, a topic that is very relevant for plant breeders and also crop physiologists. So we had a collaboration project with Jody Edwards and Cassie Wink, a PhD student at Iowa State University, lead this effort. And what we did was to measure in-season data for 15 publicly available hybrids, not commercial ones, over 3 side years. And then we use the maize model 7.10 to answer some basic questions for mostly for plant breeders, like what kind of data are we needed to efficiently calibrate upstream to predict differences among hybrids, and then how can we use the model to predict and explain GBI, a fundamental question in plant breeding area. One example for one hybrid, the B73, and the red points are measurements that we collected, actually Cassie collected, and the black line is the fit from the new maize model that was recently developed by Graham Hammer, Charlie Messina, and other colleagues. Biomass, grain, this is the grain yield, the harvest index, the grain number, grain size, stalk biomass, leaf biomass, enhanced biomass, leaf area index, grain nitrogen concentration, stalk nitrogen concentration, and grain leaf nitrogen concentration. You see lots of traits here, and I'm pretty happy with this model fit. When we put all the data together, we rank the plant traits based on how well the model predicted. And you can see here the list. I was not very happy with the grain nitrogen concentration, but probably this might be due to the less data we had about in-season grain nitrogen concentration. But this is a good start. We made us think more about this and which processes we should prioritize a little bit more research. What kind of data do we need for an efficient crop model calibration? That was the real motivation for this study. And to answer this question, we ran 3 simulations. The first one, we call it initial. It's the simulation without is the simulation without any calibration, just use a cultivar and run the model. The second one, we leverage only phenology parameters. And the third one, we call it full model. We used all the data we had. And you see the prediction accuracy. We judge this by the normalized root mean square error as a percent. The more data we have, the better is going to be the performance of the model for all the hybrids and all the traits. This is the big picture. But this is expensive to collect all the growth and nitrogen data. This is relative less expensive, so, and reduces the error by 50%. So that was good to know. Of course, there was some variability among plant traits and processes, how sensitive are to different data. But here is another interesting result. We know there is variability among the 15 hybrids that we tested. And apparently, it turned to be that it's not very big of variability among traits for 15 hybrids. You can see that by the coefficient of variation, besides a couple of traits, for the majority of the traits, the coefficient of variation was below 10%. That was another interesting result. So there was not so much variability there. And this is the final product. Once you have the model with all the data, you run for different weather years and you see the yielding level and the rates of variability. Without being a breeder, I believe the target is the highest, the better, and the less variability. So this is a way to extrapolate 3 years of data to 20 years or billions of data for further analysis. The take-home message from this work with Cassie is that yield and flowering data by itself are not enough to characterize hybrids. We really need more diverse data in order to complement breeding with plant breeding. And from the modeling side, we need to add more functionality, especially for some basic processes like water lodging and excess moisture, because this is frequent in the Corn Belt. This project is ongoing, and Cassie is using the calibrated model for these hybrids across different G2F environments. And this is the last example that I want to share with you, a recent published study from Mitch Baum, you see here in the picture. It's about the management and different hybrids and different planting dates in Iowa. So the motivation for this work is that adaptation practices are not given. I have read lots of papers with climate change analysis and lots of predictions. And one of the main conclusions is that if we adapt to the new conditions by planting earlier or putting a longer maturity hybrid, we can compensate for the effect of warming, etc. But planting earlier is not given. This is strongly affected by weather, and we have to study more. We should look not only the yields, but also how the climate change is going to affect the management. And that was the main focus of this study. And the basic question that we asked was, okay, what is the optimum planting date for Iowa by year, by location, and by hybrid? All we have for recommendations are based on a couple of trials, 2-3 years, 2-3 locations, and then we present the results to the farmers and are static. We took the following approach. We ran a massive regional scale simulation experiment. We considered 11 planting dates per year. We used 8 cultivars of different maturity group, 281 fields, equal spaced across Iowa, and each field had a different weather. We used 36 weather years and 6 theoretical climate scenarios. And we used the maize 7.10 crop model and the PSIM software to run the simulations. And basically, once we ran the model, the next step was to fit statistical models to estimate the optimum yield and the optimum planting time, because it's impossible to run experiments across all these scenarios. Before that, we tested the model to make sure that it represents reality well across 7 locations. You see here the points on the map and the results on this graph. The points are the measurements and the line is the simulated yield response to planting date. And it's quite interesting to note here the different shapes from year to year and location from location. It's not a smooth curve as we have on average and summary figures. We ran the model across all these possible combinations, and these are the results for the baseline. And this is a kind of a complex slide. I will try to simplify, but I will mostly describe the right part. It's much easier. So what we found is that the cultivars maturity duration has an effect on the optimum planting time. The shorter the cultivar, the later we can plant it. We know that, but here is also the range that we get for the optimum planting time. The window, the optimum planting window was about 10 days. You see here 5 to 15 days, and it was larger for the short duration. And in terms of yield, we found we got different lower yields with shorter and a little bit higher yields with long maturity, but it was a way different distribution. An interesting result from this study was that we compare our results with what we know from USDA NASE reports. You know, there is a planting progress they reported every week. And what we did here for the entire state of Iowa, we plotted the start and the end of planting progress by year. And the black line is the median across start and the end. And the red line, this is the simulated optimum using the approach that I described to you. And the main result from this analysis was that the optimum planting date for Iowa on average corresponds to 18% planting progress. It's about 20. Some people thought it was about the 50%, but it's much less. And it's definitely not the 0, the earliest. It's a little bit later. Climate scenarios. We explore 6 scenarios, including warming scenarios, different precipitation scenarios. But I want to tell you in this presentation the results from the most likely scenario for Iowa, that is increasing spring precipitation about 10%, decreasing summer precipitation about 10%, increasing minimum temperature, and decreasing maximum temperature by ½ degree Celsius. According to the historical weather data, this is the most likely scenario in Iowa, or this is what we are experiencing now. According to the simulations, let's look on the bottom panel. The orange line represents the most likely scenario. We had the yield increase in all situations, and a main reason is the minimum temperature, the increase in the minimum temperature, because it's not only the effect of minimum temperature during summertime. We need to think the minimum temperature also in the spring and in the fall, because in general, we have a longer season hybrids there. We can fit more, especially in the fall. It's getting a bit more warm. The optimum planting date was not affected that much. It was plus minus 2 days. And of course, there are landscape difference between north and south and different hybrids. I don't want to go into details. I want to summarize the findings from this work, and I will make 3 points. The first one, conclusion from that study, is that we need more investments in technology. The current efficiency, planting efficiency, is about 50% of the maximum possible. What I mean by that? On average, across 35 years, it takes 40 days from start to end of planting corn in Iowa. In the best years, it takes less than 20 days. And the theoretical maximum by analyzing the data is something like about 7 days. With the expected climate variability and wetter springs, we experienced that in 2019. You remember everything was moved a month later. We need to think more, how can we adapt and what kind of changes in technology improvements we need to do in order to plant earlier. And we need to think this not only about the production and the yield, but also about the environmental benefits. The earlier we plant, the highest the period that we have a green cover at the top of that. The second conclusion was about we need actionable data to estimate risks and cost of mitigating climate change. And this type of data, in my opinion, refer mostly to the management decisions. So we need to predict, we need to use models more to predict what the future management is going to be. Not only what is going to be the future yields, but how the management is going to be different in 20 years from now, 30 years from now. So plant breeders have time to adapt, think, prioritize objectives, farm managers the same. So we need more research in this topic. And the third conclusion, we need to work more towards scalable and dynamic recommendation systems for farmers. Today's standard approach of recommendation is we generate experimental data and we draw recommendations. Perhaps a more efficient way is to include crop modeling to make usually the small experimental data into big data, and then using statistics to simplify everything and deliver recommendations that are dynamic and scalable. Let's move now to the last topic about some reflections, personal opinions about modeling where we are and where we are going. The first model was developed in 60s, and over time, more modules developed. In 90s, we have the integrated cropping systems, the development of these systems like DSAT and NAPSIM. Then we start linking technologies, and nowadays we try to combine artificial intelligence and machine learning and lots of high throughput data. One observation that I see from my experience is model improvement. It was high early in the development of the models. We want data and improvements, but it's decreasing year by year. And second observation is that the number of users, agronomists, soil scientists, crop scientists that operating the models are fewer and fewer. And this is important because this is how we can hypothesize, develop hypotheses, get some data, and this is how the improvements will come. On the other side, I see lots of studies with model applications across scales, across everything, and more computer scientist users. And my point here is we really need a better balance here. If we stop improving the models and we continue only to apply, it will come a point that we will need to go back and test everything. We need to start doing in parallel both of these. I read a paper recently about the crop insurance payments shares from for the last 20 years in the United States. And I was pretty impressed that about, how to call this one, 80% or 75% of the insurance payments are related to water stress, either drought or excess precipitation. And everything else, frost, heat, everything, is a small portion, but water related is about 80%. That's another area where we need to work and improve the models. Mostly the models were developed for arid and semi-arid conditions, are pretty good with the drought stress. But when I look at the US Corn Belt, we need the other side of stress as well to get inside the model. That's an area for improvement. And if I try to summarize everything in a graph, let me start some ideas here. Perhaps this may inspire some of the young scientists to follow up with some research. We need to improve the environmental part. And I provide here some general guidelines. We have the drought, heat, cold, excess moisture, and then we go to hydrology and carbon and nitrogen. And right now I see a need to improve especially the soil part. It's very, very important. And in the new era of carbon markets, we will need and we will rely in models to provide us some results. And we need to make sure that the models do a good job, especially with the soil carbon and nitrogen and hydrology that affects everything in the system. In terms of the crop part, we need to work across areas from morphology, phenology, physiology, but I will prioritize, especially for the US Corn Belt, the last two boxes related to root depth, a fundamental process. We need data, more data to test and ensure the models, and we need damage functions. There are lots of simple weather events like hailstorm or nothing comes to my mind now, but there are lots of things that can affect crop growth and can reduce yields. It's not only drought or heat that can drop the yield. There might be other functions, other stresses that we need to put inside the model. And everything is connected in the model. So if the basics like soil and damage functions get in, we may need to do less improvements here. I don't know, that's a hypothesis that I have. And at the end of the day, what we want is, we want to see the crop models predict emergent properties like this one, where you see nitrogen rate in the x-axis. This is experimental data and different responses. The green dotted line is the yield. The red one is the root mass, and the other one, the gray solid, is the root to shoot ratio. That's what we want to see the models predict at the end of the day. Not sure that all the models are capable to do that, but we need to make sure that the models behave that way, because the questions we will have to answer in the near future will require the environmental performance and soil carbon and root carbon. So we need to ensure that the models can give good predictions. Last slide, and I will close here. Better predictions will come with better data and more mechanisms in crop models. Of course, we need to keep a balance between simplicity and complexity, but I believe there are some fundamental functions that really need to be included into the model. And the second one is beyond prediction. Perhaps crop models should be used more to explain what happened. It's equally important, and to design some scenarios which can stimulate some new experimental research. And the way forward to make really advancements in predictions, it's not a smooth way like accumulating data, but we need to make some major breakthroughs here to improve models and to increase prediction accuracy and the value that we give back to the farmers. And that's all I had to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Arkantulis. That was a wonderful presentation. We really enjoyed that. I would like to ask now for our attendees, we encourage you to react with the Zoom applause and thumbs up emojis to thank our speaker. At this time, I do have some questions in the chat, but I would like to open the floor for spoken questions for just a second before I move to those. So do we have any spoken questions for our speaker?
Hey, Rachel,
Oh,
I have a question.
We have a question. Go ahead, Leo.
Hey, Satirios, thank you for the presentation. It was very, very interesting to look at all the different scenarios that you guys have been able to successfully model. So earlier in your presentation, you showed how using the median response of the weather, of the historical weather, was a good alternative. And I don't really do much crop modeling, but I was just thinking of something and I wanted to ask you, like, is using the median better than trying to identify like a past year that is the most similar to the current year and use that as the one for predictions rather than the median? I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know if you need clarification.
It does make sense, and thanks for this question. Actually, we tried to explore this question back in 2017-18 when we started all this forecast concept, and we grouped the data based on similarities. We did not see any drastic improvement. So it was not something that it really improved the predictions. So we stayed with the median. But again, that was one case study from Iowa, perhaps in a different environment like Kansas or Texas or California or Australia. Your suggestion and idea may work.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like our chat is exploding over here. So I'm going to start asking you some of these questions. So the first question is from Prakash. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Can the downscaled weather data from the seasonal climate forecast of 1 to 3 months be better and more useful than the historical data when used in the later part of the season to predict? And if accuracy will be improved, will it improve results in forecasts? So that's kind of tied to Leo's question, I think.
Yeah, that's another good question. And the truth is we didn't use 1 month to 3 month forecast data. At that time, we used the two extremes, the week and the 6 month, and it didn't work well. But besides the accuracy of the future weather data, we need to think the contribution of the weather to the yield prediction. When we did the sensitivity analysis, when it comes to yield prediction, the uncertainty of the summer weather is about 1/4 of what we don't know. There are other aspects that we really need to put equally attention, not only to the weather. But it will be good for me also to explore the 1 to 3 month weather forecast. It will be good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the next question I have is from Cynthia. I believe that's correct. Excuse me if I'm wrong again. Those what if scenarios are of high interest for farmers, as you mentioned. However, I find that actual models are too complex for farmers, consultants, or even people that are not familiar with them. Can you think for the near future to develop a simpler tool that can be calibrated and updated annually by modelers, but simpler to use?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me tell you the top 2 questions that I received from the farmers. What if I had planted more plants per square meter, per acre? I put 32. What if I had put 38? Number 2, what if I had fertilized 50 pounds at V6 in 2019. What will be the yield? And you know, these questions are asked after the harvest. It's impossible to go back and do experiments. So when they see model results for different plant densities or nitrogen fertilizers, they get some answers to their hypothesis, what they have in their mind. That's something helpful because they generate the hypothesis, they talk to each other, but they don't have any kind of a validation or a different opinion to see, hey, probably it was a good idea to put a little bit more nitrogen later in the season. So these are the kind of questions that made farmers very excited. Once a farmer asked me, can I get the slide with all the ranking of practices? I really want to study this for a day. I want to have this in mind. What was the second part of the question? How to simplify the complex models.
Yes.
You know, there is a trade-off. And I understand the need to simplify the complex models, but the questions that farmers ask, although sound simple, the answers are very complex. So instead of simplifying the models, an alternative here might be to train scientists and students to deal with complex models and present simple information to the farmers. I'm not, I don't oppose to the other way, but I'm skeptical. Is this gonna work? If we say we take out tile drainage, we take out timing of nitrogen fertilizers, we may make the models too simple and not to the point that can help farmers' decision making.
Yes, that was a very good answer. Thank you very much. So the next question, I believe you kind of addressed this in your talk, but just in case you would like to comment anything else on it, from Oscar, have you measured the effect of climate change on corn production to assume that there will be an effect?
If I measure the effect of climate change, I have not measured. The only thing that I have done is to explore the weather variability over the last 30, 40 years. I need more clarification of the question, what Oscar means by measure the climate change. Perhaps that's a question that we can elaborate later.
Okay, so Oscar, if you'd like to clarify that, you can type that in the chat as well. I will go ahead and move to the next question from Mario. Great presentation. For model improvement, how do you think that we could encourage researchers and producers to add data to modeling and simulation systems for model improvement?
Good point. Model improvement sometimes is beyond data. You know, farmers, they have 20, 30, 40 years of experience. And they know when their fields are high yielding and when their fields are low yielding. If we increase the dialogue between modelers and farmers, that will be very much appreciated, and I believe we will be able to add some more functionality inside the models. Step 2, we can get some data and to see where is the truth with that. But there is lots of room there for improvements. That's one part of the answer, but this is going to be a very long answer. I don't want to get much time there. But that was what is high in my mind is we need to get the farmers and crop advisors experience over 30 years working with real cropping systems into simulation models.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the next question is from Justina. And she asks, as we are starting to manage our crops under site-specific management according to the spatial variability in the paddock, for example, varying nitrogen fertilizer according to the ambient, how do you see the future of crop modeling? Do you think that in the future we will have to model for each site ambient of the paddock and use remote sensing tools to measure that variability as an input of the model?
Very good question. What I believe is that crop modeling will definitely play a role there. And some fields will require within field management and simulations, some others not. And it's a matter of, with the models, to have good results, we need to have good inputs. And the question will go back and say, okay, what's the quality of the soil input data that we're going to put into the model? Remote sensing can help a lot in this effort. I truly believe that, because we can eliminate another big factor, which is what is going on with the surface. How much residue we have, where is the tillage, and what's the elevation. But there are lots of other subsoil parameters that we don't have. Definitely modeling is going to be part of that. And I see the future to be an integrated system. It's going to be modeling, remote sensing, machine learning, everything.
Okay, thank you very much. So our next question is from Diego, and he asks, considering your final insights, it appears that the coupled work of crop physiologists and soil scientists is needed for model improvement, for example, regarding waterlogging. However, crop modelers must be clear on the parameters that need to be measured, as lots of works are finally non-informing. Which parameters do you think should be measured?
That's another good question. I get which parameters. First, it depends on the model. Each model has a little bit different parameters in the way that is structured. But what I will say, if crop physiologists and soil scientists work together and generate some basic fundamental research, what is going on with the nitrification during a water-lodging soil? What is going on with the soil organic carbon mineralization during the period of flooding? What is going on with the nitrification? I will say a more general research and data collection about this type of processes, rather than naming we need this parameter, and this parameter. Then modelers, no matter the name of the model, can take this response data and parameterize and fit some coefficients that they have in the individual models. So we need this type of information somehow to confirm and expand of what we have right now there.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is from Richa, and she asks, in case of damage function, were you talking about biotic stress along with abiotic stress? Can disease incidence be modeled much effectively like the abiotic stresses?
That's a great question. The answer is both. I know that to do a precise modeling is very complicated and it's going to add a bunch of parameters. What I was thinking is about simple functions like we have a hailstorm, right? On July 10th, we had a hailstorm. So if somehow convert this information to percent leaf area index damage, then we can inform the model and the model can take the pattern from there and make a prediction. That should not be something very hard to program inside the model. When it comes to diseases, there are two ways to build the population models and all the dynamics. And the other one, something similar to the hail, like we have 10% damage, we have 20% damage. Let the crop model know about this damage. And when I say let the model know, what kind of damage? Is this damage in the photosynthetic capacity or damage in the leaf area? The model will tell us the rest. So simple fundamental functionality, that's my perspective of how we should go for a step one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So I see that we still have some questions in the chat, but it's 2 o'clock, so I'm afraid we're going to have to move to the next portion of our schedule for the afternoon. Thank you again very much, Dr. Sotirios, for all of your presentation and all of your insights. We had some really great questions asked, and that was a really great session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's see, we will move right along to the next part of our session this afternoon. At this time, I would like to present master's student Josefina Lacasa of our organizing committee. who will be moderating our final afternoon student presentation session. So Josefina, whenever you're ready, the stage is yours and feel free to share your screen.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Rachel, for your presentation. So I'll be presenting the second session of student presentation. So we had 4 in the morning and we'll have 4 now in the afternoon. They are all competing in a 5-minute oral presentation and they're being judged by an external committee. So as a quick review of the guidelines of the contest, so the presenters have 5 minutes to present the research they're doing. And then we have a 4-minute Q&A session. So we asked all the participants of this meeting to keep their mics and cameras off as always, which has worked very well so far. So thank you for that. And for this afternoon, we'll have Megan Colbert, who's a PhD student at K-State and works with genome selection in winter wheat. Then Diego Rotili, who's a PhD student at the University of Buenos Aires in Argentina, who's working with allometric models in maize. Next, we'll have Suraf Paul, who's a PhD student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, who works with wheat streak mosaic virus. And last, we'll have Luan Pot, who's a PhD student at the University of Santa Maria in Brazil. And he works with remote sensing, mapping, soybean and corn rotations. So with that, I'll thank our sponsors again, and I'll give the spotlight to Megan, so you can start sharing your screen whenever you want.
Sure. Oh, hold on, wrong one. Where is it? There we go. Is that sharing the correct screen?
We're seeing a PDF file, I think. Oh, no, you're good.
Okay, are you sure?
Thanks.
Okay, so part of my PhD project looks at breeding program optimization for genomic selection in winter wheat. This was conducted at Kansas State University in the Poland lab. So the reason why we looked at this is because our global population growth is expected to hit 9.7 billion in 2050. And unfortunately, we're not really making any more land and we're having a decrease in our climate stability. This means that we need to increase crop production to meet the needs of the future population. Currently, our increase in wheat is about 1%, but the required increase is going to hit about 2.4%. So this is going to require changes in the way that we actually produce our wheat. One of the things we can look at is whether phenomic selection is better than genomic selection. We decided to test this by simulation and assumed that either a phenomic selection program would occur or a genomic selection program would occur, and not a combination of the both in one program. We decided to look at for a same budget for both of these programs and to see which one gave a better genetic gain. So on the left here, you have a very simplistic view of sort of an estimate of how we ran the phenomic selection, whereas on the right-hand side here is a very basic view of what we simulated for the genomic selection. We also assumed that they would take the same period of time so that we didn't have to account for that effect either. So the results of our simulation on the y-axis over here, you have the ratio between the correlated response to selection if you are selecting on an indirect trait, as we would do in genomic selection because you're selecting on the genotype, as opposed to the direct response to selection if you were selecting directly on yield. If the ratio is above 1, you favor the correlated response, and if it is below 1, you favor the direct response. That ratio is indicated over here by the dotted line that falls across each individual plot. The plot is titled by the narrow sense heritability of the trait of interest, so yield or something. And on the x-axis, we give the number of plots. For every one plot phenotyped, you can predict between 5 and 10 based on genotyping costs. The prediction accuracy of the model is given by the different colored lines. And from this, we can see that we hopefully would want to be in this region, which seems to favor genomic selection. So if you have a narrow sense heritability below 0.4, we said a prediction accuracy that is above 0.3, and if you can estimate approximately 7.5 predicted genotypes for every one that you can phenotype in the field. So we then checked this in the Kansas State University wheat breeding program that is run out of Manhattan. We've initially looked at the broad sense heritability because it's easier to calculate than narrow sense heritability. And for the most part, our heritability seemed to fit the genomic selection parameters because they were generally below 0.4 when you're predicting for the entire yield, as opposed for the entire season, as opposed to the different yield nurseries. For our genomic prediction, these are our cross-validated accuracies. So we did an 80-20 split of the data for cross-validation. We then ran 100 replications of this, and using RR-BLUP, these are our correlations between the observed values and our predicted values. The season is given on the x-axis, and if we excluded individual years from the experiment. For the most part, our testing population, which is the bit that we were predicting, seems to fall within our predictions because it's above 0.3. And this was very, very promising, as it seemed to be that maybe we could move forward with this. Unfortunately, when we then went and looked at blind predictions, they were not nearly as promising as the cross-validated predictions. What we did here is we tested different types of training populations. So we either excluded an entire year, we excluded only the preliminary nurseries, or we excluded a year with one location from that year included in the training population, and then predicted all the other locations. For the most part, our correlations were not great, which can be expected when you're making blind predictions, as you are predicting into an unknown environment and different climatic conditions. We did see down here one rather promising result where we got a prediction accuracy of about 0.57. This happened when we excluded everything from the 2019 data except for one location. But this did give us the largest training population possible because most things were planted at that specific location. So the way we can possibly use this further is the parameters that we said favor genomic prediction over phenomic prediction. In the Kansas State program, we seem to have the correct narrow sense heritability being below 0.4. We can predict at a ratio of about 1.7 genotypes to every one phenotype. Our biggest problem comes in when we use for our prediction model. So we need to work on improving our prediction accuracy. One of the ways we can possibly do this is to include more lines in our training population, possibly using the Kansas Interstate Nursery that is planted at each of the locations we examined, or possibly to use an environmental trial panel that might be planted at each location. We can also include more historical data because it is available. And one of the other things that may affect our accuracy is to have a more balanced field experiment, because as anyone who tries to grow anything in Kansas knows, we have rather extreme weather events that can occasionally take out an entire field, and as such, you lose all of that data. And that's me.
Thanks, Megan. Great presentation. Good job. So with that, we're open to questions. I don't know if someone has a question.
That's okay.
I have a question. This is Jason. So these simulations are kind of based on current technologies that are available in the sense of, high throughput phenotyping, genotyping costs, that kind of thing. Can you look into the future using these methods and say, hey, if genotyping costs, drop by half, how does that change the calculus on, whether we get, I mean, you say you're at kind of a tipping point going towards genomic selection. How does technology impact that?
Yes, we've been looking at using high throughput phenotyping to improve our prediction accuracy. It's one of the possibilities that we're sort of examining. Unfortunately, at the moment, it isn't having an impact on our prediction accuracies. It's more stabilizing them across the season. So we're hopefully going to be able to develop slightly different methods of how to use our high throughput phenotyping data to best fit in with our genomic prediction models. We examined any of our simulation was based on kind of estimated costs in the Kansas State University wheat breeding program at the moment.
Thanks.
So we have one question in the chat. Oscar asks, why do you think that there was a big jump in accuracy only in the 2019 data?
We had a significantly larger training population. Our 2018 season, we had an exceptional drought, so there was not enough seed to plant at multiple locations that we would normally place it at. So most of the lines were planted at the one location, which we used in our prediction model. And the training data, there was a significantly reduced set. I think we were only predicting about 120 lines as opposed to having 1,700 in the training set.
Okay, I think we're good now. So thank you very much, Megan, for your great presentation. Next, we have Diego Rotili from the University of Buenos Aires. So stage is yours. Feel free to share your screen.
Thank you, Josefina. I'll just share my screen. Please tell me when it is sharing.
We can see it.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diego. I'm from Universidad de Buenos Aires in Argentina. And I worked alongside Drs. Pedro Donietti and Gustavo Madoni. This project that's titled Allometric Models to Predict Plant Biomass in Maize, a comprehensive analysis using data from published field studies. So allometry refers to the relationships between organ biomass and size throughout the crop cycle. And it has been widely used in different crop science studies and different species, particularly in maize, since Andrade in 1999 used it for the first time. An empirical model vinculating biomass with the stem volume calculated through the cylinder formula and using the stem height and base diameter has been fitted. And several studies have used also this relationship through the fixed effect of the stem volume through linear models. However, the random effects, particularly of the slope, regarding the effects of the environment, the genotype, and their interaction, have never been fitted. So each model had to be constructed and fitted for every site, season, and genotype combination. Quadratic models have also been used using the fixed effect of the stem volume in the quadratic term. And also the reproductive or ear biomass has been related to the ear maximum diameter, mainly through exponential models, but only using fixed effects models. So our main question was if all the published data could be fitted in a single model, and which was the variability offered by the environment, the genotype, and their interaction in the model parameters. And so we tested these research questions. Which was the best performing allometric model in each case? What was the variability associated to each factor? And if we can fit a predictive model across studies. So we gathered data from 20 published papers, and the database consisted of vegetative or reproductive biomass and the 2 predictive variables. We had 27 environments, 21 environments were chosen for the model construction, and environments comprise sites by year combinations, and 231 genotypes. The lasting 6 environments were used for validation. So in the left box, we have the linear model relating stem biomass and stem volume. We have about 6,000 data points. And so the main findings were that the slope was similar to that reported by the literature. And the fixed effect model, only considering the stem volume, had really good accuracy, but greatly improved when considering the random effects. And within the random effects, the main effect or the main variance was attributed to the environment. And when testing model behavior, we found that the fixed effect model was improved when considering the random factors. When we tested the quadratic model, we found better model performance, mainly because the quadratic term absorbed some of the variation that was attributed to the random effects previously. But within the random effects, the variability offered by the environment was still the greatest among the different factors and similar to that of the linear model. For the reproductive biomass, the best performing model was an exponential model with a similar exponential term than those reported by the literature, and a pretty good performance when considering the fixed effects, but it also improved when considering the random effects, and the weight of the environment was again, and with similar weights, the most important one to determine the variance of the slope. We then tested if this relationship, mainly the vegetative one, if the one relating stem biomass with stem volume, was dependent on fertilization rates or on genetic background, considering inbred and hybrids. So the results were that neither the N rate nor the genetic background had a significant effect. So the relationship between stem biomass and stem volume was consistent, either when moving from one N rate to another or from inbred to hybrids. So, as key messages, we found that the best models, considering the fixed factors, for the vegetative biomass was the quadratic model. For the reproductive biomass was an exponential model. Including the random effects improved models, but mainly due to the effect on the variance of the slope of the environment, considering a side-by-year combination. When we tested the effect of N rates or inbred and hybrids, we found non-significant effects. So we consider that fixed effects models are fit for broad-scale studies, for biomass prediction in maize, and for more detailed studies, such as phenotyping or crop physiology studies. Random effects are needed for more precise prediction, but a great insight is that the main thing to be considered is the effect of the environment, and not due to the N rate and not of the genotype. So we conclude that these models could reduce time used for maize phenotyping. These models are indirect, non-destructive estimations, only based on height and diameter of the stem and ear maximum diameter, and are really cost-free. So thank you.
Thanks, Diego, for your presentation. Great job. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience.
Hi, Diego. This is Ignacio. How are you doing?
Hi, Ignacio. I'm great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Diego. Excellent presentation. First of all, I mean, we have a lot of experience working on allometric models, so very good job. I think that was very good presentation, and I'm working on developing these models and trying to understand more the contribution of each factor. I mean, and dissecting a little bit the G by M is interesting. One quick thought or idea that I would like for you to tell us a little bit more. When you were looking at the data, did you find much difference, for example, potentially related to things that could impact canopy architecture, plant density, or planting dates, something that maybe could be included or is included at this point as a part of the environment?
Well, when discussing these effects, so mainly the relationship between stem biomass and stem volume is explained either by leaf area, different leaf by stem ratios, or different, I think that carbohydrate concentrations in the stem. So at the same stem volume, you can have different stem biomass due to those two factors. And the environments were really different one from each other. So we had a great latitude span and different sowing dates. So we can relate these effects to a particular factor when considering that environmental factors. But we can say that, or what we discussed is that mostly the thermal environment or the photomorphogenic processes governing stem elongation could have been the factors affecting that environmental variance. But I don't think that there can be another one, because when you put N rate aside, I don't understand which others could be left there. So I think that there are some, but I cannot be clear about which ones once we get N rate away.
Yeah, I think that you make a good point there. I mean, the plant density or even different stress interaction could change the leaf stem ratio. I mean, the leaf stem ratio. So, and then, I mean,
right.
Actually, it could be explored. I mean, basically, when you have a co-limitation of factors, I mean, could change that carbon allocation. And you also mentioned carbohydrate. So, of course, it's impossible to test all the factors more when you're not, you don't have a control study. So, but
right.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, overall, it's excellent. I mean, it's good to have a review on this topic. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Ignacio.
I had a quick question as well. This is Jason. Forgive my ignorance of the sort of the initial data that goes into these the models that you're building here, but you did talk about on the slide there. You have the diversity of both inbreds and hybrids involved in this. What about those 20 studies that you're using for this? Are these very diverse? I mean, you showed a map there that showed like a dot in Europe and one in Brazil, but are those where the actual locations were? And are we looking at tropical or just corn, or as well as temperate, or what's the diversity of the initial studies that you're using?
Right. Yeah, thank you for that question. The environments are temperate environments, either in Argentina, mainly in Buenos Aires province, that's the Pampas region, or in Spain. So they're within temperate climate, and most hybrids or inbred lines were temperate ones. And the data came from the published papers, the published studies. We asked the authors to give us the basic databases, so we got them from them. And the main differences were due to latitudinal variation, but not that much, such as to be tropical versus temperate. So they are all temperate. And as well, the N rates studies, we only subsetted the ones that had no N fertilization versus high N fertilization. And these models were a bit with the high N fertilization, but variation was due to latitude or sowing dates, etc. So they're pretty much the same from considering genetic background or environmental background, but still environment was important.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Leo. If there are not more questions, we can move on to our next presenter. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So, great, Surab. I see you already started presenting. So,
I'm so sorry.
Whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saurabh, and I am doing my PhD at University of Nebraska-Lincoln in University at Department of Plant Pathology. So today's title of my poster is Wheat Streak Mosaic Virus Virions Contain 4 Virus Encoded Accessory Proteins. Our lab uses Wheat Streak Mosaic virus as model system to elucidate the mechanism of virus vector relationship. And this Wheat Streak Mosaic virus is a family member of Portiviridae and the genus Titimovirus. And it is a rod-shaped flexible virus composed of positive sense single-stranded RNA genome of 10 kbp in size. And this virus is a very economically important virus because it infects wheat in the Great Plains, causing 100% yield loss to the farmers. Just think about a Walmart without wheat, and you can understand the importance of wheat as staple food. Like a Walmart without bread, without tortilla, without flour, and how could it look like? So next, this virus is also vectored by a wheat kernel mite and is globally presented. And when this virus infects the host, the metastable necroprotein particles or the virions assembled in host cell, and the virions protect the virus genome from outside and the inside the host cell, and the virions are very much dynamic, different in size, shape, and complexity. And also the plant viruses uses the host factors or proteins to successfully infect their host. That is why it is very important to understand the physical and the structural biology of WSMV, and it's also very important to study the composition of the virions. To our knowledge, this is the first time that some factors different from the capsid protein have been shown to be directly involved as a component of Titimovirus genome. Here we reported that despite of multiple roles of ACPRO, P1, CI, and the NIA-VPG during viral infection, those proteins play pivotal role to contribute the virion of WSMV. Here you can see that the virus, the discoloration and the streaking, uniform streaking and the stunted growth. And this virus is first described in NE in 1922. And there is a genome organization. This is a very wild type virus, but my advisor engineered this virus by adding green fluorescent protein between P1 and ACPRO. So my research objective is identification and determination of the constituents and the composition of WSMV virions through mass spectroscopy and the Western blot. Here is the brief summary of my work procedure to accomplish my research objective. I inoculated the wheat seedlings at single leaf stage by mechanically with the wild type virus and the WSMV virus, and I purified virions through by differential centrifugation through 10 to 14% sucrose density gradients. These virions were subjected to mass spectroscopy analysis at the UNL and analyzed by Western blot with WSMV CP, P1, ACPRO, CI antibodies. And we also used GFP antibody to examine the presence of GFP as GFP-ACPRO fusion protein. So this table suggested that the relative quantification between the proteins present in the purified WSMV virions using the number of spectrum counts for each protein. We repeated the mass spectroscopy twice and took the average of experiment 1 and experiment 2. We use scaffold proteome software to validate the MS by MS based peptide and the protein identification through the WSMV protein database. And the the result told us that the coat protein compromises 55 to 80% of total proteins, and whereas it also contains the 4 additional virus encoded proteins as components of virions, AC-Pro 3 to 8%, CI and PI are almost equal in amount, that is 0.8%, and the NIA-VPG is present as 0.2 to 0.4%. So next we validate the mass spectroscopic result by Western blot. We ran the purified virions of WSMB, GFP, and wild-type WSMB into SDS page followed by Western blot, and the molecular masses you can see it's already on the indicated left and the right, and you can see the CP antibody. You can see that there is a protein of 45 kDa and the 31 and 29 kDa protein are detected, whereas there is nothing in the healthy control. And for the P1 there is a protein of 33 kDa. The AC-Pro dimer is present as present at 55 kDa. The same thing is the GFP. This suggested that GFP and AC-Pro are fused and they are present as dimer, whereas the CI is present, is the 63 kDa is present, whereas a healthy protein there is nothing. If the AC-Pro and the GFP are produced as chimeric protein, that means they should elicit fluorescence under confocal microscope, and this, my hypothesis is correct, as I have seen the green fluorescent protein under the confocal microscopy at 10x observation, whereas the wild type has nothing, no fluorescence. So I can conclude that WSMB is very unusual, incorporating 4 accessory proteins, whereas the CP as the major protein, and the functional GFP was incorporated into WSMB virions as GFP AC-Pro fusion proteins. And hereby I acknowledge USDA ARS for supporting my work, and I am ready to take any questions you have any. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you for your presentation. Good job. I don't know if there are any questions in the audience. Let me check.
Hi, Saurabh, this is Jason.
Hello.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about those 4 accessory proteins? Why are they unusual, and what what implications do those proteins have for the virulence of this virus? Or
these proteins are mainly, they play in the pathogenicity. The core protein is the main part that constitutes the virus. The capsid protein constitutes the virus particles. Like in most of the cases, whatever the research has been done, they have shown only the CP is present, whereas these 4 proteins are only placed in the replication of the virus either, or they play for the movement from like one cell to another cell. There was no report that these proteins play also an important role to constitute the virions. So my uniqueness for this research is that I identified that these proteins are also playing an important role to constitute the virions along with the core protein, and they are also playing some other roles in viral pathogenicity.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we have a question from the chat that says, how did you infect the plants at field level? I don't know, if you want to share your screen again, go ahead. Because I stopped yours. I don't know.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. What was the question?
So how did you infect the plants at field level?
Okay, so I used mechanically. That means I took the infected leaves from my previous experiment and I crushed using a mortar and pestle, and I used a abrasum that is a sealite. So that helps to penetrate or the rupture of the wax of the leaf. So I just rub the mortar or pestle like with the sap, with the liquid on the leaf directly with the help of the abrasam.
Great, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
If there are not any more questions, I think we can move on to our last speaker, well, to our last presenter. Thanks very much, Surab, for your presentation. So our last presenter is Luan Pot from the University of Santa Maria in Brazil. So if you're there, Luan.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Feel free to start sharing.
Okay. Okay. Is it okay? Yes, I think so.
Yes, yes.
Great. Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to show our research here. And also, I would like to glad you guys for how to support with the presenters. My name is Luan Pot. I am a doctorate student in Brazil at Federal University of Santa Maria. And in my master degree, I took part of Ignacio's team, and when I could help, I could work with remote sensing, management systems, and precision agriculture. And right now in my doctorate degree, I work with crop monitoring, crop classification, and crop modeling. Great. Today, I'm going to present you one of my research that's mapping soybean corn rotation utilizing remote sensing crop classification layers. The co-authors of this research are Thelma Amado, Rail Schwalbert, and Ignacio Ampiri. Crop rotation is one of the key principles of the no-till system in Brazil, and it's commonly linked to boosting soil health and also sustainable agriculture. In Northwest Rio Grande do Sul state, Brazil, soybean and corn are the two main crops of this region, and mapping special crop rotation can contribute to optimize agricultural systems and can be features through crop modeling, crop classification, and yield forecast. For example, in the literature, we have many papers that suggest that crop rotation can boost environmental services, and this information, when aggregated with crop modeling and crop classification and also yield forecast, can help in the predictions. Thus, the aim of this research is to characterize the soybean corn rotation in Northwest Rio Grande do Sul state, Brazil. The pane way, we have the nematoxidity, the seed we selected to this study. We selected it because its large cropland area represents the northwest region of Rio Grande do Sul state. In the panel B, we have the field boundaries from agricultural fields. We extract this information for the CAR, that's the Rural Environmental Registry. And with that information, we extracted the centroid of which field. And for the crop rotation information, differently of the United States, we don't have the cropland data layer. Then we use remote sensing plus ground truth data, remote sensing with Sentinel-2 data, Sentinel-1, and digital elevation with the SRTM data. The runoff forest model achieved accuracy of 94%. With that, we extract the crop type information for 3 growing seasons. The first one was the 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, and the last one was this growing season, 2019, 2020 growing seasons. As a result, soybean area represents a major crop in the 3 growing season, measuring up to 85% of the crop area, while corn just just around 15% of the crop area. For the crop rotation, continuous crop 3 years in a row for soybean presented 68% of the crop area, while for the corn, with continuous crop 3 years in a row, we had just 0.1%. Crop rotation with two soybean growing season presented around 30% of the crop areas, and the crop rotation with two growing season and just one soybean showed just 1.9%. As we can see, most of the crop area pattern was soybean without crop rotation, 68%, followed by the two soybean growing season and 1 year corn. That's the crop rotation with two soybean and one corn. Crop rotation with two growing season or 3 years in a row for corn had just 2% of the crop area. Final considerations, more studies should focus on evaluate spatial and crop rotation, analyzing long term to better understand the crop rotation patterns and specific crop rotation in different regions. And the second final consideration, we can say that the methods proposed to evaluate spatial crop rotation provide results that can be aggregated within a crop modeling system or crop classification, yield forecast, implementing crop monitoring in regional scale. That's it. This is my QR code for my website, my email, and my phone number. Thank you so much. I will be more than happy if you have some questions for me. Thank you, guys.
Great, thanks, Luan. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. And while we're here, if you missed the presentations from the morning, or if you'd like to review some abstracts, you can find it in the link I just sent in the chat. Let me check.
Hi, Luan, this is Jason. I have a quick question for you. Hello. I'm curious as to, so you have these very nice measurements of the crop rotation in a specific area, kind of demonstrating that. How do you make the next step towards incorporating this data into the crop models? Is there a way to convert that into a particular variable or metric that then is incorporated?
Yes, I have in my mind this information can contribute, for example, in crop modeling as a continuous value. For example, in a metoc seed, for example, we had just 30% of the areas with crop rotation in short term, for example. We can evaluate it in medium and long term also. As a second way, we can use this information as a categoric value. For example, if you are evaluating fields, we can use this information. For example, in the 3 years, have crop rotation in these 3 years. For example, in short term or long term, 3 or 5 years. We can use this information with no crop rotation or yes crop rotation to better estimate crop models, or also for yield forecast. Because, for example, when we have here in Brazil, when we have corn in rotation with soybeans grow really well compared with just soybeans plus soybean. And then I think we can incorporate it in models to better estimate some yield or other variables.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. I think Leo has a question.
Yes. Hey, Luan, great presentation. Thanks for showing us your nice work there with the crop rotation. So my question to you is the following. I would imagine that even though soybeans and corn are predominant in the crop rotations, I would imagine we still would have some other crop types in those areas, right? So I guess my first question is, how did you handle, like, since you had the ground truth data, what did you do with the data when the crop wasn't corn or soybeans? And after that, if you can just tell me if you guys are planning to perhaps incorporate other crops into this framework. Thanks.
Thanks, Leo. Yes, in this region, in Ametoc City, we have majority just these two crops. Maybe we have beans also, but is less than 1% of the crop area. For sure, if you could aggregate other crops, like for example in the south of Rio Grande do Sul state, we have also the rice, but we also can aggregate, for example, sunflower and beans to this kind of information, and it will be really good to the model. Thanks, Leo.
But so, like, in your ground truth data, you didn't have any occasions where perhaps like a winter cereal or a cover crop was part of the rotation?
Yes, I just evaluate the summer crops. We have rice also, but in this region we don't have rice in the region, and then we just play with corn and soybean. But we have in the ground truth data, we have soybean, corn, and also rice for this kind of work.
Awesome. Thanks, Luan.
Thank you, Leo.
Great. Luan, and we have a final question from the chat. So Justina Serrano, the first lady who was working detecting ryegrass in wheat, she asks, regarding the methodology, did you use a supervised or unsupervised classification of your images?
Nice question. Thank you, Justin. We use the supervised classification. That's the random forest. We labeled this data with corn and rice. Also, we had also other minor crops and other like water, forest, and other type of data that's not corn and soybean. Yes, we use the supervised classification with the Sentinel-2, that is an optical remote sensing, and also the SAR, and also the SRTM, utilizing elevation and slope as filters to the model.
Great. Okay, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their great job and their great presentations. And now I'll hand it out to Rachel, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry for the delay. So thank you very much, Josefina, and thank you also to all of our student presenters. You did a great job, as with everyone in the morning session. You should be very proud. Our session judges are currently working on getting the scores together, and we hope to have those results to present to everyone in the closing remarks at 4 o'clock. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, so at this time we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock for Dr. Frace's talk. Feel free to refresh your coffee or whatever you need to do, stretch your legs, and we will be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm very excited to present to you now our final speaker for the day. Let's see. Okay. At this time, I'd like to present Dr. Clyde Frace of the University of Florida. Dr. Frace's research focuses on how the latest climate science can benefit agricultural producers. He is the project director of AgroClimate, which is an effort between 8 different universities with the goal of developing knowledge in agrometeorology and agroclimatology and transferring that knowledge to help agricultural managers mitigate production risks associated with climate variability and change. Please give your full attention to Dr. Frace. The stage is yours. Feel free to start sharing your screen whenever you're comfortable and ready.
Thank you, Rachel. Let me try to share my screen here. Can you all see my screen and hear me now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And if you're still there, thank you for hanging in. I know it has been a very long day, but very productive. I personally learned a lot. So thanks, Kansas State, and thanks for inviting me and for organizing this symposium. I think Charlie Messina really set the bar high this morning. So we're going to try to follow that as much as possible. Like Rachel was saying, my name is Clyde Frace. I am with the University of Florida, and we have a program called AgroClimate here, which is primarily an extension program, in fact, and or applied research, extension and applied research. And our goal is really to bring data, climate data, weather data, process that in some form, and try to translate that kind of information into a decision. So this has been our goal for the last 10 years. And what I'm going to be doing today is sharing with you some of our experience doing this and some of our vision for the future in terms of using climate data. This kind of meeting, this picture shows a meeting we had in the tri-state area. I think this one was in Southern Alabama. So this is the sort of thing that we miss now with this pandemic, this ability to get together with farmers and to really share ideas and information. Was in our previous speaker information, he mentioned that 80% of the crop insurance claims nowadays are really related to too much water or too little, or drought, or to the lack of water, in fact. So we see not only those things, but extreme events like hailstorm, freeze, and also we can see pests and diseases, increased variability there due to a changing climate. If we put this together with the increased need for more food production, also the requirements that we have now to produce more food with less, or to be more resource use efficient, this to me it shows that we need to have more climate-based risk management tools, and that's where we're trying to do here with the understanding that climate and weather is not the main factor in terms of a farmer making a decision. We know that. We know there are many other factors. There is price, marketing issues, there's crop rotation needs. There's so many other factors that they have to take into consideration. What we're trying to do is to bring climate and weather as one more factor to be considered in their decision-making process. In our area, hurricanes are a major threat, as you probably have heard. It's not a situation that you in the Midwest are normally affected. But for instance, in Florida here, back in October 2018, we had Hurricane Michael going through the Panhandle, and there was a tremendous destruction of tree farms. If you drive along I-10 today, you still see that destruction there. So Hurricane Michael was a Cat 5 with wind speeds above 150 miles per hour. It was really devastating. And this is one thing that we were in our corner of the world that's normally not a problem in many other areas. Not this year. We had Hurricane Sally coming through back now in September. And it was not a strong hurricane as Michael was. Sally, I think it was a Hurricane Cat 2 with 100 miles per hour wind, but it was very slow moving. And it brought a different set of problems for us. This is this picture on the right top corner there shows soybean plots that we had been in the Florida Panhandle experiment station that we have been following for different planting dates. And this was a picture taken September 15. The next day, this is what we had after Sally moved through this area. So it took about 5 days for the water level to come back. You can see that this was a problem, not only for us, but all the farmers in the region. So hurricanes are major risk factors for us. I always like to go back to the forecast. And if you look at the 2020 hurricane forecast by the Tropical Weather and Climate Research Center, Colorado State, that we follow back in June, they were predicting about 16 named storms this year, 8 of which would become hurricane and 4 major hurricanes. NOAA in May predicted 13 to 19 storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 6 major hurricanes. Our long-term average is 12 storms per year, of which 6 are become hurricanes and 3 major ones. And so far this year, we have had 25 named storms, well above the predictions and well above basically the double of the long-term average. Not just one time in 2005, we had to go to the Greek names, which we are now. And of those 25 storms, 9 have become hurricanes. So we are really in a very active season. Also good to remember that September 2020 was the warmest September on record worldwide. So we are moving towards an increase of extreme events that will require us to be prepared and more resilient to this. I always like to talk about risk because that's basically what we're doing. We're trying to manage risk. And if you look at one of the definitions of risk is the probability that extreme event can happen times the impact. So if you have a low probability, and even if it happens, the impact is low, you are in a low risk situation, right? As we increase the probability for an extreme event and the impact becomes more problematic or increase the impact, then you move to a high risk situation. So if we look at this year, this is the IRI seasonal forecast for the months of November, December, January of this year. And you can see that they are predicting an increased probability for below average rainfall across the southern US. And this is mainly due to the La Nina event that's coming. So it's not let's say the impact is not as high as if it was in a summer crop situation, which is the case in the southern hemisphere. But here we still have many things going on. So we could claim that there is a sort of a high risk situation in this case. And the question now is, what do we do about this? And if you go back to this equation, let's say it's a multiplication. To decrease the risk, you either have to decrease the probability of an extreme event happening or decrease the impact. And the fact is that we can't decrease the probability. Once the conditions are there in the ocean, in the atmosphere, there's nothing we can do about that, at least in the short term. If looking at climate change is a different idea, we can still do something about it. But at this point, there is nothing we can do. We can transfer the risk by purchasing crop insurance, for instance, but we're not going to change the conditions. So basically, I cannot change now the probabilities for below average rainfall. There's nothing I can do. I cannot change the colors of this map. The other way to decrease our risk is to decrease the impact. And that's where we focus primarily, because we believe we can do something about this. And there are many ways, and we're not going to go through the whole list in terms of details, but number one, you need to increase climate literacy of farmers. I mean, we need to let them know where they can find the seasonal forecast or the weather, for how to use that, how to interpret that. This is very important. We can increase the resilience of our production systems to extreme events. This is a big component that will not only work for this coming season, but work for the long-term climate projections as well. We have to improve our environmental and crop monitoring systems in terms of looking at these digital farms, IoT. There's so much information coming in. We can improve our monitoring, not only to take advantage of what's happening, of knowing what's happening now, but to build this database that is so important. We that deal with weather and climate, I mean, we are in a blessed situation in the US. You move to other countries, you know how hard it is to get long-term data. Quality of the data is not always good. So there's many things that we can do to improve record keeping. Of course, we have to use the models. And today we had excellent presentations about modeling and how we can use that to explore that what-if scenarios. If we want to develop the solutions, we need to understand the impacts or the effects of different climate scenarios, for instance. And the only way we can do that in an effective and cost-effective way, in fact, it's by using models. And of course, we need to, once you develop the models, I guess one question is, how do you transfer that information? You need to transfer the information to others, and that's how we do by developing the information and decision aid systems. And of course, I feel like we need to develop more affordable and inclusive crop insurance products. And this is something we have been working on. Primarily, if you look at less developed countries and small farmers, they rarely have access to crop insurance. So this is something that we need to work on as well. So today, we're not going to be talking about all those different aspects, but we're going to focus a little bit on this information and decision aid systems. I'd like to talk about this because the theme of this symposium was data and predicting and transform data into an action, to decision. And I call it increasing the value of data. And if you look at this example, if I collect weather data in a farm, if I install a weather station there, I have seen many farmers do that. And you ask them, well, what do you do with this data? Well, I look at it, it's interesting. I know how much it rained, but what decision, what did you do with that? Nothing. So we call this descriptive analytics. I can go back, I can look at what happened to that farm. I can look at the rainfall, the temperature, I can observe and talk about it, but that's about it. When we start using models, and this is a model that we have for disease risk, we start looking at predictive analytics. And that's perhaps the crop model there. We could simulate with this weather data what sort of yield we may have, what sort of nitrogen needs we may have. In this case, we simulate the infection index or the risk for disease to develop. And the real value is in the prescriptive analytics, because at this time you provide a recommendation, and that's the action. So this, based on this weather monitoring with this disease model, I can recommend spray fungicide. So this is where the value is, and this is what we need to go for. It's not only describing, not only modeling, but to get to the action. And this is a constant goal, and not always easy to achieve. So, but that should be our goal with this kind of work. Now, I always talk about weather and climate, and it's important that we distinguish one from the other. Weather is what's happening now in the next few days. So this is what normally we talked about. When you talk about climate, we're talking about the statistical collection of weather conditions. So this is a different, it's data collected across months or decades. You know, our normals are over 30 years of data. So those are different types of information and attach it to different types of decisions as well. So we always say the weather is our mood, but climate is our personality. And we could have a day in Florida in the summer that's very similar to what you are experiencing in Iowa. But of course, our climate is very, very different. So I always like to discuss this with farmers in terms of what are the weather-based decisions. And those are more operational or tactical decisions. And they're normally questions that should I plant my seeds? Is the soil moisture okay? Is this going to be raining next few days? Should I apply nitrogen fertilizer to my fields? If there is a big rain coming in the next couple of days, you may not want to do that and wash the nitrogen down the soil profile. Should I spray fungicide today? Will it be dry enough for harvesting? Cut hay. I mean, this is a big decision. We need good days, sunny days, high ET after cutting hay so we can improve the quality of this hay. Should I be ready for cold protection tonight? So those are the weather-driven questions that are normally already used by farmers. I mean, those are decisions that are based on the weather monitoring and weather forecast, the short-term weather forecast. But still, not everyone does that, although I would say that nowadays most farmers are well informed about this. In terms of the agroclimate tools that we have, I could say that disease alert systems are extremely successful. And they are why they are, because there is a clear connection with growers' profitability there. We see that, you know, saving one spray application, it's a big deal. We also have another situation in Florida, especially for those growing temperate fruits, like chill hours monitoring is very, very, very popular during the winter time for us. And there are reasons for that, but if we don't have enough chill hours, you will need to apply those Bud Pro or Dormex, which are rest-breaking agents that are not only expensive, but also very damaging for human health. So this is one system we have for strawberries that does alert growers for the risk for botrytis and anthracnose. Those are two important diseases in strawberries, and it has been extremely popular. Basically, they can sign up for different weather stations, and we simulate the risk in terms of tree levels, and every time it crosses to either a moderate or a high risk, they get a text message or an email, and they either apply or they can also check what was the last application, so they can get what we call the recommendation. We also use the weather forecast to look at the next few days as well. This system has been all over the US. We're even testing it now with some collaborators in Norway. It has been extremely, extremely successful. In similar work we're doing in collaboration from the citrus in Brazil is for post-bloom fruit drop, which is PFD is a podridão floral in Portuguese, in fact. This is a disease that it's important for citrus growers there, and follow the same principles. We deal with the same issues in terms of modeling leaf wetness duration, etc., and monitoring that. So this is an area where I see tremendous opportunities. Chill hours accumulation is very, very important in Florida, as we As you probably know, the citrus industry has gone through some challenges here in Florida, and some growers are moving to other crops, like blueberries are very popular, but they have chill requirements, and depending on the variety, they may have more or less, and you need to achieve that sort of chill hours accumulation in order to get a good fruit set. And this is an important decision not only now, because remember, this is not an annual crop. It doesn't, it's like if it doesn't go well this year, next year you try something else. You establish a grove, you're going to be exploring that for over 10, 15 years. So you need to make sure that climatologically speaking, you are in a comfortable situation. This is a monitoring we do. This is for one location, you can check what happened last year. This year, of course, you can't see here, but this is zero. Of course, we haven't accumulated anything. This was 2019-20 accumulation in this location, which is in our area here, Alachua County, Gainesville. And the yellow line is the long-term trend, the long-term average, in fact. What you see, the blue bands here are the projection for La Nina years. Once we know we are in a La Nina year now, and this variability or the amount of chill hours will vary with our Enso phases as well. We have been looking at some of the trends for chill hours. Those are 3 different locations. You can see that, of course, this one is further north in Florida, then this is Gainesville, and this is further north, south. Of course, over here, you're going to be growing a different variety than you are growing in the northern part of the state. But what's worrisome is that if we look at all the stations I have been looking at, if you look at the average or the trends here, you can see that there is a downward trend in terms of chill hours accumulation. 2016 is not a surprise. It was the warmest year on record worldwide. But we see this clear trend in all our weather stations. Those stations are not urban stations. There is not a situation where you have buildings going around or things like that. Those are rural stations, and the trend is quite clear. So this is something that we have been observing here. So in summary, for weather-based decisions, they are relatively easy to develop based on common observed variables. The thing is that the information must be timely and clearly associated with a decision. Timely is very important. It doesn't help anyone telling you, well, you accumulate that many chill hours last month. Well, you need to make a decision. You need to have that information in time. I see growers installing weather stations, but very little going on in terms of maintenance. This is a weather station. This is in Kenya, a trip we made back in 2014. And this is a weather station that was being used for weather index insurance over there. And you can see that there are weeds growing everywhere. We really don't know when was the last time this rain gauge was cleaned. You see drying clothes around in the fence. So this is not Kenya. If you go across the many places in the US and in many other countries, you will see weather stations that are installed but not maintained, and of course the data that you are collecting is not good data. When you talk about climate-based decisions, let's move now to a different time frame. Seasonal forecasting, we call it this more strategic decisions, and those are a little bit more difficult because primarily they are dealing with what crop, what variety I'm going to grow. Should I invest in nitrogen? How I'm going to apply in more nitrogen? How am I applying this nitrogen, for instance? Should I purchase crop insurance, or should I sell my crop now? In our case here now in the winter, it is a big question for livestock operations. Should I invest in winter pasture? Should I buy more feed? This is, by the way, the seasonal forecast for this year in South America. And you can see the typical La Nina pattern here with increased chances for below average precipitation in southern Brazil, Argentina, here around the Pampas, and also in the oriental or eastern side of Paraguay. So this will imply more risk as a typical La Nina pattern that we are well familiar with. The question is, what are we going to do about that? Right? La Nina, we use that, El Nino, as a main driver for our decisions, our recommendations, because it has extensive teleconnections, and primarily because it's predictable. We can predict La Nina, El Nino cycle with some 6-10 months ahead. So that gives us time to adjust things if we want. And this is something that we have been trying to explore here with our growers. The warm phase, what we call the El Nino, is of course a warming of the tropical Pacific Ocean. There's a big El Nino 97, 98. For us, it means wetter and cooler winter and springs. The subtropical jet stream is reinforced. You see Florida here is very tiny compared to this huge mass of ocean that has been warmed up. In fact, this is the satellite, in fact, measures the elevation of the ocean, but it's you can associate that with the temperature. And also it means that fewer Atlantic hurricanes. This is important for us as well, as you can imagine. The El Nino would be the other way around. It's a cooling of the Pacific, the tropical Pacific Ocean. And both will have, for us, it means warmer and drier winter, which for the strawberry grower, normally it will mean better yields, it will mean less disease pressure. We have seen in past La Ninas that we can cut spraying program by maybe 50% in some cases using that system that I just showed. And it does not with known implication in terms of yield or quality of the fruit. But also it also means more active hurricane season, and we're definitely seeing this this year. So ESO-based tools that we have, I call it educational tools because they're not really associated with a decision clearly associated. This is tools that we have either in the form of map. This is for January, the deviations of the long-term averages there. Or in the weather station, we can see the deviations month by month. And you can see the La Ninas, which is normally blue for cold water, will be on the dry side, where you see the El Ninos on the plus deviation, positive deviation, meaning normally, this is a long-term average. We'll always say every El Nino, every La Nina is different, but those are the trends. So it's like if you don't know the final answer, but you have a guess, it's better than knowing nothing, that's for sure. So there are several things we can do. We can kill cover crops earlier. We can, winter pasture may be risky. You may want to buy more feed or plant drought tolerant forage. Disease pressure is going to be lower, but you may have more weeds. Forestry establishment is always a concern in terms of a dry weather, and you can have some virus that's caused by thrips or white fly. So there are certain things, as those are just hints that we talk to our growers and we learn with extension as well, this kind of information, and it can be very, very useful. Those are the global impacts. We're not going to get into the detail, but there are, like I said, the teleconnections are huge, and we can develop ideas for not only for the southern US, but for many, many places in the world. And this is for the La Nina. This is a work we just did with a grad student looking at planting dates in southern Brazil for soybean. And what's I found interesting here, this is applicable to this year. We found that some locations in the southern part of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, you don't see, La Nina is the blue line, it's kind of hard to see from there. But group 1, which is are those really southernmost locations, it really doesn't matter the planting date in terms of the yield projection there, or the simulated yields. But if you are in group 3, which is those yellow triangles, you can see that you should wait. In a La Nina area, you should wait. You should not plant earlier. You should wait so that around early November, it's when you will have the best possibility for yields. Now, this is what I call the interesting but not always useful information, because if you tell a grower here in Western Paraná that they have to wait and they always want to go for the second crop, the maize second crop, the safrinha, they're not going to wait until November because they will miss the second crop. So what do you do there? I mean, this is an interesting piece of information that needs to be discussed. Maybe this year they are late already because it has been dry. It just recently started raining there. You're already late. Maybe you should not go for 2 crops, but that's a difficult situation. It's a difficult decision. But those are the questions that we try to answer with this kind of information. Now, when you talk about long-term climate projection, decisions are much more difficult. And talking to extension agents, they normally don't like to discuss this because they are used to talk about practical solutions. This is the problem. This is how you solve it. When you talk about climate change with all the uncertainties in terms of emission scenarios, climate projections, it's very hard. And what can actually you do? So we try to discuss this in resilience terms. How do you become more resilient? If you're a rich farmer, many of them are, you can start wondering about investing in land in different places so you spread your risk. This is a risk management approach. But we, in terms of, and I'm not talking about national policies or a breeding company that wants to develop new varieties, but I'm talking about a farmer. And resilience is really one aspect. The other aspect we like to talk about, this is one too, I look at the probability of extreme weather events. I think extreme weather events, it's one way that we can address climate change without, especially here in the US where there is some political aspects for that, we can talk about climate change without hurting anyone's feeling. But discussing, because they know, I mean, they have been seeing the increase in extreme rainfall events. So what can they do for reducing erosion, other things, cover crops? There are many, many things that they definitely agree and that we can also discuss. And this is a tool that will plot the probability for different extreme events like a freeze or a dry spell that can be 10 days or 15 days, or even high temperature during different phenological phases. I feel phenology is fantastic. I mean, we tie our decisions to the crop development phases, and we try to model that so that I want to know how much stress a corn crop, for instance, experienced during tasseling or during silking, which are the sensitive phases. We want to quantify that, and if we can project that, we can perhaps make some adjustments in terms of planning dates, etc. But this is where we try to go with the extreme weather events. Weather index-based insurance, we have been working with this. We have a work done in Paraguay with small growers over there. There are many things that we can say about this. Most of the products we have seen are based only on rainfall, and I'm very against that because you may achieve a certain level of rainfall, but the distribution is what matters. So we come up with a different index. You could think of a fantastic crop model, but remember, insurance has to be very transparent, and you have to explain that, and it would be hard. So a typical soil water balance, we found that this is very clear, explainable, easily explainable, and we developed this product, which has been quite successful there in characterizing stress. But we do that in terms of, again, looking at some of the phenology of the crop. So this is a web page where growers can follow the information, and they know the thresholds for payouts and also the accumulation of, this is only for drought, I forgot to mention that. But they follow this, and once you cross, like this one crossed in the flowering period, so the payout is larger, of course, because we expect this additional stress during this phase to be more of a problem than it was just for the vegetative phase. This is for sesame. We start with those minor crops, and the insurance companies send text messages every week, and what's the index now, what's the value of the threshold, so they are always informed about that. We're now moving to corn and soybean. They saw the opportunity there, so this is a pilot we're doing in Argentina. This for different for maize in this case, but always characterizing the drought stress by phenology, so that we can see how, it's a proxy for yield losses, not as good as a crop model, but at least it gives a better feeling of what kind of losses we may have. Our vision, our long-term vision for those things is an integrated system where you go from the field level to the country level, like we're doing in Paraguay, monitoring the phenological stages, the stress, but also attaching this to more improved management practice, but also to an insurance program, so that we have this risk management system that works at different scales. And sometimes the same piece of information can help a farmer make a decision, but it can also help the country or help a cooperative to better understand their position. So this downscale, upscale of risk is really a vision that we want to follow. So this, I think it's my last slide, and I went a bit too fast, but I want to, well, a couple of things. This is the last presentation, so I didn't want to overload you guys with too much, but also I want to provide an overview that it's not deep in terms of details or science, but more in terms of the vision and how do I see we transforming data into decisions in the practical way, because I always like to look at where the rubber hits the road, right? That's what we say here. We need to be, number one, humble about the many decisions the farmers have to make, the many factors that they took into account. So they have to take into account. So climate and weather is not the main factor. It will never be, but definitely needs to be incorporated into the decision-making process of farmers, because we see a need for that. We see that climate risk is increasing, and we hope to provide tools that will help them better handle this. So that's all I have, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if you have some. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Freys. We would like to encourage our attendees to show their appreciation for our speaker with the Zoom reactions, the applause and the thumbs up. At this point, I would like to open the floor if there are any spoken questions for Dr. Freys.
Rachel, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Freys, thank you so much for your presentation. I was exploring the AgriClimate website earlier, and I was really impressed by the number of tools and forecasts and summaries of data that you guys provide there for the producers and the public. What I was curious is, do you guys have a good way of tracking, like how many producers or perhaps what acreage of a given crop in the state of Florida is actually using those tools to make decisions? And if you have a way of tracking that, how has it been evolving over time?
Yeah, thanks for your question. Yeah, this is a very good question. We don't have a rigorous way to do that, and there are tools. I can tell you that, for instance, the strawberry disease monitoring tool, it's used for around 70% of the strawberry acreage in the state, which is reasonably large, especially during the winter time. So we know the growers use that, but it comes with one thing. It comes with a strong collaboration with plant pathology and a strong field or interaction with growers. I don't believe that any tool we develop will be extensively used unless we have a strong education program. And I say that for many reasons. Number one, we are overflowing with information from all over the place. So I don't expect a grower for one, like going home after a hard day in the field and say, well, let me take a look in AgriCloud. No, this is not going to happen. We know that. So we are moving to a more push information, but pushing information, you need to be careful. It needs to be a clear decision there. And we have had very much success with that. Now, when we're talking about weather-based information, this could go in an app, but a seasonal or other sort of things, I don't see that in apps. Those are not tools that are clear for apps, but we still need to have that interaction. And seasonal is very interesting. It's where I believe this is the big payback we have, but it takes work. We have had fake El Niños, let's put it this way, like this is everyone talks about fake news, but fake El Niños, we have had one. 2006, 2007 was a fake El Niño. We predicted an El Niño, it was an El Niño, it just didn't behave like one. And we had a farmer telling us that he took a hit there because it was a winter pasture situation. But he came back later and said, in spite of this, I continue to look and follow you guys because overall, this is a guy that has been looking at this for some time. I did better. So we count on that. There is a probabilistic. We never forget. It's a probabilistic forecast. Everything is a probability. However, you need to put your work there. So back to your question. I'm not answering your question. I'm just saying that there is work to be done. I believe that credibility comes with time and other things that need to be there. Number one, it has to be always on. It's an operational system in an academia environment, which is not easy. Number two, it has to come with more than just the tool. The tool is nice, but you have to you have to inform, you have to send updates. We do have those kind of things that I believe help a lot in terms of increasing the adoption of those ideas. I hope I have answered you, Leo.
Awesome. No, you did touch on some very important points that I was wondering there. And if I may just, I guess, a follow-up question of something that you mentioned, and I never really thought about it, but I'm sure you guys have that in mind, is, let's say if a farmer is actually buying this type of service from a company, I mean, they're paying for that service directly, and it may be the case that if the recommendation of a tool goes wrong, like what you described, they may feel that the company should help them to cover the cost, or perhaps somehow help them recover from a decision that was made using that company's tool. And then you kind of described a little bit of the scenario with one farmer in 1 year. How do you see like being in the public domain of the university, developing these tools? Like how do you guys think about that that responsibility of like, all right, if like we're providing you the service that you don't have to pay out of pocket, but if it goes wrong, then like what can the farmer really expect from this type of service and the reliability that comes with that recommendation?
That's a good question. We're talking about the liability of this type of information. Of course, we have always a disclosure, and we do the best we can. I believe that farmers are reasonable people. I don't think that they understand that there is that's why we're talking about probability. There's a probabilistic approach to this. So I don't want to get into a discussion. You can always get away from this because you're giving probabilities, right? You're always right. You're never wrong. But it is a concern, and we. The only thing we do is that, number one, there's no cost for this service, and you don't have to take the advice. So if you are in a company situation where you are paying for this, maybe the situation is different. But I do feel that this is not something that I don't lose my sleep on this. I don't think this is a concern. I think that if they know that you're doing your best and that you are doing the best you can with the science that we have now, at least trying to do that. I think that they don't worry about. I'm not worried about that, Leo, but perhaps because I am in the university system.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like we have a question in the chat. So while everyone is thinking of more spoken questions, I'll go ahead and read that to you, Dr. Freys. Diego has a question, and he asks, which are the main farmer questions? Do they trust forecasts as to change their decisions? I usually see that although they gather information of that kind, they end their decision-making process by following the average trends or their previous experience.
Yeah, this is a great question. Yes, indeed. I mean, there are many farmers that will, there is one thing that I heard from a farmer once that I really enjoyed, is that he said, sometimes I go there just to confirm that I am right. It's like they don't go there to learn. They feel this is the way they should do it, and they go there to confirm it. Many times you just want that information to reaffirm what you think you know already, or what you know already sometimes. But with those farmers, what we see is that they're always coming back. And I always, if there is one metrics that I use, is how many farmers come back to look at our group information when we have personal meetings, and they are always back. So I think that most of them, I think that there's no question that there is a mistrust of, especially when we talk about seasonal probability, seasonal forecasting. It's not seasonal outlooks we don't even call them forecasts. It's more complicated. When you look at terciles, it's very hard to make a decision based on terciles, probability for being above, below average. So those things are not clearly tied with a decision. Most people like binary decisions. Should I do this or not? And of course, we don't have that solution yet. On the other hand, I see tremendous progress in terms of improving the forecasts that we have available to us nowadays. And also, I do believe that if we combine this well with the monitoring, because nothing is perfect. We know modeling. It tends to deviate sometimes, and you have to bring them back, kind of reset things. And if we have a good monitoring system, and then we're talking about remote sensing, or even all those great gridded products we have from NASA, from NOAA, and now from Europe with ERA 5, for instance. We have excellent monitoring products that we can use to at least track what we think it's going to happen, and to reaffirm or not. So yeah, it's not easy. I'm not claiming it's easy, but I claim that there is a future for this.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Diego has a response that in the chat, if you'd like to read that. But I will go ahead and open the floor if we have any more questions for Dr. Freys. We still have some time if anyone would like to ask any questions.
Oh, go ahead.
No worries, please go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if you saw any improvements. So all from the maybe cognitive psychology side, you know, that like we are not used to work with uncertainty, not when with visualization and communication. And I'm guessing it's especially hard for maybe farmers that are not so qualified in that area. So I was wondering if you saw any improvements or you see like currently works to improve that side, because there's a lot of uncertainty in seasonal forecasts.
You are absolutely correct, Josefina. And what I think you should do is work with a farm. Not every farmer is going to try your ideas, right? There are some farmers that are very risk averse. They will not go for that. But work with farmers that like to try ideas. And some of them are very successful. So if you work with a successful farmer that like to try some ideas, and if they are successful, the others will come, will follow. So I always say that, you know, we used to have adaptation, I remember now, workshops or something like this, which farmers we would showcase some ideas that will increase your resilience. Let's talk cover crops or variable rate irrigation or using an agroclimate, in fact, was one of the topics. And we always brought one farmer that was using that or trying that to talk to the other farmers. Because if I go talk to a farmer, they're gonna say, well, this guy, you know, comes from the office there. He really doesn't have a clue. But bring a farmer that is trying that idea to talk. The picture I showed in the beginning was one thing we used to do. We don't do this any longer. But it's not only we would visit farmers that were trying ideas. And that has a tremendous power. Because if I say something, it's one thing. If the neighbor farmer or a successful farmer say something, it's a different story. So you were right, but I think what we have to do is at the beginning you have to selective work with farmers that would try. And I'll tell you the story of the strawberry. At the beginning they would give us a corner, and I'm talking about 5 by 5 meters to try that fungicide application tool. And with time they expanded. This has been going on for 7 years now. So nowadays sometimes we ask a farmer to leave a corner and apply the calendar-based system. They don't want, because they trust the system. So it's a process, and it takes time. But start with those farmers that will be willing to try it and let them talk to others.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlie, did you have a question?
Actually, it relates to the example you use about the application of fungicides. And in industry, there may be a fair amount of data and knowledge on the products, right? How do you see the potential work to accessing some of that information to improve the products you already have in place, or creating new products altogether, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not really sure, Charlie. One thing that we have an improved version of that system where we try to tackle the problem of resistance, which means that when you apply, if you apply a product today, I mean, the next application, you might have to apply a different active chemistry there so that you don't get into resistance problems. We have seen that problem with botrytis, for instance. And I think there is a huge opportunity to collaborate with the industry. What we found so far is that, well, we haven't really promoted, this is fairly new, but farmers are more reluctant when they have to provide this kind of data. What did I apply? When did I apply? Every time you ask for information to enter, it becomes more of a problem. But I do feel, the other thing that I feel, Charlie, that I really think that I have been trying to look at is look at the projection of disease incidence with the climate scenarios. I do feel this is great because, you know, we have been doing a lot of work in climate change in terms of yield, projection of yields, and with all the uncertainties we know that exist. I think that it is interesting, but perhaps not as practical. I see the opportunity to, we have trends, like I showed you the chill accumulation trend. How about the risk or the disease pressure or the number of high risk days for a given disease? Are there any trends there? How do we look at the future? Would botrytis is a cooler disease, anthracnose, like, so, you know, the temperature range is a bit higher. Is botrytis disappear? I mean, eventually, as we warm up in Florida, and appear in South Carolina, I'm not sure, or become more of a problem. It's already there, but become a bigger problem. So I think this is where I see huge opportunities, because the variables we are talking about is primarily relative humidity, or we have been looking at many models for leaf wetness, because, you know, most weather stations do not have leaf wetness sensors. Many of them don't work well. So we do have several models, and we're trying now machine learning as well, because we have so many years of data with good calibrated sensors that we think we can go this way. But I feel this would be very interesting and very useful to study.
Yeah, maybe a follow-up, as they develop all these molecules and products, there may be a fairly large databases that it could be mined to improve recommendations and whatnot. So it was just a thought about, you're already developing models. If you have access to more data, how much useful would that be? And your point about the rotating products to minimize the development of resistance, I think is a really good point. It's a great decision, actually.
Let's hope they use it.
Anyways, no, thanks for the talk. It was really nice.
Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and Dr. Freis for your response. Do we have any other spoken questions for Dr. Freis? We have a few more minutes if anyone has a last minute question. Okay. If there's no further questions, I think that we'll go ahead and move on to the final segment of our agenda. So thank you again very much, Dr. Freis, for being with us today and for sharing your experiences and your insights with us. It was really great.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
So I will go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. So as a member of the organizing committee and the afternoon moderator, it is a privilege to deliver the closing remarks for today's event. To say that we appreciate the time of our speakers, attendees, organizers, and sponsors would be an understatement. Delivering the symposium in a virtual format has been an unprecedented undertaking with new challenges, and we are extremely grateful for the support and patience of all of you, so thank you very much. To begin, I would like to share some of the metrics of today's event with you so you know the great company that you are in unaware today. A new opportunity given the virtual format is the ability to open our symposium to the entire world. Of the 262 people that joined us today, we had 9 countries and 5 continents that were represented, which is awesome. We also had representatives from 25 different universities and 27 companies and research institutions. So again, thank you to everyone that joined us. We hope that you found today at least a partially interactive experience given the circumstances, and that you enjoyed the diverse perspectives and ideas that were brought to the table by all of our speakers. Of course, today would not have been possible without our sponsors, so I would like to take a moment to recognize them. Our platinum sponsor, which began this Plant Science Symposia series and facilitates events like this one around the world for important discussions in agriculture, Corteva AgriScience. Thank you to John Deere, Kansas Corn, Microsoft, and Planet Labs. And thank you to K-State Research and Extension, the Kansas State University College of Agriculture, and CMPD Lab. We appreciate your contributions to our event today and your support of the advancement of science and these important discussions. Some important people we really want to thank are our speakers who took time out of their very busy schedules to share a small piece of their work with us. Dr. Charlie Messina of Corteva Agriscience, Dr. Irene Jumpasut of Planet Labs, Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis of Iowa State University, and Dr. Clyde Frace of the University of Florida. Thank you all very much. I also want to recognize the great team that put in the groundwork to make today happen, our 2020 Symposium Organizing Committee. First is Luciana Nieto, who organized our speakers, moderated our morning session, and managed our website and graphics. Javier Fernandez, Paula DeMarco, and Josefina Lacasa, who organized our abstracts and did a great job with our student presentations and moderating those for us. Leonardo Bastos, who helped contact sponsors and also did a good job moderating our networking and Q&A session this morning. Luis Moroso, Mario Secchi, Adrian Carrendo, and Sylvester Badua for their assistance and their valuable input in various logistical aspects that made the whole day come together. We also want to thank our faculty advisor, Dr. Ignacio Ciampidi, for his guidance and assistance in every component of today's event. Some other people we can't forget to thank are Dr. Jason Rauscher of Corteva Agriscience, who provided valuable support in the planning process and also delivered opening remarks for us this morning. Dr. Tabare Abadier of Corteva Agriscience for his assistance and guidance in the planning process as well. Dr. Ernie Minton, Dean of the Kansas State University College of Agriculture, for providing opening remarks for us this morning. We would also like to thank our student presentation competition judges for their time and valued input in the winner selection process, Dr. Ignacio Ciampidi and Michael Stam of Kansas State University Department of Agronomy, and Dr. Jason Rauscher. And of course, we can't forget our student presenters. Thank you for joining us today and sharing a piece of the research that you have obviously worked so diligently on. We really enjoyed hearing from all of you today. So today we covered a lot of ground in our exploration of predictive agriculture, what it is, what it means for us, and the current areas of research. And I would like to take just a few minutes at this time to summarize the topic and wrap up some thoughts as we close. First, the definition as a compilation of plant sciences and socioeconomics with statistical approaches to create expanded prediction potential through the use of forecasting models, innovative application of gained insights, and design reimagination in agriculture. And the goal of that collaboration is improving our methods of decision-making, which is where our theme for today comes in, turning data into decisions, because as we've discussed all day, decisions are what our scientists, farmers, stakeholders, and policymakers need to have. The motivation for this thought process, of course, is preventing problems and solving them before they happen, as Luciana discussed in her opening remarks this morning. And to accomplish this goal, we need to seek transdisciplinary collaboration by meshing science-based data collection and data-driven understanding to push new frontiers in these areas. Our first speaker, Dr. Charlie Messina, presented us with the idea of crop improvement through the scope of a circular economy by designing out waste in our production systems. He discussed the idea of balancing our supply and demand sustainably and ultimately activating a net negative emissions agricultural system. We know, of course, that this includes increasing production efficiency on available land, and this would be accomplished through maximizing the utilization of available light and water resources through crop selection and management guided by new and improved modeling frameworks. Dr. Irene Jumpasut followed Dr. Messina's remarks with an overview of how Planet Labs is working to make satellite-based tools more available and usable for various agricultural and other applications. As he mentioned, interoperability is usability. He covered various current projects in Planet with satellite development and research and showed some great examples to compare the usefulness of different imagery forms and sources. We appreciate his commitment to making data more usable and actionable by creating new tools for agricultural uses, and appreciated the insights into Planet's current work. Dr. Sotirios Arkontoulis started our afternoon session with a look into the AppSim predictive tool. AppSim is the agricultural production system simulator. And Dr. Sotirios dove into how his team is working on implementing models for nitrogen rate and planting date optimizations, as well as several other interesting projects. A key part of his work relates to filling knowledge gaps at various scales for researchers and producers alike to improve our understanding of responses to management, genetic, and environmental factors. In his presentation and the following questions, we discussed data needs for predictions moving forward, and also the need for more training for translating complex concepts to a more understandable level for general use. Dr. Frace of the University of Florida and agroclimate director presented examples of how his team is working to translate data into tangible, usable forms for producers. He presented the need for new tools for managing risk considering climate and adding this component to prediction models. He also made excellent points about how to get the most out of the data we have, turning this data into usable, tangible decisions that we can offer to our producers, which is what they ultimately need from our predictions and models. And we also enjoyed the examples he gave of applications available for farmers and producers to use to mitigate their climate risk and make appropriate management decisions. So, as I mentioned before, the overreaching objective of this concept of predictive agriculture is improving our decision-making process. And to achieve this goal, as we have seen today, it will take a collaborative effort between disciplines and also between academic and industrial camps on a global scale. The process of discovery and moving forward in the understanding of the responses we're trying to simulate is a critical first step. And as we grow in our knowledge of these processes, it leads to new opportunities to utilize this knowledge and create innovative tools, but also requires public education of the importance of the application of these new discoveries and training of our researchers and graduate students, as we discussed this afternoon as well. And this leads to a reevaluation of how things operate in the agriculture sector as we work to adapt to our ever-changing global status. And ultimately, with these new approaches, new tools, new frame of mind, we are armed with a new potential to impact lives and families and communities all over the world, which I believe is the ultimate responsibility and intention of plant science and agriculture. As with every great concept, we have limitations and challenges to overcome, which is why we are all here today. Main roadblocks that are currently slowing progress in the predictive agriculture realm include the sheer complexity of the processes that we are trying to understand and simulate reliably for the response prediction given genetic management and environmental factors. There is also a shortage of data that can be used for this purpose, both in the quantity and quality domains, and a lack of knowledge of how to use the data that we do have and how to get the most value out of that. And the link between biology and socioeconomics, which are both key components of agricultural systems, is also something in the future to think about. It's also extremely complex and hard to understand. So that would be a limitation as well. So given these limitations and the discussion points that were presented by all of our speakers today, what is our responsibility going forward? And that applies to us as scientists, as students, as teachers, as farmers, as members of society with potential to impact a global system. And what we should do is look for ways to foster partnerships and connections in transdisciplinary settings to help us understand not only the processes that we are focusing on, but also their link to other important components of our agricultural community and other fields as well. And as researchers, we should purpose to collect data that is profitable for these goals and advancing the status of our global agriculture-dependent society, because as scientists, this is our charge and our ultimate responsibility. As we close the meeting today, I would like to point everyone to the main reference on the meaning and implementation of predictive agriculture used in my remarks, which is listed here. This didn't just come from me. I had a great source. So as you can see, the first author also happens to be one of our speakers, Dr. Messina. So I highly encourage everyone to check out this paper. Educating ourselves is a very important component in achieving the charges I laid out in my last slide. And this is a great place to start. This reference will also be available on our website. If you can't get it written down here, we will have it on there for you as well. If you have more questions, contact information is on our website, which I have listed here as well. And then at this time, we are going to share a link here on Zoom, and we will also be sharing it in YouTube. This is similar to the poll that you completed this morning, just to give us kind of an initial measure of success of today's event. So if you could fill that out quickly, that would be great. A more formal survey will be accessible on our website, and the link will be sent to you in a follow-up email. We strongly encourage everyone to complete this to facilitate improved future experiences for everyone involved in our symposium. And with that, I would like to move to a very exciting portion of our closing remarks that everyone has been waiting for all day, our student competition results. So let's see if I can find my paper here. In third place, congratulations to Allie Locker from the University of Nebraska for your presentation on Vegetable Variety Navigator Tool. Congratulations, Allie. In second place, we have a very close second place. We have a tie for second, Megan Calvert from Kansas State University with her presentation on the breeding program optimization for winter wheat. And also in second place, Justina Serrano of the University of Western Australia for her presentation on remote sensing in wheat. And in first place with his presentation on the allometric models predicting maize biomass, we have Diego Rotilli of the University of Buenos Aires. So please join me in thanking and congratulating all of our student speakers using the Zoom reactions for applause and thumbs up. Everyone did an excellent job. As I said before, you should all be very proud. We're all extremely thankful for the contributions you brought to our symposium today. You all did a wonderful, wonderful job. For the winners, we will be in contact with you regarding awards and also be watching for a spotlight on each of our winners on our Twitter page. On that exciting note, I would like to officially conclude the 2020 Plant Science Symposium, Predictive Agriculture, Turning Data into Decisions, brought to you virtually from Kansas State University. This Zoom channel will remain active for several minutes in the event you would like to close any private chat communications that are currently active, but feel free to log off at any time. Thank you very much for your participation, and we hope to see you again, hopefully in person, in 2022. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you all very much.